Check 1 2 1 2. Well, there we go, ladies and gents. A massive welcome here to Zwartkops International Raceway, and it's the final of the Extreme Festival's 2023 Championship. Yes, can you believe it? Only a couple of months ago we were down in Cape Town to start this championship off, and we've now made our way all the way back to the home of the Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops International Raceway for all of the race action coming to you, as you can see, from our new studio. What's up, everybody? How you doing? We're at Zwartkops International Raceway, and action coming from the SunBet ZX Masters Cup. There's going to be some huge action there. It's not quite the final round of the championship just yet, but we have got some big action expected in that one. Big fight on between Graham Van Breda and Jason Lam, the two championship rivals. But if you look at how things turned out in qualifying, Trevor Westman putting it onto pole position alongside Damien Purificati, and then only Graham Van Breda in third place. Jason Lam just behind him in fourth, so the championship battle is going to be a big one. There's no doubt about it. We've got action coming from Mobil V8 Supercars. They're in their penultimate round. They don't finish their championship today. They've still got one more round to come. And, of course, if you are checking things out, I'll show you quickly here on our official program. That's where you need to be. 18th of November, the final round of the regional Extreme will be here at the home of the Extreme Festival, Zwartkops International World of Motoring. We've got a little bit of chopping and changing to be sorted out as well in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. They also are not completely finished with their championship. They've still got a whole bunch of race action to come on the 18th, and they'll be one of the headline acts joining ZX Masters Cup and the Mobil V8 Supercars at that final round of the regional side of the Extreme Festival. Gazoo Racing Cup are in the house. They, of course, are now based here at Zwartkops with their HQ up at the old Zoc Club. And a big welcome to everybody up there at Gazoo Racing. Hope you guys are going to have a great day with us. We've got action coming from your Gazoo Racing Yaris Cup, which are all the youngsters and development drivers that have come through various ranks and now looking to get into saloon car racing. And the 86 League, which are our media contingent. And looks like the big boss has now decided to step aside and allow Gavin Crompton a chance to get into the car as well. The man who put the entire concept of Gazoo Racing Cup together is in the car and going to put his money where his mouth is, and now his mouth where his money is, because he's going to have to fight out against some of the top media drivers in the country in Gazoo Racing Cup. Oh, thanks, Bevan. I appreciate that, bro. I try to look the part as much as possible. So, Bevan Schwartz, big welcome to you on YouTube. And, of course, a big welcome to all of our guys that are watching on Facebook, on both the channels that are out there. The Voice of Choice channel, of course, is always out there. And Extreme Festivals channel. We'll keep an eye on those comments, and we'll feed them to you as much as we can. We like the interaction. So, if you want your name mentioned, give us a good comment. It's always a good thing to do. Nicole Brett's here from Cape Town. Looks like Jody Innenfeld's come all the way from East London. We've got Willem Boysen coming all the way from Neisner. So it's all around the world that have joined us here for the Extreme Festival. And, of course, here at the track as well, because this commentary that you're hearing on our live stream is also going out live to the PA here today as well. So everybody out on the back banking and up at Zoc Club, the new Zoc Club, Turn 1 and Turn 2. Hope you guys are going to enjoy your day with us here today. We've got action as well coming from the Investchem Formula 1600s. Our single-seaters will be out on track. Their championship has been decided. We'll get into the thick of that a bit later on. But Troy Donenchek would like to make it 2 wins to finish up the championship nicely. On track, as you can see, the first race of the day is the SunBet ZX Masters Cup. We've got CompCare Polo Cup, And we got the global touring cars to sort out their championships here today. And to sort it all out, of course, that'll be happening later on this morning. The lunch break gives us a chance to get some fans onto the track. And if you are around the circuit, remember we have got the big fan walk that will be at about 1:10 this afternoon. Get yourselves onto the circuit, get up close and personal with all your favorite friends and drivers and riders that will be on circuit as well. So, as you can see, ZX10R Masters Cup are on there. So let's get down and pick up on some of the top gunners that'll be in the mix for tomorrow's racing, and a new man to the series as well, joining us for the very first time. SunBet ZX Masters Cup, and eventually we've got Jonathan
Sherwin
here to tell us how to pronounce his surname. At last.
Schwerin.
There's been a whole bunch, but we eventually got it right.
The way you say it, Greg, I'm comfortable with it.
You know, the nice thing about it is at least they recognize you when I say your name. And everybody that comes to talk to you says that can't mess it up. But you've had a good season. It's been a really lacquer battle at the back end of the field. I know it's not where you want to be, but if you're in a good dice, particularly in a bunch of riders that's up to 40 riders at some point, it's always a good thing.
100%. I think for me, any battle is a good battle, and just being with the family, the ZX Cup family, that makes me happy. Get out of work for a few days is great, and yeah, great bunch of guys, and I love the little guys at the back. Kyle Arming was one of my favorites. That was awesome at the back in the race too, and we're looking for something similar this weekend.
Sneaking in from West London, England, that is.
England, London, yeah.
Piers, how have you found coming to South Africa and being part of ZX10R Masters Cup for the first time?
I'm loving it. It's been a steep learning curve. It's my first time at this track, my first time on a ZX10R, my first time on a 1000cc bike actually, and so it's been 2 days of fast learning, but I've been loving it, yeah. I'm nervous and excited, I'd say.
Trevor Westman, what were you thinking?
Yeah, I've got a good mentor for sure. Trevor Westman from Project 60 is helping me out a lot. And
you've been working with him sort of on his Wednesday sessions and stuff at Killarney, so you know that track really well.
Yeah.
It's not too similar or too different from what you're racing on here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm used to Killarney now. I've been going there for 2 years, every Wednesday, as you said, and Trevor's been sort of my mentor there. Just getting used to a new track is something new for me, and just a different surface, and obviously a new bike as well. So, but yeah, it's coming gradually. Yeah.
We wish you all the very best, mate. More importantly, Jay, alongside there from East London.
Yeah, so that's Slummies.
From Slummies.
Yeah.
In fact, you've got a battle on your hands. Grand sprints, hot lap times, it's tight at the top. Championships up for grabs.
Championships up for grabs, 13 points in it. It is close, but you know, it's a long weekend, anything can happen. There's still another round to go, so we'll give it our best and see how it goes.
It's going to be a tough one out there, isn't it?
It's going to be tough, it's going to be hot. Trevor's very fast. We're getting a bit older now, we're not so fast anymore. But we'll give it a good go and see how it goes.
So we're back live with the SunBet ZX Masters Cup first heat of the day, and the championship is up for grabs. Only a couple of points there between the hot gunners from this entire season. It's been an absolutely amazing season, and looking forward to seeing all that race action now as they head down on their warm-up lap down towards turn one. We could possibly see a new lap record in the making today as well as we get into the thick of it. Well, I'm going to ask you, just if you wouldn't mind, on the screen here, I just want to pull my little corner screen down slightly, just give me a bigger picture of the race action. If we need to come to me in studio, of course, we can then go to that, but that corner screen is up on my screen inside. I don't know if you can pull that off or not. If not, don't worry. But down into turn two, a big field. Big field, we've got 25 riders about to go to battle now. This is the penultimate round of the SunBet ZX Masters Cup. They've got 2 rounds to go today, and then on the 18th of November, the final round will be sorted out here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Westman's on pole. Killer is the man who was in killer form yesterday and literally missed out on a 13-year-old lap record set by the Mac Attack, Stu McLeod, 13 years ago. Are we going to see that lap record broken today? Possibly set by the likes of Trevor Westman, the killer. Jonathan Sherwin is there as well. Look out for action with him coming through. We just chatted to him nicely. Nice man. Great to catch up with him as well. And he's always a good comment to have and someone to have a chat with just before we get into race action, because the idea there, of course, is to try and get these guys' names right on a few occasions. And I've gone with a couple of pronunciations on the Schwerin or Sherwin, as he likes to be known. A big welcome, of course, also a couple of guys jumping in here. Umaran Williams is there, and I see Willie Adlam, along with Luke Selby, Belinda Groenewald, and Moira Thompson. All these local and usual suspects have joined us in the house today. But you've joined us just at the right time, because we're about to go racing here with the SunBet ZX NR Masters Cup for the first time. And the first bit of race action heads down towards turn 1 here at Zwartkops. Heading towards 1. Is it going to be Westman with the whole shot? No, it isn't. It's going to be Graham Van Breda. GBBD sneaking up on the inside line, using that slightly dirtier inside line for a bit more traction. And he whole shots into 1 and holds on to it in 2. Up the inside, looks like Purificardi has a look. Damien Purificardi had a big crash yesterday, and he's now moved his way up into what is now second place on circuit. And he could possibly have stolen the lead there from Graham Van Breda as they came onto the back straight. We'll have a look at that as they do. Yes, he has. Purificardi leads out. Van Breda in second, Westman in third. Jason Lamb in fourth place. Got to just stay in touch with Graham Van Breda to ensure he's still got a chance of wrapping this championship up. Through turn 4, we pick up on the IM63 bike there of Safiso Temba. So not a bad start here for these guys as they get into it for the very first time, but it's a big, big fight expected. And I tell you, it's not going to be an easy one. These guys are really going all out, especially Jason Lamb there. Martin Lamb to give it everything he can to ensure that he can possibly stay in contention with the man out front there, Graham Van Breda. And Van Breda is the man to watch out for, because I tell you, he's certainly going to be someone that is up for the challenge and looking to take that number 1 plate and make it his again. He's got it on, but of course it becomes a very heavy target in the mix. So we are into a flat-out ZX NR Masters Cup, and first lap was led up by Damien Purificardi. A 1:08.3 there from a standing start. That's not a bad look at it. As we get into the thick of it a little bit further back in the pack, Henk Kruger had a phenomenal outing only a couple of weekends ago at the Brunch Run and Thunderbike class that they run here at Zwartkops. He was at the top of the pops there, but he's a little bit further down than what he'd like to be at this stage. Just outside that top 10, fighting with Johan Leroux, JLR, and Teddy Brook. Teddy Brook on the Brook Federation bike goes through there to the head top. There's Wayne Shedin away ahead of him, then a so that's how they line up as they head down the hill. Purificardi, Westman, Van Breda. Look at that start coming out of Hein McMahon as well. Slucky's right in there on the K9 security bike. That's the red machine in 5th place. Followed by, as always, Peter De Vos in the house. De Vos is such a good rider. Oh, what a move! Bangs up the inside from Trevor Westman, not holding back. Block pass into turn 2. Purificardi set it up, and Westman hits the front. And Trevor Westman now wants to try and push it as hard as he can. And remember, he wants to try and get to the front early on so he has a little bit of clear air. He's certainly looking to try and seal the deal in terms of his chances of that lap record. He just missed out. I think it was about 400ths of a second yesterday in the qualifying session. So the lap record is up for grabs, and that's what Westman is hunting down there on that Wayward machine of his. So Team Wayward Kawasaki Project 66, of course. The Project 60, I beg your pardon, bike leading those out. On his tail, and the Amalgam machine is right there. Not going to give him a run for his money, or is certainly going to try and give him one if he can, as they come back down into turn 8, GNH Transport corner. Coming out of that one, they head across the line to complete the first of 2 laps completed in this one. Nice start to this one, 10-lap race, and 3 laps. Okay? Purificardi was still at the top, but now we got a change up. It's Westman who leads out, and Westman is the man trying to close things down on that lap record. He's not worried about the championship. The championship battle is currently sitting in 3rd and 4th place on circuit. So Van Breda and Lamb, and at this stage it's Van Breda with the advantage. So can he close that gap down there on Jason Lamb after Lamb had such a phenomenal outing at the Kyle Army Round, best of the motor only a couple of weekends ago? On his tail is Hein McMahon. Peter De Vos just behind that. Vos and Shelley are fighting hard as they come up towards the top of the hill again. Back up through Gazoo Racing and still straight away there past their pitch borders. The new Zwartkops in 7 and flicking it over onto the left-hand side. Down the hill they come again into turn 8. Watching in the background, as I said, there's De Vos and Shelley. They're having their own little battle as well. Shelley closing things down there on the John Gonjosi Kawasaki of Peter De Vos. Jason Lamb, Tyre Mart, London, and the Max for Cars Kawasaki looking to get onto the back of the Stefanuti Stocks bike of Graham Van Breda. Doesn't quite bridge that gap yet. Van Breda staying in touch with Purificardi and Westman. It's pulling him slightly away. That comes Damien Purificardi on the inside of Westman into turn 4. quite get up there to make it stick though. And the look wasn't quite there. Purificati at this stage, fastest man on a 103.9. 103.9's coming out of Westman and Vanbrugh on the 104 deads. So 104 deads here, absolutely flying at this stage. Nice start here from Graham Vanbrugh. At this stage, fourth place battle, because Jason Lamb and him are fighting for 3 and 4. And third and fourth place at this point in time is a huge, huge fight, and it's the championship fight. Front end, it's for the win on the day, and it's for possibly a lap record coming out of Trevor Westman. So Westman's on it, and Dave Peterson joins me in commentary as well. Davo, nice start from this one, but Westman looks like he might be the man to beat this weekend.
I think so, Greg. He's got the new model of that Kawasaki ZX-10R, and I think around this track his setup is just coming to the fore. But look at that up on the inside. Good drive into 3 and oh, it's the most difficult place to overtake on this whole racetrack. So great stuff from these front 3 guys. Damon Purificati knows this track like the back of his hand.
No, he's looking good, he really is. Led for the first lap or so he got a nice hole shot. But Trevor Westman eventually found a way through as they head up towards turn 5 again.
On the brakes.
He's setting things up under the brakes there. Maybe not going to go just yet. Maybe we want to hang on for a little bit longer. He's not too worried about the 2 riders behind him, but I think what you're going to have to watch out for, Dave, is slowly but surely Jason Lamb is bridging that gap onto the back of Vanbrugh.
Behind that one, stuck in the background, having a fantastic ride, stuck a little bit in no man's land, and then behind that, Peter De Vos and Wayne Shelley, the 2 old protagonists in that Masters class, not giving an inch.
Yeah, the Class C battle, can you believe that? The Masters category, still fighting in the top 10 for 6th and 7th place. That's proper good. I mean, those guys are like into their late.
And I wonder if Wayne Shelley's got himself a clear visor this time around.
He probably has.
And just behind them, we've got Golgocci having a great run. Johan Leroux, not a great start from him. He's involved with Teddy Brook at the moment, and Hein Kruger. So Kruger in there as well. Further down, we've got Varenga, then we've got Safisa Temba, Peter Hazeman, and
Byron
Rothkold making a welcome return as well.
Now, nice to see those little fights all the way through. Of course, Reino Finicco having a good one with Golgocci. We've got Cruz and Schwerin. We spoke to Schwerin earlier in the day, and of course caught up with him just before the race. Ian Harwood, just in the top 20 there. And nice to see Landy Sinnen back on the bike after a big crash.
Yeah, she had a massive one at Kyle Army, remember that. Ian Harwood has a lot of problems setting up that new model Kawasaki. Looks like he's starting to get on top of it right now. He still hasn't quite cracked the lap times that he did on his old bike.
Yeah, he's got to get a little work there. But another nice little battle to keep an eye on there, of course, is the one just in the background there. We just saw Piers Lacoute all the way from London. First time out for him here at Zwartkops. So getting to grips with the circuit, getting to grips with ZX10, and fighting in amongst guys that he's never been on 1000cc before. That's pretty awesome stuff.
I think it's amazing because he's a 600 rider. He's ridden a lot of laps around Killarney, thrown in the deep end here. And he's another one of these riders who's found out ZX10 Masters Cup is actually a hotbed of hard racing.
No, it is. It is. And literally, you've got these little backs that form all the way through. The gap is definitely coming down there. Vanbrugh has to keep those eyes. We had the rearview mirrors on the back end of that motorcycle because that Max for Cars and Tyre Mart East London bike is closing in on the Stefanuti Stocks bike. And I think Vanbrugh could be in a bit of trouble here.
Well, it's a points race, isn't it? They don't care about the front 2 guys really at this point because Purificati and Westman, they're not in the finish. These 2 are. Look at that. And you can see Jason Lamb, all the way from East London, looks like he's got over his jet lag and he's starting to wake up now.
Yeah, I think so. There's no doubt about it. He had something special for breakfast. Maybe it was on the plane. I wonder if he got chicken or beef. But as they come across the line, it's another lap completed, and we're on to the penultimate one. So it's now or never time. That's why Lamb is pushing so hard. He doesn't necessarily have to beat Graham. He's just got to be there with him.
Well, that's right. I think to equal the points out, he's desperate. Don't forget, we've only got, after this, we've only got 3 more races this year. So it's getting tight. Jason Lamb has admitted this is not his best track. He said to me the other day, wishes they were in East London, PE, or Cape Town. But here he is, and he's doing very well. Absolutely fine.
Certainly. Graham Vanbrugh probably argue with a little bit more experience on this circuit, being a Gauteng-based rider. The Springs man probably made Red Star Raceway his home track, but this would be the sort of joker track if there had to be a second home track for him. At this stage, Purificati has not found a way.
Lamb.
And Lamb on the inside, and he's through. Beautiful stuff.
Western Lamb had a move. Greg, give me that 10 rand note that I bet you before this race, please. And I'll put another 10 rand on the front as well, because I think Damien is going to make a move on the last lap.
There's no doubt. He's not going to hold back. He doesn't want Westman to win. He certainly wants a chance of being the Gauteng-based rider beating the man from Cape Town. But Westman putting in the laps, and Purificati actually putting in a hot lap on that last part there. 103.852. So they're not quite on lap record pace.
Only 0.3.5.
Yeah.
Only 0.3.5. And it's quite warm right now. Yesterday was a bit cooler. So that's an amazing lap time. And don't forget, his bike is about 20 years older than Trevor Westman's.
Now you need to take into account we're coming into back mark.
Oh, yes.
This could potentially change things up for both Purificati and for Westman, possibly for Lamb and Bambara as well.
Well, I think the back markers are going to keep Picardi looking at that. Maybe coming up the shelf here. This could get interesting right now. So is he going to make his move at Damien? I think he's not going to try and use the back marker. In fact, he's just not quite close enough. It looks like Trevor's got a bit more spirit going up the back straight.
Yeah, Liverpool and Sonic. They're about to lap him. Not really in the lap mark. So Lubs has had a bit of an issue here. Here comes Purificati on the inside, trying to squeeze through, but he's not going to get there. He's just going to lose out, and the checkered flag is on standby, Davey. Across the line, it's Westman for the first one.
Oh, what a fantastic race. By the way, just speaking about Lubs, he had a big crash at Carl, and I believe on Friday he had another one here at Zwartkops. So I think he's just feeling it a wee bit, but what an incredible race. Oh, here we come, the old men. The old boys at it. They all had it.
Side by side.
It might have just gone to Peter de Vos. He just edged him out. Wow, that was an incredible finish for the old guy.
They actually slowed each other down, and behind him, LaRue and Henk Kruger closing in. So Kruger and LaRue, they're just slightly going to start at 6 minutes later on today.
Yeah, but fantastic. And it was great to see these guys racing. They're not riding around, they're racing. And I mean, look at that. Wayne Shelley, what's that? Less than 2 tenths behind Peter de Vos. Well done to those two guys. A punter, we didn't even mention him. Sorry about that, a punter. We didn't really see you out there. Johan LaRue and Teddy Brook. But what a ride from Trevor Westman and Damon Purificati. Really pushed hard.
Henk Kruger coming through 11th. They have Dave Beringa there. And the wheels, the machine doing a super job. The wheels online. Ahead of September for IM63. The Caravan Man was in 15th. Hazelman just beating out the Mad Magic Man in 50th there, Byron Rothwell. Renatus Flicker having a good fight there with Steve Ogotchi. The two of them were literally nose to nose there for a while, but at the end you can see Ogotchi fell
By the way,
back slightly.
Steve has improved 4 seconds a lap from the beginning of the year to now.
It's just at every track he's got better and better as well. It's really good to see that.
Hardwood, can't be happy with that. Hardwood will think he would have thought he'd do a little bit better than that.
Not sure though. So
Yeah, I suppose, but Ian Hardwood, I think, would have preferred a bit of a better result. But what a fantastic race. And we go further in Lanty Sinman. Great to see her back in the saddle, as well as Lubs. He had a big crash with Carl Army. Pierre's first time out, Pierce Moody, and Reggie Steele there in 24th
he had some
place.
problems, I think. He went
Yeah, 6 laps off.
So he had to go back.
So I was busy flying the drone while you were talking nonsense.
You've got to do some work for a change. It's quite nice. This setup, though, is looking good, Dave. I've got to tell you, really nice effort from your team. And the 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds team. This is the way to go.
Maybe Scott Seward wants to come to our little studio so we can see what it looks like here in the studio. Scotty, if you're hearing us, just pull us into the studio. We're going to have a little chat about this before I rush off. No, it happens down there.
There it is. There we go. There it is. Okay, now I'm going to get all this other stuff off here.
You've got to get that all off there.
I don't know how we do that. It's all new to me.
It's all new.
It's all new.
Okay, so there we are. That's the race from the ZX10Rs. I'm going to shoot up to the post race, see if I can grab. I'll see if I can get Trevor Westman. What do you think?
I think that'd be a good idea.
I think Trevor Westman will be good.
Yeah, maybe get Trevor Westman in to see how it all went, and possibly maybe one of the 2 championship contenders to see what their feelings on that first one.
Okay,
it's certainly closed up now.
I'm out of here. I'm going to go up there, and I'm going to go and get some riders to come down here.
It's nice to see him doing some work for a
change.
Yeah.
Stay with us. More racing to come.
So there you have it. Just going to get into our studio now as well. Just playing around with a few options here. There we go. So we're at Zwartkops. It's the final round of Extreme Festival. And the first bit of race action on track there came from SunBet ZX and our Masters Cup. Fantastic race effort there from a lot of these guys. And, of course, that's what we're going to be looking forward to throughout the day. If you're around the circuit and you're hearing us on the PA, massive welcome to all of you. I see a whole bunch of people up there on that Volkswagen Driving Academy's gallery and up at Volkswagen Driving Academy as well. Up that little short straight down the hill. Also picking up on some guys who have been involved with us for a long time now. So you can see that's the main straightaway. The home of the Extreme Festival sees the final rounds of both the National Championship and the Regional Championship wrapped up here. National Championship today, the Regional Championship, of course, on the 18th of November. And it's definitely something you want to have in your diaries. If you're here in Gauteng, it's the place to be on the 18th of November. If you're not doing anything today, other than waiting for those funny games to start later on this afternoon, where they throw the ball backwards to go forwards, do yourselves a favour. Take a little drive out to the west of Victoria and come and join us here at Zwartkops. The race action is going to be absolutely amazing. Picking up on a couple of other guys. It looks like New Zealand have just woken up, and they should be awake because Vanna Spit, you got a big day today against yours truly's team. The New Zealand-Ireland quarterfinal later on is going to be a big one, but I see that Vanna Spit and probably his whole family are there. Nikki, if you're there, Nikki next, and all the kids. Good to have you guys here all the way from New Zealand. You're right on time for the first heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. We caught up with a couple of the drivers into the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars Race 1. Let's go down and pick up on those pre-race interviews with the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, penultimate round, Warren Lombard. Different car, your car's not quite ready yet. Take us through what the process has been to get it here and hopefully have it ready for the final.
Sure, we had a 3-month break, and we thought we could get the car from ground up in 3 months, swap over engine, gearbox from our old car. Hasn't turned out like that. We've missed 2 races, and this week was close. We should be testing next week. Thanks to Sam for lending me one of his cars again to race, make up the numbers on the field, and we'll definitely be at the next race with a new car.
Terry, the numbers on the field have been up and down the whole season. It looks like there's a good progression for 2024.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. There's a lot of cars out there. There are cars for sale, but we obviously want to try and get as many competitors out on the grid at the moment. But it's presenting a few challenges. So hopefully 2024 brings a few more cars, and we want to get some young guys in, and we want to attract some new guys to our formula, not sort of old guys returning in that. But it's a work in progress.
So the work is paying off, I can tell you that much. In terms of the championship, though, Jules, it's up to you. You've got it all to lose. There's 140 points up for grabs from tomorrow's 3 races and at the end of November in the final round. So you've got to get it all sorted out for tomorrow, haven't you?
Yeah, well, look, we're just trying to treat this weekend like another event. Obviously, the pressure starts building near the end of the season. We're going to go with the flow. We've got the same format as we ran at Kalami this weekend, so it's just try and get up front for the first 2 races, bank as many points, and finish all 3. That's the main objective, and hopefully have a successful weekend and go for the championship.
All awesome stuff as we get into the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. I'm going to just bring into the studio quickly if I can. I'm going to find the right thing there. Not coming up on my screen now, I'm not sure why. Let me get the corner screen. Okay. Alright, cool. Let me just get out of that then. So there we go, picture in picture. Byron Rothwell joining me in commentary. B, take us through that first race. How did it go?
It was lots of fun.
Lots of fun, eh?
Yeah, lots of fun. Almost back to where I want to be. A little bit more work to do, but feeling good. Starting to feel strong again. So,
It's taken a while to get to sort of out of the big crash, and of course the bike being fixed, etc., etc. But the cool thing about that is you get a chance to get onto circuit with 25 riders today. It's
awesome.
only the penultimate round. Can you imagine what's going to happen at the final? It's going to be huge.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be really good.
Did you have fun in the little pack of riders that you were with?
I
Because
did,
it
yes.
looked like it was a bit of a mix up there with Sophie Sonya's.
Yeah, just couldn't get past Sophie Sonya's.
So maybe next time.
Yeah, next time.
Okay, awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Pete, for joining us. We're straight into Mobil 1 V8 Supercars now on circuit. Here we go. Heading down towards turn 1. Byron Rothwell joining me there on the Mad Magic car. Thanks, Byron. Even later on, maybe. And good luck with the next one. But down into turn 1, it looks like it is Warren Lombard who's starting to put the pressure on right from the word go. He's got to try and come through from the back of the pack. It didn't quite work out for qualifying for Lombard. We chatted to him now saying that his new car, or his old car, was not quite yet ready in terms of the action that was expected. But out front, Julian Familiaris is doing everything right in terms of the fight. And he, of course, is looking to try and wrap this championship up. There's 140 points up for grabs in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars over the 3 races today. And then, of course, over the racing that will happen on the 18th of November. So 5 races in total, 140 points up for grabs. For a championship fight in total between those first 2 cars, or first 3 cars. And then behind that, the 3rd car, of course, involved in the championship will be none other than Thomas Reed. So it's Julian Familiaris, Thomas Reed, ahead there of Max Adlam. Adlam a bit of a gap opening up now between himself and Terry Wilford. The red car there of Wilford into 4th place. Not quite up the pace that was expected, but you can see a slow car on circuit as well. And that's definitely an issue that came up right from the word go. Not expecting to see one of these V8 Supercars slow down so dramatically. They got past him and got past relatively easily. I think that was in 20 marks. They've gone through on there. So a little bit of issues there for in 20 marks. Familiaris leads out, Reeve in second, and Adam in third. That's the championship battle as Dave Peterson joins me.
Yeah, Familiaris, I mean, all he's really got to do is stay out of trouble, Greg. Let's face it.
Yeah.
To wrap it up, he's got 3 heats to go after this. So Julian's doing a great job at it.
Wolford.
Background and looks like Wolford has hit the bird.
Yeah, Wolford getting it maybe a little too heavy on the loud pedal, coming out at the 5. And that's spun that Schick and Fuchs car completely around. So he's going to drop out of 4th place right to the back of the pack. Lots of work to do for him. And in fact, that car that went past, I think may have been Andrew Katay from Katay Racing that has dropped to the back of the pack as well. So
Usually like a jet ski or a car. And yeah, in a V8, a bit more power than you say, up on the brakes. Very difficult to overtake around here, but I'm pulling my 20 rand out this time, Greg.
Okay.
And I'm going with Mackie. I think Mackie Adlam is looking dangerous.
Adam wants to try and make it a 7th title in a row, Dave. Can you believe that? That'll be the sort of a record of note. It was already a record when he did it 6 times in a row. You make it the Magnificent 7, that's your number, so that's probably why you're going with him, eh?
Well, not really. I think I did ask all the other drivers, who's the best driver in this field? And guess what they said?
Yeah.
Probably Mackie Adlam, actually.
No, I think so.
And his car is superbly prepared. I mean, that thing is absolutely beautiful. You have a good look at that car. If you get into the pits, go and look at that vehicle. It is beautifully prepared.
He's got a bit of rival from a previous champion. And now he's down that in a similar machine. So Franco De Matteo hasn't been at the last 2 rounds of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. He's back in the hunt now. And the reason he's come back, I think, is more importantly to play the team role. Because remember, he is teammates to the man out front there, Julian Familiaris. So is he going to try and pound the back?
It might well be, but I think Franco just had ants in his pants, and he was sick of sitting on the side of the road watching these thunder cars go around the track, because there are cars that make thunder, and it's amazing that they've been around this long and they still look so good on the circuit.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, we heard Kerry Wolford up front that they're looking to get a couple of the cars that are available for sale into the hands of younger drivers. Try and bring a slightly younger feel to this pack of cars.
In a slightly different spec as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's certainly the way to go if we see what's happening around the world. Getting youngsters into these cars would be pretty spectacular. Can you imagine the likes of sort of a Brad Liebenberg and a Machutzi in one of these?
It'd be scary, I think. See it, a young talent in one of these cars. Don't take away from these guys. They are really flying around this track. And these guys have ridden these cars. Mackie Adlam up the inside. He's definitely looking. These guys have done a million laps around this track. In fact, they've worn a groove in the tarmac. They've done so many. But take nothing away from them. But it would be great to see some young talent coming in. I think they're going to make them more Formula tires, but they won't have to spend as much money on rubber.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome to see Pirelli stepping in and becoming the official tyre supplier here after a long-standing relationship with the Goodyear brand. I mean, it's literally been over 40 years the Goodyear brand have been involved with what was originally the modified saloons and then into the V8 Supercars. So what happens with this class is that as soon as a sponsor comes in, because of the success of the class, they tend to stay for a long, long time. It's one of the reasons Mobil 1 looked at this category and have now stuck with it.
Yeah, it's a long-standing relationship, and Mobil 1 overseas are very keen on this category as we've got it overtake. Yeah, as we said, then Mackie's looking now. He really is looking at this championship. Mathematically, I think he has got it down, but it would have to be something very special to pull it off.
You win. That's the most important thing. There's 5 wins up for grabs. He's got to get the wins if he wants to beat Familiaris to the line at the end of the season. But it is, as you said, a mathematical chance. You saw as he went, De Matteo wanted to go as well. So I think De Matteo could possibly be there, potentially for the team.
And in the background, looking at Warren Lombard, also having a bit of a drive there. Not his own car, of course, wasn't ready in time. So Warren driving another car at the moment. And then we saw Steve Herbst in the background as well, trundling around probably 3 seconds off these front runners.
Yeah, at this stage, Herbst, all his own there. Oh, that's Katay. And Katay pulling to the sideline. So it looks like that might be the end of the day there for the Katay Racing Chevy. It's a big pity to lose him.
It looks fairly terminal. I hope it doesn't bring out the safety car. It's far off the circuit. We might be okay there, Greg.
Should be okay. And might be under yellows for a couple of laps just to tell the drivers that there is a car out there.
Look at Adlam on the brakes, though. Did you notice Mackie on the brake? Pulling 10, 20 meters on the brake straight away.
Talking about Mackie Adlam, he knows exactly where to take that car, how to get the car's maximum performance out of it. I actually was at his garage in Randfontein on Monday and had a good look. I mean, you can literally eat breakfast off that car. It is so well made.
That was on Monday.
So onto the brakes. He closes again on Familiaris. Familiaris keeping him at bay for now. The Corvette out front and has been since the word go. and we're literally into what is now the halfway stage of this one. So looking good at this stage. Mackie Adlam could potentially spoil Familiaris's day.
Up to the fastest section of the track. These cars are doing well over 200 km now up the back straight, up to the shaft, and then they jump on the brakes, get off the loud pedal, and it's amazing how quickly they stop these monster machines. Watch on the brakes how quickly they go right past the 100-meter brake mark before they even touch the pedal.
And of course, heading up on the top of the hill, that's the fastest part of the circuit. It's just over the 220 km an hour mark. They're able to do 140 first year. The kind of power we're playing with here.
And 145 in second.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just over there.
Very close ratio. Very, very close ratio. So this looks to me like Mackie Adlam is lining him up. And don't forget, Greg, tyre wear and tyre life is hugely important in this race.
That's going to last them all the way through to the next 4 rounds of this championship. 3 today, this one and 2 more, and then another 2 on the 18th of November at the Regional Extreme Festival final.
I think the front 2 cars would have new rubber on for this one, no doubt about it. Because when it comes down to this championship, they're not going to waste any time. Oh, Mackie Adlam
from the Corvette, eh?
I saw that, a little bit out of shape. As we mentioned, tyres starting to go off a wee bit. So we'll see what happens up on the back. Now watch Mackie Adlam on the brakes up the hill. Does he come alongside? No, not this lap. Maybe. I think he's just waiting another lap or 2. And movement behind him as well. Thomas Reeve having a bit of a go there with Franco Di Matteo. Look around the outside.
Yeah. Going to try and come back. Reeve will certainly want to stay there. Reeve has also still got an outside mathematical chance should anything go wrong with Familiaris or Mackie Adlam. So that's why I think Thomas Reeve.
I love the shot. The speed they come past the checkered flag area is amazing. Now, Di Matteo are going to try and get involved and do some team driving here.
If he can bridge the gap, I think he might, but I think it's a little bit too late for him to get to that gap. It might be too big to get to in this next lap and a half. We're onto the penultimate lap right now, Dave, as they head up onto that back straightaway. Familiaris just seems to have the pull out of the corners, but the top end of that Jaguar seems to keep him in the hunt.
Now watch at the top of the hill. If he's going to do it, it's got to be this lap, I would say. I don't think he wants to leave it to the very last lap. Not quite close enough, though. It's 20 meters now. He's got the whole up the straight, but I don't think it's enough.
Familiaris got a much better drive out of 2 and 3 and managed to bridge that little bit of a gap. It's about a car length, maybe a car and a half.
In the background as well. Cars are definitely trying it. Cars are trying. I think Julian Familiaris has got better grip. It's not down to horsepower, nothing like that. Better grip coming onto the back straight.
Sure. They come now to start the final lap. 1 lap board will be out there for them. And it's now or never time for Mackie Adlam. He's behind Familiaris. The margin between himself and Mackie Adlam. Adlam on the inside into the turn 2, but not close enough.
Okay, now they go to the fastest section of the track. This is where Mackie Adlam has been a little bit quicker through the race. So we'll see as they come up from turn 3 and turn 4 if he can do anything about it. It depends on the grip they've got coming out of these fast corners.
Oh, look at that. That Corvette just went through there on rails. Adlam also looking good. Not quite able to carry the same corner speed. Also, what we've seen with these cars in the past, Corvettes just seem to have that little bit more nimble ability as opposed to the bigger Mustangs and Jaguars that have been playing in this field for the last 2 seasons. So now that Familiaris has got to grips with his Corvette, certainly is a championship threat with his first victory. And they hang on to the championship lead.
He's extending his lead now. So 3 more races in this series to go. He's got one hand on the trophy, let's face it, as we come down towards the checkered flag. And it looks like he has got this one wrapped up by about half a second. It'll be interesting what will happen in the second race. Does he use a lot of time? We'll see.
Third race will be based on their fastest lap. So, still lots of action to come today from Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Hope you enjoyed that one. It certainly was one of our big spectacles. And, of course, the crowd here at Zwartkops always entertained by the rolling thunder of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. So let's get confirmation of the unofficial results right now. There could be possibilities of whatever else happened out on circuit. We didn't see much action other than Terry Wolford's spin. But Familiaris taking the victory from Adlam. Di Matteo in 3rd, beats out Thomas Reeve. And Tony Marks hung on for 5th place once Terry Wolford had gone off. But he came back on and still finished 6th. It's a good recovery through him. And in fact got through on Lombard on the last lap. So Lombard drops down to 7th in the Mobil 1 grid car and the Pep Boys automotive machine, beating out that prior instrumentation car Corvette there of Steve Herbst. And as we saw, Andrew Kitay parked on the sideline. We may have a little bit of break in proceedings now, Dave, so maybe you want to go catch up with some of these drivers and bring them into the studio. But with Kitay's car on the outside, they may have to get Big Macs out there
Okay, let me head off. I'll see who I can find in the pits and bring him up to the studio.
There you have it. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars Race 1 done. In the bag and the win for Julian Familiaris, extending his lead in the championship, keeping up the hunt from top 3. That's what he needs to do. Rolling Thunder now. We're going to show straight out of the SunBet ZX Masters Cup. That's how things getting up to the first one. Fantastic effort from all of our drivers. They're not going to hold back at all today. In most of these categories, the majority of these categories, they have championships wrapped up today. Not Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, not SunBet ZX, and not our next category. The next category is G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. If I'm not mistaken, I'm just going to double check my thought pattern there. I've got so many things in front of me today in the studio to keep me up to date with what's happening. Yeah. 10 laps coming away for arguably the most expensive field of motorcars in the country. About to go to battle again here at the home of the Extreme Supercar and Extreme Festival. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. It really has been top-notch from SunBet ZX Masters Cup and Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Nice big crowd here. It's a perfect day to go racing. As you can see, a small, very light breeze. Temperatures are supposed to get over the 30-degree mark later on today, so that may just play into the hands of a couple of teams that are going to look for a hot race strategy. And no pun intended on that in terms of the heat itself as opposed to the hotness of the actual race action. And expect to see a big one coming up there. Down in turn 2. How are you guys doing down in turn 2? You're on screen. Make some noise. Give us a shout out there if you can hear us on the PA. Yeah, we can see you up there. The guy in the Irish green checkered shirt. And a couple of guys walking past there where Lee Thompson's racing stable is. Up on the gallery. How are you guys doing? Are you all good? I can see you up there on the Volkswagen Gallery. If you can hear me on the PA, make some noise. Give us a shout out. We can see you there. That's at turn 4 on the grandstand, and up at Zoc on the grandstand. How are you guys doing? Are you enjoying yourself so far? I'm not quite sure if I'm going out on the PA. Can you guys hear me? I hope you can. If it's going out on the PA, well, then they'll probably hear me, but I'm not quite sure if it is going out there. Those two are certainly locked in for the whole day. Perfect position under the umbrella. The Coke and beers are flowing. Nicely done, boys. That's the way we do it. And it looks like there's a whole bunch of guys joining us online as well. So ZX10's second heat is about 1:30, Nicole, just answering your question there that's come through there. Paulie, any more comments coming from YouTube or from our other Extreme Festival page? I'm only picking up on my Voice of Choice's comments, so I don't know if anybody else has sent us any. I've tried to sort of give them a run for their money if anybody's dropped a comment in there. There you can see them lined up there. Sam Dahl is watching us from Finland. Big welcome to you, and also massive thanks once again there, I think, from Warren. Because I think Warren got into your car for this weekend, so fortunately you got a chance to go and play. The two G&H transport cars coming in the background there of Ricky Jonakaro and Jimbo Jonakaro. First car lined up there will be Stuart White in the Aston Martin. Alongside him on the left-hand side will be Exo, Zolile Letlaka. Those two teammates for this weekend. Ricky Jonakaro pulls up in the Stormbreaker. That's his Lamborghini Huracan. And his dad, Jimbo, G&H Transport's boss man. They're in the Lamborghini Trofeo. Gallardo Trofeo is always a good car to watch. And expect a nice big battle between them as well, further back in this pack of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Good recovery there from our Zwartkops / Kyle Army / Red Star Raceway marshals. Covering Andrew Kay's Corvette. They're rolling it back. And hopefully they get that cost product. As I said, he has to try and get back on track because they have got 3 heats of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars today. They've got to contend with. In the background, I can see a white Porsche that could potentially be driven today, I think, by Arnie Neveling. And also just a massive welcome, of course, to Arnie Neveling's sponsors who are here today too. Goscore lift trucks are in the house, and of course they're also one of the big supporters of the circuit. First, with our recovery stuff that is used around the track. Down below me in pit lane, I can hear the roar of very, very powerful machinery heading all the way down pit lane, and then going to go and take up the positions in the pre-race area. As you can see. So a little break there quickly just to get some refreshment in, but it gave me a chance also to get my good friend Julian Familiaris to come and join us in studio. I just want to bring him up on screen. Or Paulie, are you going to bring him up on screen for me? Picture on picture there if you can. There you go. So, Jules, that was the first one done and dusted. Yeah. Exactly what you needed to do. You had to try and get the win ahead of Mackie. Mackie was in the fight of note, though. He was coming through. He didn't quite get the start he wanted, but as soon as he got through on Reeb, he closed down on you pretty rapidly and had a few attempts to get through.
Yeah, look, Mackie's a 6-time champion for a reason. He's perfect on every corner and for the full 10 laps. So I knew when I saw him get through on Thomas that I had to put my head down. He did manage to close the gap more than I'd like, but he gave it a good fair fight, and he keeps it clean as always. So just big thanks to him, and hopefully we can repeat the same thing in race 2.
I think it's important to do that, because, I mean, we were just chatting, Dave and I, in the commentary. You guys have literally got now 4 more races left.
Yes. 2
today and 2 at the end of in the November event. So it's still all to play for.
Oh, 100%. The championship's still at stake. I mean, I think I only increased my lead on Mackie now by another 3 points. So he's keeping it alive, and he's making me work really hard for it. But I wouldn't want it from anyone else. So, yeah, I hope he pushes me, and hope we have a good result at the end of the day.
Thomas, I think, might have just lost out on that mathematical chance now, not having to be in the top 2. So it could just be a 2-way battle from here on out.
I think Thomas is still in it mathematically. It would take quite a bit. He has fallen, I think, on about 30 points behind Mackie. But, it's racing and anything can happen. So we don't stop pushing until the end and until everything's decided.
Yeah, that fat lady hasn't been called up yet, has she?
You know how it goes.
Well, Jules, all the very best. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. And, good luck for the next 2.
Thank you very much, Greg.
We'll catch you later on. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
There you go. Straight from the horse's mouth there, Julian Familiaris. Give us exactly what went down in that Mobil 1 V8 Supercar first heat. And, of course, we'll try and bring you more of that through the day so that you guys can see exactly what's going down here at Zwartkops at the final round of the Extreme Festival National Championships. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, more likely. Let's get in there. We're just talking about Global Touring Cars, that's why. But G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, and it's Franco Scribanti on pole. And the local man, CompCare Racing and Stradale Motorsports, Jonathan Dutoy alongside him as they head down towards turn 1. Will Scribanti try and get the whole shot? Looks like he has. That Porsche is very fast in a straight line and exceptionally difficult to try and find a way past on any circuit around the country, particularly here at Zwartkops. You can see some action already in the thick of it. Here comes a big move coming out of Charles Oranges, trying to get through there on Stewie White. Stuart White doing such a good job, and really, really awesome effort from him as well. And I can tell you something, Stuart White will be a man to watch out for. Look at him on the outside of Charles Oranges. Oh, there's a touch! A big touch there between White and Oranges. They came onto that back straight away. A huge moment there for him. I tell you something, there's a huge, huge battle on between the two of them as well. White coming together there with Charles Oranges on the back straight away, and it's the first time that they've come together as rivals on the circuit. So what a way to go here from a start point of view. Behind them, Zanila Latlaka had the best seat in the house, and in the background, I actually picked up on one of the cars going off. Yeah, there was another touch just in the background there, and it looks like it might be Juba. Yeah, looks like one of the Juba boys is gone missing, has ended up going right to the back of the pack. Just waiting for them to pick up on those cars. Two cars involved. Jabir is one of them. I think it might be Peter Jabir in the yellow Honda-powered Lotus, who's ended up in the kitty litter at turn 4. And we may even have a chance here of seeing a safety car. So safety car might have to be deployed because there are 2 cars stricken on the left-hand side into turn 4. Just trying to work out who that second car was. I think it may have been Morris Jackson. No, Morris Jackson. He, of course, is in the GT4 spec R8. That's why I didn't recognize it. And I know that GT3 is not quite ready yet. So Morris Jackson with the Mega Fiber Audi. The safety car is up. Vegas Romanti as he was the role of the safety car until that Pretoria Noord Toyota picks up on him. So, wow. There was nearly a big one between Charles Oranges on the back straight. That's the damage on the front end of Peter Jabir's car. So you got Peter Jabir in the Honda-powered Lotus Prestige. He's on the outside of turn 4 in the kitty litter, and he came together with Marius Jackson as they went into turn 4. I'm not quite sure we got it, Paulie, but if we did, we can try and find that replay. It would be awesome if we can. Have a look and see what happened. There's a Porsche pulling. Okay, so we didn't quite get that, but we may have it for, of course, other productions later on. Interesting to see. I saw Ollie pulling into pit lane. The Porsche looks like it might be retiring there from this one. But look at this. We've got a Porsche, Lamborghini, Mercedes-Benz, Nissan GT3 or R34 GTR. We're going to try and recover Jabir's Lotus out of the kitty litter and Marius Jackson's Audi just to the right-hand side of that shot. And there's quite a bit of debris into turn 4 as well. So that's not quite how they expected to start this one, I'm sure. Those two. But needless to say, we're still in for some lots of epic action here at the Extreme Festival final. So we're into lap number 2 completed. Going to be completing lap 3 with 2 cars stricken on the sideline. Just joined us on our Facebook feed, and everybody else. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves out there. Got lots of people asking questions from all around the world. Hope you guys are enjoying it there, Graham Niven. Chamonix over Watkins is in the house. I hope you're checking out the Casio timing there, Chamonix. Big green world. And one green interactive world. And four green There's only one green and gold team that is out there for sure, but it's not the one I support. I support they're actually going to be playing tonight, 9 o'clock tonight. Your World Cup champions are going to take on former World Cup champions. Regis Gamati, Pete Cut, Jonathan Boyd, Orangi, Stuart White, Dalila Letaka, and Charles Jabir. And a safety car because of an incident at turn 4 on lap 1 between Peter Jabir, the Lotus. It really does look good. He's just ahead of Momia in the Toys R Us Porsche. So nice to see a really big field of Extreme Supercars going at it here. And of course, the Extreme Supercar field down by 2. But certainly going to provide us lots of race action still. Uli Sana is at the back there for G&H Transport in the Z4. He's just behind Jimbo Giannaccaro in that Lamborghini Gallardo Trofeo. It looks like they're battling to get Jabir's car out of the kitty litter. There must be some front-end damage, a lot more than what they expected, because the Toyota Condor 4x4 wasn't able to pull it out. They may be waiting for Big Max to come and join them there at turn 4 to get that car out of harm's way. The block is down there. Medical team here at Zwartkops, always first on hand. Hunley and Doc are really amazing in terms of their ability to ensure drivers are returned unharmed if possible. And if they are slightly harmed or in injury in any form, we've got an incredible medical team here behind the scenes that keep us there. Red flag in the background I just picked up. So they're possibly going to bring this back to the start line. Scotty, our director, and Paulie, if you can hear me in the background, I saw a red flag, so possibly going to have to do a full restart on this one as they roll them down there. And I think the reason they bring the red flag out is they big action on the cover that injured. Of Peter Bears. Red flag just underneath the racing headquarters. You're up at Gazoo Racing. You're on TV at the moment. Make some noise. We can see you. That's always horrible to see. The race car being dragged out of Tipilita because it can't drive itself out. That's my favorite thing in the world to see as a motorsport commentator. Well, there's a red flag that just up on the grid. That's going down now. Retake their positions. Now, they completed a lap and a half or 2 laps before, and they've now completed 3 laps. So will this be a full restart, or are we going to just get a revised grid and start them on how they finished up? Juba climbs back in the car, and I wonder why maybe he's looking to get the steering wheel back on so they can get that car onto the back end of Big Max. But there you see our first heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars for today. They also have 3 heats. If I'm not mistaken, we'll just double check that. Yeah, 3 heats today. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars with 3 heats of racing today. And it looks like they're going to have to do some serious maneuvering to get Peter Jabert's Lotus back up and running. Anybody with yellow and black duct tape that's in pit lane, please head down to Peter Jabert's pit. They may require your help. Do some kind of patchwork on the front end of that Lotus, if it's able to be done. Marius Jackson's team will be on standby down at MJR Racing. I'll be looking for a chance to possibly wrap up things and get things sorted out. And there is Big Max, as I said, being called in to assist and get that. That's the reason why they had to stop the races, because they needed to get our official recovery vehicle from Zwartkops down to the area where the crash took place. I didn't see Paul, and I'm not quite sure if you maybe asked Scotty just to pan right slightly. Did Marius Jackson get going again? And I'm not sure if we can. Shot here, if we just pan to the right, we'll get to see if Jackson's car is also still stuck there in start of turn 4. Just zooming out will also help. Pan right slightly would help us out as well, just to give us an idea of whether that Audi has been recovered or got back on track on its own and made its way back into pit lane. If he's got back into pit lane, now that the race has been stopped, he can get the car fixed and still back on track. Yeah, it's definitely gone. Thank you, Paul. Thanks, Scotty, for that. So, yeah, just getting a shot there of the sort of wider angle of turn 4. Just on the right-hand side where the track and Kitty meet is where Marius Jackson's Audi ended up. But it looks like it is no longer there and has possibly made its way back in the pit lane. I don't have view out of my window of pit lane, unfortunately, so I can't see if Jackson's car is back on track or is in the pit lane, maybe getting some damage repairs. If they're able to repair that car before they roll from the line, he may be able to start from pit lane and then take up his position at the back of the pack. I don't think Juba's car is going to be ready though. So there you have exactly what's happening today, as we've got a couple of guys asking for a program of events. That's how it looks for the rest of the day's racing. We've got the first 2 races done at SunBet ZX and Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Then we're in G&H Transport Extreme Supercars at the moment. As you can see, they're starting on time, but now with a bit of a delay. Gazoo Racing SA Cup is up next. Then we go into the Investchem Formula 1600s, CompCare Polo Cup, and Global Touring Cars first heat. The lunch break, we'll see a bit of a fan walk with Extreme Supercars and Global Touring Cars on the main straight. And then we'll have Polo Cup, Formula 1600s, and the GR Cup on the back straight. Give guys a chance to get up close and personal with those favourite cars. We then go into the second heat of the day just after lunchtime, starting with SunBet ZX Master Cup at approximately 1:30. That may change now with this slight delay. V8 Supercars second heat, G&H Transport Supercars second heat, CompCare Polo Cup final heat of 2023, Investchem 1600s final heat of 2023, then into Global Touring Cars' final heat of 2023. We go into the second heats of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, Gazoo Racing Cup, and the third and final heat. And our last race of the day is Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. That's how it's going to line up for the next couple of hours here from the Extreme Festival at Zwartkops. That's a pretty rapid recovery there of a slightly second-hand Lotus. Toyota Condor makes its way back into its position. The Toyota Corolla that is provided for our medical team will make its way back into pit lane. They'll take the shortcut just to the right-hand side of that Corolla. There you see it making its way through the shortcut and back into pit lane. So we don't have to delay too much further the restart of the first heat of the GNH Transport Extreme Supercars. Paul, if you want to, maybe we can just get somebody to go and try and find either Marius Jackson or Peter Jabert. Maybe ask them to pop up here to the studio so we can get their insight as to what happened in that crash. Might be quite a nice one to get. Maybe Marius Jackson's available if he is. Maybe get him up here to our studio. We can get them here if we can. While the race is on, it might be quite nice to also get an insight from one of the drivers. I know I spoke to Stuart White yesterday. He might pop in at some stage to come and have a chat with us too. And no matter what's on track, he can basically chat about it, because there's not a lot of racing formulas that Stuart White has not participated in his racing career. So might be quite lucky to get the White Lightning there from Gazoo a chance to have a chat with us. We used to call him Baby Vettel, but we can't call him that anymore because he's basically on the same level as Sebastian Vettel is now, after having, I think he said yesterday, 17 different heats of race action that he's participated in. So we're still under a red flag there. We didn't quite get a chance to have a pre-race interview there, Paulie, but we've got 3 heats to play with here today, so we can bring in those pre-race interviews a bit later on, I think, and have a chat to Zolile Latlaka, Marius Jackson, and to Stuart White as the Pretoria Noord Toyota 86 rolls off the line. We're back under starters' orders. So it'll be a warm-up lap and then back into race action. I see they've given us 8 laps on the timing monitor. So it'll be an 8-lap sprint race now for this first heat of GNH Transport Extreme Supercars. I wonder if Ranjis and White are going to get up close and personal again as they did on that back straightaway. Did I just see the Audi of Marius Jackson on the grid? I think I might have. Paulie, just double check me there. The black Audi in... Oh, he's there. He's back. So we're definitely not going to get Marius Jackson, Paul. We might have to try and find Peter Jabert and ask him to pop up to the studio if he can. But Jackson was able to recover that Audi, get back on track, get the damage repair done, and he's back on the circuit and in for the fight here for the next part of the day's proceedings. All the way from the Green Isle, my good friend Tyron. I think you're going to be supporting the right team tonight there, Tyron Albert. Not the team that plays tomorrow night, the team that plays tonight. Speaking of a good team, that's a nice team to be involved in. Toys R Us's Porsche, driven by Mo Mia. He does an incredible job all around the country, and of course also supports local categories at various tracks as well. So the Motor Mouth is in the house with us today. Just Mo Mia. Around various racetracks they go to. A chance to win some Toys R Us vouchers. We're not doing them today though. We'd love to be doing them today, but we didn't quite get that one right. We've got so much to do today with our new studio setup that we haven't quite got everything dialed in. We've got some nice polishing to do here, but it certainly is working really well so far. I hope you guys are enjoying studio aspect after each of the heats of racing. Franco Scribanti leads out Jonathan DeToy. Stuart White side by side with Charles Oranges for the second row. Zolile Latlaka, Charles Jabert. Gianni Giannacaro, Ricky Giannacaro, Marius Jackson, Joseph Ellery, Nicky Dix, and Jimbo Giannacaro. The back end of the pack, Momia side by side with the Z4 from GNH Transport Racing. And that is piloted by Udi Stana. So the former big boss man of BMW in a Z4 at the back of the track. Driving for his big friend, Giannacaro, GNH Transport Racing stable. We one car down. Might come in this one. Has anybody got what it takes to beat out Franco Scribanti in that all-conquering Porsche of his? He has had some days where he's been vetted. Particularly here at Zwartkops. Very far. Great see how he's rolling down. Here we go. Are we under safety car again for another lap? They're giving him 2 laps on the safety car here. Not quite sure why. That safety car has stayed out. Maybe it is just all for everybody getting back into the tyres. We're going for a start, but they're not quite up to start yet because that Toyota 86 still leads this pack. It's not quite start time just yet. A little bit of shuffling around from some of the cars in the background. They thought it was good to go. I thought it was good to go as well, so for a couple of us out there. This time, though, by the time it gets up to turn 5, the lights will probably go out on that 86, and I think we're now good, clear, and ready to go racing. Hope the team has taken into account potential safety car issues like this and a restart. These are additional laps that potentially wouldn't have been on the card for a 10-lapper. We've 3. We've done another 3 warm-ups, and we've still got another 8 to go. So I'm hoping that cars have got enough fuel in them. Sometimes these teams decide to run the fuel on the very limit to keep the weight down on the cars. We will dictate the pace across the line ahead of Jonathan Joy, Stuart White, and Charles Oranges. Slotting in behind Oranges is Charles Jabert. 2 Charles on the inside line. Gianni Giannakara in the Bisc Logistics car on the outside. Lights out and we're racing. Once again, a big dive on the inside there from Charles Jabert. Getting through on the race. And it's Charles Jabert up in the 4th place. Make that 3rd as he goes inside the Mercedes and gets through into turn 3 onto the back of the Lamborghini. Juba. That's Mercedes-Benz powered Lotus Elise, if I'm not mistaken. And it now runs in 3rd place ahead of the AMG. Side by side against between Stuart White and Charles Oranges. White goes inside. White very late to the race. Top of the hill is going to make that stick with Charles Oranges. He is. Stuart White up into 4th place. White lighting up to 4th place. Oranges settle for a battle with his teammate XO. So Lilo Latlaka in the Lamborghini Huracan now starting to close down onto the back end of that AMG Mercedes-Benz. So we've got an AMG Mercedes-powered Lotus running ahead of Aston Martin. Phenomenal. The GT3 option there inside of Jabert. And looks like Oranges is going to go with him. Oranges is going to try and use the open door to squeeze through, and he does. Oranges finds a way through on Charles Jabert, who opened up the door with Stuart White, forcing his way through, and Oranges dived on the inside and went with him. They change up for 3rd place now. White in 3rd, Oranges into 4. They're into 5, into the clutches of XO. Like a closing on the back end of that Lotus. Always right now, 3rd place. There's the dive from XO on the inside of Jabert. Does he make it? He does. They got Gianni Giannakara in the background. Gigi looking for a way. Can he find it? No. Jabert just able to get back onto some pace of some kind. He's lost a little bit of pace, not quite as fast as what he was on that last lap, but lost that one lap. Francos Gramanti. Wow. How's that for a lap time? 58.58 from Francos Gramanti. Ahead of the 59.096, the 59.063 from Stuart White, and a 1 minute flat from Charles Oranges. The first 4 cars either within 2nd or just under the 2nd bracket. We're actually brought to you by up to 60 seconds and 2 wheels, and we're under 60 seconds right now for those first 4 cars. There, once we get back, that's Gianni Giannakara. Coming out of turn 3 behind him, Giannakara, his brother. Really reeling in. And Lotus of his brother and Charles Jabert. They all run in separate classes, of course, so if we look at how the classes stand right now, all the fights on there with Francos Gramanti, Jonathan Detroit, and Stuart White. They are all A-plus cars in the first 3 on track. Charles Oranges is the first of the 53 cars. Gianni Giannakara in the 53 cars. Class A, Marius Jackson ahead of Hillary and Mobil. I think it actually might be Ricky Jonakaro who's in Class A as well. I don't know if he's A+, but he might have changed things up according to the timing monitor. He is in A+. That's a nice fight, though, for Class A. That's for second at the moment in Class A. There is the leader of Class A, Marius Jackson, NJR, and Mega Fiber Audi. Ahead there of Joseph Ellerine. He's also part of that NJR Motorsport team. But Toys R Us, Porsche, Momia, all over the back of the young driver. Can he find a way through? Momia on the brakes, number 5. Closed. They go through the AMG Driving Academy corner. Porsche on the inside this time. Ellerine giving him a little bit of room to play. Not a lot. Trying to squeeze around the outside. Can he find a way past? It's going to be interesting to see whether he can. Ellerine's on the inside line for now, trying to hang on. Is he going to be able to do anything about it? Oh, it's close. Joseph Ellerine had a big look from Momia. Yeah, nearly through. With that that's allowed Nicky Dix back into the hunt. So Nicky Dix now in with a chance of spoiling the day here for these two. Dix, of course, also going to be fighting for a chance to be in that Class A battle. So this is the second, third, and fourth place battle in Class A. As Jackson, there he is, on the back straight. We're going to try and close things down and stay away from these first three. Turn 5 in the AMG Driving Academy. Momia is in the front of that battle now. Toys R Us Porsche ahead of that NJR Audi. Prevent air conditioners Porsche now onto the back end of Ellerine. Ellerine in the Audi. He's looking for a chance now to try and get back, if he can, onto the back end of that Toys R Us Porsche Momia. Another lap. As they come flying through here, this is Franco Scaramenti leading his out over Jonathan Detroit and Stuart White, but the gap between them has opened up pretty dramatically. The fight we've been concentrating on here is the one for Class A. And Marius Jackson leads out. There is the leading Audi. That's second place Porsche, and the third place battle now hit. Oh, Ellerine's got a problem. Just Ellerine with a problem. Prevent Porsche going around the outside of the Audi relatively easily, and I think Joe might have a little bit of an issue there. Ellerine topping behind the Porsche now of Nicky Dix. Going to try and get it to the end of the race. We'll have to wait and see. There's only 2 laps to go as we concentrate now and back into the intentions of the lead. And there it is. Franco Scaramenti, the demanding performance. 58.492 in the Porsche. An incredible run there from Franco Scaramenti. Way ahead now of Jonathan Detroit. Detroit's best lap, 58.822. So 0.4 of a second, almost half a second between the Porsche and Franco Scaramenti and Jonathan Detroit. The gap that's opened up, there's nearly 5 seconds between them. So Scaramenti comes down to the line. He'll be looking to possibly get that last lap forward, I think, as they come across the line this time. Yeah, 1 to go. Scaramenti from Detroit. Scaramenti's just in the background there with the light on, warning Uli Spanner there. V8 Transport Z4 that he's coming. We're looking at those lights behind him and realizing that respect AMG Mercedes-Benz is right there. Looks like we might have lost Stuart White along the way somewhere. He's dropped down into 12th. There's a little fucker run from him here in the closing stages of the restarted version of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Kept down easily now because of him rolling out, but it's enough in hand there. Last lap, Franco Scaramenti to take the first of possibly 3 victories. Scaramenti wins out, Detroit in second. Take the win in the GT3 class with that third place. The little attack was third in class. We'll go to the in the background, we're waiting for these guys to come down. This is Charles Bear. Maurice Jackson will take the winning Class A. Or will he? Because that's Jackson on the left-hand side of that shot, Paulie. Is that Maurice Jackson pulled to the sideline? I think it might be. That could change things up. That's definitely Maurice Jackson who's going to the side. Which means we're going to see Mobil, the Toys R Us Porsche, coming through for 9th place overall and the win in Class A. He'll beat out Maurice Jackson. That's right, I don't think he will beat. He's on the sideline. But if you want to check out the timing, get on to our timing monitor, live timing with Speed Hype today. Franco Scaramanti takes the victory over Jonathan Latoy, Charles Orangi, Lula Lataka. In terms of the classes, Franco takes the class A plus, Charles Orangi's taking the B3s, and Maurice Jackson is classified as the winner of Class A. That's changed up on my timing. Momia taking the victory. And then it would have been Joseph Ellerine. So that's your GNH Transport Extreme Supercars first heat of the day. And now we head into Gazoo Racing. As you can see, they're waiting in the pre-race for the Yaris Cup and 86 League combined. So up next, we're going into the Gazoo Racing Cup for SA. It's a 6 cars in the Yaris League, 6 cars in the 86 League, and of course a battle still to be had here for second place in both those respective classes here this weekend. So we'll stand by for all that action coming your way, and looking forward to a big one. Looks like a bit of a problem with the microphone. Hopefully the microphone is now sorted out. We've changed microphones up top here. Otherwise, I'll just swap microphones with that. Paulie, how's the sound? Much better this time? Thanks for sorting that out. Also just picking up on our 86 and Yaris League drivers making their way out onto track. We caught up with the contenders for second place in the 86 League yesterday. Let's go and find out what the plans are there from Chad Lockwood, Dennis Dropper, and Mark Jones. To the Gazoo Racing 86 League final round of the championship, gentlemen, and it's down to the 3 of you who's going to have what it takes, unfortunately, for second place. Chaddy?
Yeah, second place. So Chopper's run away with it, and rightfully so. We'll take nothing away. The man has been consistent and dedicated, and he's been the man to catch. So good on him. We just didn't have that pace. But now the battle between the 3 of us is, there's a point between it. Mark and myself are tied on 36 points in third place. Dennis has a narrow lead, a 1-point lead, 37 points in second place. And that's a single race heat from switching around.
Dennis, your plan of action to keep these 2 behind you?
Well, first I'm going to have to somehow get onto their pace, because Chad especially is really on it in practice today. So we'll see how qualifying goes. I've got a couple of ideas on how I can improve my lap times, and hopefully I'm up there in terms of the lap times. At the moment, not there, but you know what? It's fun. None of us are real racing drivers. We play racing drivers, and we're here to have a great time, and we are.
Yeah. You've been given an opportunity of night, haven't you, Johnson?
100%. What a privilege. I mean, people dream of doing this. They come and watch this. We get to do it.
Yeah.
As Toyota Gazoo Racing Works drivers. I mean, come on. Look at the talent here. I mean, we're extreme athletes at the peak of our careers, you know, so...
Yeah. The PR must be a night. I mean, the paparazzi that arrives at your pits afterwards is a hair raiser.
It's like dating a Kardashian. You don't understand. It's just next level. I mean, and then you see it all out there on the track. I mean, we just hit every apex, every exit in the grass.
Hardly make mistakes.
Never. No, listen, we're good. We're really good.
But it's always says, have an absolute blast up there tomorrow. I mean, yes, the championship is sorted. It's not really a championship. It's a bit of a fun and games one. But I know amongst the 3 of you, there's no holds barred.
No, there won't be. It's been tooth and nail. I've had battles with both Dennis and with Mark, and great epic battles that have lasted several laps. So it really genuinely can go any way. It's home track in front of family and friends. It's the final race of the season.
So no pressure.
No pressure. Yeah, none whatsoever.
And I just want to rub them both.
There you have it. Good luck. Thank you. So Gazoo Racing Cup on track at the moment, getting their warm-up laps in, getting those heat into the Dunlop tyres. And of course, those Dunlop tyres are going to be working hard here with the 86 League and Yaris League about to go at it for their penultimate race of the season. They've got one more later on this afternoon, and that will wrap up 2023's championship. Saad Variawa has already wrapped up the championship in the front class. And of course, the battle for the 86 League was wrapped up down in Cape Town as well. Joining me in studio as well is my good friend. It's good to have him here as well. Fantastic. You can keep your cap on as well if you want to there, Franco. But just before we get into the Toyota 86s, they're about to kick it off here with the Yaris League. And there we've got it. Franco, a nice start to today's racing there. Looks like it was pretty much lap record pace from that Porsche from the word go, bud. Sorry, say that again.
I think Stuart got the lap record there because I see he is on pole for the second race.
Okay.
In amongst humping and barging that seemed to be going on behind me, managed to out fast me there. So
okay,
well done to him.
So you just found a little bit of clear air to get that lap record in there. Eh? So it is lap record pace that you guys are running, which is pretty awesome stuff considering the heat for today.
Look, I mean, the pace that these cars are running at, I don't think anybody thought imaginable. And now in this heat, it's unbelievable, actually. So, yeah, I think everybody's moved forward.
The nice thing about it, of course, is you got that first victory in the bag. That's kind of setting things up. Oh, we got a massive crash. Sorry to jump in there, but a big keep on screen as well. We got to keep action on track as well as action on the studio side of things. And a big moment there for one of the Yarises. That's the all-black Yaris that's out there as well. So, that's a big moment as well. Climbing out of the car, fortunately, the driver's okay. That's always a good thing to see. But it means we're going to have to bring this to a little bit of a stop in the proceedings for this first heat of Gazoo Racing. Gazoo Racing Cup has been something pretty spectacular to watch as well. And Franco, you've seen it as part of the Extreme Festival. They're trying to bring through young drivers, not only from the racing scene in terms of karters or people that have been involved in motorsport, but we've got young guys that have come out of the sim racing world that are now involved in this kind of championship. And it bodes well for the future, doesn't it?
It does. Look, it's a whole new world out there with the sim. I can't get used to it. I'm too old for that. But yeah, it's definitely good to see young blood coming through to carry on with the sport.
It's what we need. We certainly got to get these guys in there. And, of course, youngsters into your class might be a good thing as well. Looks like the 47 car was involved in that as well. So, Sachaba Mashigo and the 47 car dropping out of the pack. There was Ryan Naka and Bjorn Berthold. So Berthold could possibly be one of the drivers involved. I'm just looking at that black car, Paulie. 77, so it is Ryan Naka then, I think, who's involved in those ones. So it's Naka and Berthold who came together, the two sevens that are coming there. I didn't recognize the car because it's all black this time as opposed to his normal colors. And maybe that's because they had some damage to the original car that he would be racing. There's some serious damage to that one right now, which is a big pity. But it'll probably bring the red flag out. We're going to have to restart this one anyway. And there you go. Our medical team, once again, they've had a tough day so far this morning. A big crash in your one. You weren't really involved in it, but you went through and you saw. It's a pity to lose cars like, we didn't lose Jackson's car, but we lost Peter Joubert's car, and he was kind of in the mix there for Class A and A+, is it?
Yeah, look, I saw him on the side, but obviously from where I was, especially on that first lap, I just said eyes front. So the fact that there was not much happening behind me, I knew that there was trouble going on at the back there.
Something had gone down.
Yeah, which is fine by me.
The one nice thing about the sort of arena feel of Zwartkops is as you come down the hill, if there is something happening at turn 4 or up the hill at turn 5, you kind of still get a little bit of view of it, don't you?
Yeah, you can see what's going on. You can adjust your pace accordingly.
And, of course, as soon as that safety car came out, you must have thought, oh, no, here we go.
There we go.
I just got a nice gap.
Every gap we built is just back to square one.
Yeah, just Constantine, as you back again, you got to redo it.
Yeah.
Take us through the feeling that you have as sort of you're in under safety car for a while, and then all of a sudden the clerk of the course says, no, listen, it's it's worse than we thought, red flag. How do you readjust and get yourself back into that frame of mind to restart?
Look, you just got to get back to when you started. I mean, it was for me in that particular race. I didn't like that because I knew that Stuart White was going to be the big problem. and he had been forced back, but by the restart allowed him to start again. But it looks like they got up to their shenanigans again. So,
did you keep an eye on the left-hand wing mirror by any chance and see Charles Jabez start? Because he came out of nowhere.
I saw some colour in close the door, yeah. Hope he
doesn't dive you,
yeah. But there was something seriously fast coming up on the left-hand side.
No. Listen, I don't know what those tubers do to those Lotuses, but they certainly have got a good turn of pace.
No, they jump.
It's good to have them back in again. Thank you so much for joining us in studio. Hopefully we'll get to see you a bit later on. But before you go, just want to say from our side, a massive, massive condolence to the loss of Chelsea. I know he's been a stalwart in motorsport, and he's certainly going to be missed by all of us here in the studio.
Thank you.
So all the very best for the rest of the day. Thanks again, mate.
Thanks, Greg.
Have a good one. There you go. Quick chat there with our race 1 winner from G&H Transport Supercars. Francis Garanti looking for another 2 today. But you can see there, a huge moment. Paulie, did we get that by any chance on a replay? Maybe we can have a look and see exactly what went down. Okay, so we were with the 86s at that stage when Ryan Nike came together with Bjorn Berthold. But a huge moment there for them. And now a little bit of work to do for our Zwartkops marshalling and, of course, Zwartkops / Kyle Army / Red Star, because they're all one now. Dave Peterson, that's not the kind of start we wanted to today, is it?
Particularly from this group, Greg, because, the journalist guys are not deadly serious, let's face it.
No, they're not.
So to see this type of incident, it's a pity we see this happening out on track. Unfortunately, motorsport is a bit dangerous. It's not like going shopping down at the supermarket on a Saturday morning. We're racing around Zwartkops at very high speeds. Yeah. And by the way, I don't think many people realize just how fast these GR Cups are actually going around here. These are a serious racing car. This is not a toy,
No, it's not. It's an all-wheel drive car as well, which is pretty spectacular from the point of view.
You're allowed to play on your phone while we're on.
No, I'm not. I'm getting the stats on it, so I can give you the exact stats on the car. I'm not playing on the phone.
So as usual, Greg Maloney hasn't done his homework. He hasn't done his homework.
This is how new commentary works, Dave. It's no longer a situation you've got to try and keep it in the back of your mind. There's so much to remember, and of course, when you've got the likes of Rion from Toyota.
Greg, I can't even remember what day of the week it is. How am I going to remember what this car's doing? I know they're turbocharged and they're four-wheel drive. That's pretty cool for me.
That'll work, eh?
But as we look at the pictures there, glad to see Ryan got straight out of the car, Ryan Nike. He jumped out of the car, not injured at all. It says volumes for the strength of the bodies and chassis on these cars. Obviously, the seat belts. I mean, they're set up as race cars. These are not just road cars put on the track. So if you want to go through your stats, I think you might have found them.
Just going through the stats of these cars. I mean, the Yaris itself is a standard road going car that they converted into a race car. It's a 3-cylinder 1.6 turbo. It's got 200 kilowatts of power. So to turn 3, you're going to be exiting at close to sort of 150, 160 k's an hour. Up towards 4 and 5, going to over the 200 k an hour mark. And if you look at the lap times they're putting in, they're on very similar lap times to real race cars that are racing here today. So you know that a standard road car out of Gazoo Racing that you can buy off the showroom floor and then go shopping like you said you would normally be doing on a Saturday.
Well, power to weight ratio, I mean, in an old money, that's 300 horsepower.
Yeah, exactly.
300 horsepower. My Chevy Lumina V8
pretty much on there
makes about 300 horsepower.
Yeah.
And these things weigh half of a Chevy Lumina. And handle about 10 times better.
And then you've got these young guns at the wheel that are not prepared to hold back. They want to give it everything they can. You know, the championship battle is for second today. Saad has wrapped it up. So Berthold, Vostanis, he's pulled out. So he's going to be racing, of course, in the GDC Super Cup later on today. But you've got Berthold who has a chance. And Ryan Naka certainly looking to try and make a name for himself.
Well, now he's made a real name for himself, hasn't he? He's put his name in the wall there. But Berthold, I did speak to him just before the race, thinking he'd be pretty nervous and, you know, youngster coming out here in front of this huge crowd, by the way, at Zwartkops. If you're in the area, pop in. But I chatted to him just very briefly, and cool as a cucumber. Absolutely cool. These kids have been around a long time. I mean, they are up and coming, but they've been there, done it.
Look, the cool thing is, and Paulie can probably set that up for us, in the next heat, we'll get a chat to some of them. We've actually got to chat to Ryan Nike, to Tariq Adam, and to Bjorn Berthold yesterday, and they spoke about the look and feel of what Yaris Cup has been, and how they've been sort of mentored through the season by Bucketless Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing as to how to become a professional racing driver.
And as much off-circuit as on.
Yes.
I think a lot of the lesson they learn is how to behave with the media, how to behave with the public, how to behave with the pit crew. Very important in motor racing. A lot of people detach themselves from all of that, and they just think they can get in the car on a motorbike and do their own thing. Motorsport, believe it or not, is a bit of a team sport.
Yeah, 100%. And there's a lot of effort that gets put in behind the scenes before the driver climbs into that seat and goes to battle. So that's got to be taken into account. And of course, what they've also found is they've got to learn how to change, in terms of Tariq Adams' point of view, the sim racing world into the real world. Because on a sim race, if you get into a situation like this, it's literally...
I don't know how you can even equate it, Greg. Sim racing, this is a new word to me, which happened during lockdown.
Let me explain to you. The technology that's in sim racing is exactly the same technology that bucket list racing is using to set these cars up. That Motec system that goes into the cars to set up the telemetry and all the data capabilities and catching, as well as the setup of the car, you can do exactly the same thing on your car in a sim race. That's how the technology works. And that's why a lot of the F1 drivers and the seasoned campaigners in big championships around the world use the sims to get their eye in for a race that they're going to be going to.
Now, it really is amazing to me that you can simulate whatever you can do out on a racetrack. And we know that Formula One, they do a lot of simulation. I mean, a lot of these drivers haven't been to a circuit before.
Yep.
They get there and their first flying lap, they're already on the pace, means that their simulator has given them everything they need.
Exactly.
One of the days we used to arrive at Spa-Francorchamps, for instance.
Yeah, I take a walk
South
around.
Africa, by the way, South Africans' favorite racetrack, all South Africans.
Yes.
You arrive at Spa-Francorchamps, in those days, I think it was 8-point-something Ks, and the first time you get on the track is the first time you've seen all of it.
Yep.
So what you tend to do is go for a little jog around the track.
Correct.
Pretty cool. It's 2 laps, 16 Ks. You're getting
Nice
close.
little warm-up.
You're getting close to almost half marathon. But that's the only way you learn the track.
Yeah.
And Suzuka, when you get to Suzuka, for instance, you can't even jog around the track because the circuit is booked 24/7.
Jeez.
So the day that practice starts for the MotoGP is really the first time you get on the track. And
Wow.
you go out of the pits blind. I mean, you know that you're going to go down the straight and turn right,
Yes.
and hope that
And
that's,
you've seen it on TV, maybe.
and hope you're going to get around the right hand. That's about it, you know. Which, by the way, I did crash at that right hand eventually.
Listen, I'm gonna
But these guys, sorry, Greg,
No,
just
no.
the sim thing, it's actually amazing, to be honest. To be honest.
No, it is. And if you look at what they did during our lockdown period, I mean, a lot of guys went and spent a lot of budget putting their sims together. There's guys that are running up to R1 million sim setups that they've got. It's a proper racing seat. The gearbox and the pedals and the steering wheel is exactly the same as what they'd run in their cars. So they can do all of the setups and stuff and adjustments that they do in their cars on the sim to get them practicing for how to adjust the brakes, how to adjust the steering, how to play around with whatever settings they can do. They can do it on their sims as well.
Well, technology. But let's get back to live pictures here, Greg. Looks like the Zwartkops marshals once again doing a magnificent job just sorting out what mess there might have been. There might have been some fluid spill there, just looking down the way they're throwing a bit of cement dust down. So it's way off the racing line. I don't think that'll affect things too much. But just cleaning up the circuit a wee bit before we continue with this race. So we'll have to get confirmation on how many laps would be remaining. I think they'd probably go back in with 4 or 5 laps remaining at this point.
Yeah, well, look, what I've got here at the moment is on the restart, it says we're going to go to a 7-lap race. So if that's the case, we'll get confirmation.
So it's 7 laps to go. And also, just by the way, you know, our TV production here today, races like this are so difficult because you've got 2 separate categories.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we have 1 camera crew around the circuit. This is not like MotoGP or Formula 1, where they have 4 camera crews on each corner.
Yeah.
So you get everything. Unfortunately, so Scott Seward, our Supersport director, he's jumping between cameras, trying to pick up all the action.
Yeah.
Hence, a bit difficult for us to get the replay of that accident. So,
but we might have the replay for our TV.
Well, we will have, we will have, because we do record every camera.
Yes.
Of course,
So that crash might come out on our TV production.
So it's quite a big production we do here.
Yeah, for sure. And also, you know, with the new look and feel today with the studio, we're bringing in guests and, of course, getting down possibly onto the fan walk later on today. There's all new aspects being brought in and looking to do a slightly more polished production for 2024.
Yeah, this is the way forward. We want to carry on with the studio thing. I think that really does help. Like now, we've got a lot of downtime going on. So what do we normally do? I should have, while I'm sitting talking to you, I should have just gone and got Jonathan Dutoy, who did ever so well in that race.
Exactly.
Sorry, Jono, but I couldn't find you, so he was hiding away from us. But it's this downtime that we're trying to avoid, actually, and make it more entertaining.
Yeah, fill the entertainment aspect, exactly. Well, looks like we're almost under starters' orders again. They'll roll off behind the Toyota 86 from Pretoria North Toyota, big-time supporter and sponsor of the Extreme Festival's home here, Zwartkops Raceway. And once we are under starters' orders again, it'll be back to action between the Yaris Cup and the 86 League.
And I don't know if you picked up, we had a driver who was only called this morning to come in here, De Silva.
Yeah.
He was only called to come in this morning because somebody woke up with a head cold or something, or
Unbelievable.
I don't know. So he came in. I actually chatted to him just as he got in the car, and I said, actually, I've only ever really met you once, and I've been hearing you on the radio on a Friday.
He does, yeah. He does the MotoGP and Formula One update on Hot 102.7's show with Dylan Rogers. So Mario De Souza, he's been involved before. He raced a couple of the races. I think he actually did Zwartkops, and I think he might have done Red Star. And then, of course, he was given an opportunity to go elsewhere, and other media guys were able to jump in. So, yeah, getting a chance like that is always a nice call.
I would literally wake up on a Saturday morning and say,
listen, by the way, would you like to race?
Do you know the way to Zwartkops? And he did it. He got here, and he's riding it out there. As he said, look, he's just going to drive around. He's not going to try and do anything silly. But it's just great that you can do that type of thing. The modern motorsport world, in the old days, you'd have to have a medical. You'd have had to have clearance from Beulah Skuman.
Yeah.
You'd have to have clearance, FIA, all the stuff. Here we are. We can just come and race. Summer, bring your helmet and race, which I think is fantastic.
You think Freddie Spencer would let him ride?
Look, if you stay at Zwartkops, if you touch the green, in other words, the grass, Freddie will be on you like a
Freddie would have put you.
He would have you.
He would have you. Long lap penalties will be.
By the way, Mario, this morning, I hadn't seen it because I've been really busy here at Zwartkops, but Mario did inform me, by the way, that our MotoGP rider Brad Binder got taken out by Aleix Espargaro. Aleix Espargaro took Brad out. So if you're watching this and you're going to watch the MotoGP later, sorry that I've given you that news, but that's actually what happened. So Brad once again, a victim of circumstance. He's
had a tough one over the last couple. So, we'll wait and see. Hopefully tomorrow the Sunday man will come along. That's what we always expect to see. And if he does, I think he's got a chance in Malaysia. Hey, that Mandalaka circuit has suited him.
Well, he'll be good in Indonesia as well.
So let's have a look.
He's actually in Indonesia at the moment.
That's it, Mandalaka, Indonesia, same thing. The Mandalaka circuit in Indonesia.
It's all hot and humid. Let's face it.
Listen.
By the way, it's hot.
A lot hotter than here.
It's hot here today, by the way. You can see all the marshals wearing their hats, keeping out of the sun. The crazy thing is, when you work on a track like this, the heat that beats off the tarmac, that reflects onto your face, I highly suggest you use a very, very strong sunblock, because this unbelievable. You think, I've got a hat on, I'm fine.
Well, you can actually see the heat haze there just in that shot as the marshals are working in the background. The heat haze coming off the top of the tires, coming off the circuit itself.
I wish I'd hurry up, Greg, because I'm running out of things to say.
Welcome to my world.
I would tell you a joke, but the only one I know is sitting next to me.
Welcome to my world, Dave Peterson. That's how you got to.
I don't know how you do it all day, Greg. I really don't. So those drivers we're sitting in an air-conditioned room, by the way.
Well, the 86 is not air conditioning.
They do.
Mark Jones turned his on at one stage and lost the race because he had it on and didn't realise.
But they won't have it on right now because obviously they're just sitting in the baking sun, waiting for starters' orders. So it'll be another rolling start. The pace car will go around. They'll form up behind him. He'll pull off, go into the pits, and we'll carry on with the racing.
So Mario De Souza, Rian Esterhazen, Dennis Dropper, Chad Lookoff, Mark Jones, Sachaba Mashigo. They'll all be fighting for the 86 league. Front end will be Cara Hill, Nicky Bastanis, and they'll be looking to try and take on Saad Variawa, the champion, and see if they can do anything about that newly crowned champion from Cape Town. His brother Saud will be in action later on with Toyota Gazoo Racing's Corollas.
He has promised to come into the studio.
Fantastic.
Straight after his race. I said, dude, go directly to jail. Don't even think about it.
Don't pass go. Don't
just come straight here.
Fantastic. I think the nice thing is that we've got a chance to actually chat to the drivers after post-race, and we've got the pre-race interviews as well done yesterday, which we could have got into. I didn't know if we had enough time to drop it in there. Otherwise, I would have dropped in those interviews with the younger guys right now and given them a chance to play. But stand by. We'll be back with action as soon as they roll off the line. Just picking up on some information also being thrown out there, and it's one of the reasons why we sort of keep all our technology around us. We've got iPads open, we've got phones open with messages running on all the WhatsApp groups from the various categories, and we've got another. They haven't given us exactly how many laps to go here because it was on 7, it's now changed. So maybe it's a full restart, Dave, for this one. And if it is a full restart, there we go. It's now just been confirmed, full restart. But
how many laps? 7 laps, I guess.
8 laps.
8 laps. Okay.
8 laps.
Okay, so we must.
So that will be as per a full restart. They were due for 8, and they're going to go for 8 now again.
Sparky Bright wants to know what the hell I'm doing behind the microphone.
Well, he's done it in the past, Sparky, just to let you know. Hey? Every now and again, we've had Dave Peterson doing some form of commentary in his career.
Not particularly well, but look at this. We're going for another restart. Hold thumbs. I predict double yellows going to turn 1, possibly.
I don't know. The double yellows and
so that just so that we can get at least we get a few corners out of the way before the action bites.
Exactly. 86 League led out by the champion who was crowned in Cape Town, Sechaba Mashiga. He's going to be pushing hard to get to the front end along with his arch rivals there, Chad Lookoff, Dennis Dropper, and as you heard, Mario de Souza joins them. But
we got the boss. We got the boss of GR Cup.
We have, Glenn Crompton is out there too.
Glenn's there. We did chat to him as well, and he didn't seem particularly nervous. He seemed quite excited about it all.
Yeah, I think so. The big boss of Toyota was in the car in Cape Town and had an absolute blast with the media post. It was in a bit of a fight too. Right, green lights or red lights about to go off for the first of the restarts here for Gazoo Racing Cup, and down towards turn 1 they go. Oh, we got another lap on the safety car.
I was going to say, I think the safety car didn't shoot into the pits. I'm not sure what the reason was going on.
To give maybe
there.
a little bit more time to get some heat into the rubber.
Yeah.
I don't know if they need to do that today with the heat that's on the track. I mean, it's probably about 30 to 40 degrees Celsius track temperatures if we're close to the 30-degree mark in ambient temperatures.
And I wonder if the guy down at turn 2 could turn off his microwave so we don't keep getting that digital breakup, because that's affecting us quite badly at the moment. But I think they're going to I wonder if this is going to count for a lap. I don't think so, because I didn't see lights going off and on or anything like that. Okay, here's the 86s, and keeping pace very nicely there. Very gentlemanly of these chaps.
Well, you just heard the interview with them. They're not going to be as gentlemanly today as what they have been in the past, particularly Tropper, Lookoff and Jones. But as you heard, they have got the boss man just behind them watching literally from the back end of their little fights. So can't go too hard at it.
And Dennis Dropper was mentioning to me that he's heading for retirement age. So he's got his second childhood going on here now, obviously. Yeah. But here we come down. Look, so we've only got 3 up front now of the GRs, of the Yaris's. So only 3 of them left. There goes the pace car into the pit lane. So I think we are officially going to be racing.
And if Tariq Adam can pull a victory off here, he'll be the 3rd winner in the GR Cup. Saad's taken 1. In fact, it'll be the 4th.
It'll be the 4th,
Vastonis has taken 1. Cora's taken 1.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a fight on. Cara already starting to put the pressure on right from the word go there onto Saad Variawa as they head into turn 1. The top 3 heading towards turn 2 as we look for the start here from the 86 League. Inside line will be Lookoff. Chad will be looking to try and dive on the inside, maybe catch Sechaba out slightly. Looks like he may have done that.
But Sechaba's going to have the drive coming down into turn 2, probably on the inside. That's his tactic, I would say. Yeah, pretty close actually. They're side by side as they go through turn 2 and around the outside. And Dropper's got the best seat in the house.
Jonesy on the outside as they came out of turn 2 into turn 3. You see the top 3 heading through turn 4. All clean and clear at this stage from those 3 drivers. They're just standing by. There come the 86s. And it's now Lookoff out front.
Oh, here we go. Overtake on the inside. Got to be. Are we brave enough? No, we're not. We're not brave enough.
Sechaba tucking in there. Around the outside comes Esterhazen. So Rian Esterhazen going around the champion. Oh, Sechaba looks like he might have
problem there though. He's got
the hazard lights on, and that's not because he's braking. You'll see with these cars when they do brake, the hazard lights come on showing that the ABS system is working on the 86s as well as on the Yaris cars. And those Yaris Cup cars showing that ABS system kicks in. Now, I think Sechaba's got a major problem. He's dropped right to the back of the pack behind Mario de Souza.
Yeah, it looks like he is, it might have gone into limp mode or something, because the car is still moving as we just catch a glimpse there of the Yaris League in front. But this is where the interest is at the moment in these guys. And pretty even Steven coming down to this point of the race.
Mario hit the front, he leads out, and of course now tries to get away from Tariq Adam and Cara Hill. 1:14.1 out of Variawa there from that rolling start, and Lookoff on a 1:17.7 in the 86 League.
There you see the ABS working as they pitch it into the fastest corner on the track. And then we'll scream up the hill. Bless you, Greg. Scream up the hill and put the brakes on as late as possible. They'll go way after the 100-meter mark. And then we come onto the shelf itself. Okay, back where the interest is lying at the moment. Pretty cool the way they've also got the stickers on the car so you can see who's who with the bright stickers that they've got.
Just a change up in terms of the wing mirrors and stuff like that, so you can see exactly that. Esterhuizen, well, he had a fantastic run in Cape Town. He's now having an even better run here in Zwartkops and comes past the Toyota Gazoo Racing headquarters on the right-hand side there and is hounding the back end of Dennis Dropper. So remember, Rian Esterhuizen is the man who kind of runs the series. He's not the decision maker. That's Glenn just behind that. But Esterhuizen is kind of the sort of man on the ground as they put things together here, along with Laura Pretorius from Zwartkops Racing and from Fast Developments. There's a big team effort that goes into setting this up.
For sure. But Dennis has got his hands full here.
Yeah, he has. We chatted to Dennis yesterday, I was going to say. They were talking about the fact that this is the professionalism in this setup is almost world class, because if you look at the way they've got the media input, they've got the people coming to watch, and there's some action on track all the time between them as well. Dennis Dropper could be in trouble here.
Well, he's got the outside line. Maybe better drive around the outside, but it'll be up here at turn 4 that he might have a problem. So he's running up the inside. The outside line can be a little bit quicker here with these cars, carrying a bit more momentum, so that sort of helped him out that time around.
Esterhuizen tucks in behind Dropper as they go through turn 4. Now comes on the inside, slightly better line through turn 4, which could give him the drive up the hill. If he's good enough on the brakes, he may move him up into what is now going to be third place. No, he's not quite close enough. He's late on the brakes, but not late enough.
But he's got the inside line, so this is great. We're going to have side-by-side action as they come down the hill towards the final turn. So Esterhuizen having a great drive here, much better than he did at Killarney, as you said. So he's obviously got to grips with the car. Out front, 1 and 2, no changes really going on there. But this is where the dice is, and further back behind them, also great dice going on.
That's going to be a nice one to watch out for as well, because the one just behind that is Glenn Crompton, the boss man from Toyota, who literally put his money where his mouth is and said, let's do this. He made the decision to bring Toyota back into motorsport in a big way with Gazoo Racing, and now with this Gazoo Racing Cup formula they've put together.
Well, obviously their focus has been on the off-road, the Dakar, that type of thing, which is incredible that they've put South Africa on the map as far as Dakar racing goes. But here they are on the tarmac now, coming to circuit racing. And look at what we're getting out of it. And a very clever marketing tool, getting these sort of drivers who are going to talk about this in the media, because these are media people. And here they are racing cars. It's actually fantastic. Dropper's just he's trying to carry the momentum, but this is where he could be in trouble. As we come up to the shelf now, is Esterhuizen going to get up on the inside of him and outbrake him? He's looking for it. I'm just trying to see on the brakes. Not quite close enough. Maybe he's saving it towards the end of the race because he knows Dennis will just come back at him.
Perceiving as they come from that rear angle from our camera down at turn 4, it looked like they're almost side by side. But when you come to this angle here at turn 5 and 6, it's literally about a car length back that Esterhuizen's got to try and do to outbrake him. He has a look again down into turn 8, and it's a big look coming out from Esterhuizen to try and find a way through there. But just going back onto your thoughts here on Gazoo Racing and their success, literally any category they've raced in, including Le Mans, they have had success at. So circuit racing, rally, World Rallycross, off-road trucks, and now circuit racing in South Africa in the Global Touring Cars and in Yaris Cup is certainly becoming a big threat around the world from Toyota's point of view and their input into motorsport.
I've got to say, I'm surprised how well this formula has worked out. It really has worked out well. It was a stroke of genius bringing in the journalists in a different car. That was really, really clever of the marketing from Toyota. And we're seeing the benefit of that. Look at the great racing we've got. Okay, 1 and 2, a little bit spread out. But here, behind, these guys are having fantastic dice. I wonder what the fine is if you bump somebody off. Is there a fine?
Ask Mario de Souza, he'll tell you. Or maybe even Ruben.
Ruben will know that very well, yes. As you say, the back view here, you can't really tell. And yeah, this time he's going to go for it. Dennis is not closing the door. I thought he might close the door. He's worried about the fine that we're going to impose on him if he gets in the way. But that's it. He's through. 666 is up into third position. Now we'll see how much was he being held up as we come down towards the end of this race. Because behind them, look, they are catching up as well.
Yeah, that's the thing that's happened with that little bit of a battle between Esterhuizen and Dennis Dropper. It slowed them down ever so slightly and allowed both Compton and de Souza to close that gap down a little bit. It's not quite closed down, and now that Esterhuizen's got a little bit of freedom, maybe he can pull away. But Dropper says, no, I'm staying in this. It's not done yet. Here we go. Back into turn 2. Slightly different line. Watch for the late apex coming out of dropper to get the drive. And on to turn 3, he may have a go as they get up towards turn 5.
I think it's going to be turn 5. He's going to try and set up as they come out of turn 4. If he's got any thought there, because Dennis Dropper tends to go a little bit wide going through there, carry a bit more momentum. So let's see if he does that again, or is he going to try and dub up the inside. So these two are definitely holding each other up, because behind they are closing up. But I think we're going to run out of laps to see a four-way dice for this third position.
Lap and a half to go now as they head towards top end.
Oh, on the brakes.
And on the brakes, there we go. Dropper going to try and squeeze through. Does he make it stick? That's 1 and 2 through the shot. He's on the inside, and he's come through right in front of the HQ there of Toyota Gazoo Racing, and they still put a wing mirror. Purple car on the inside is Dropper. The outside line was Esterhazen, and Dropper's back here. So he gets back just in time to start the final lap.
Well, the Gazoo Racing audience are having a great time up there at the top end of the circuit and loving this race. And I know early on I was watching up there and they were really cheering on their own guys. So fantastic to see. Here we come down into turn number 1.
Final lap started there is Mario D'Souza bringing up the rear end of the field just behind Glenn Crompton, our boss man from Toyota. Here's an inside line opportunity again for Esterhazen. It might compromise his drive there. That's probably not the best line out of turn 2. Although if you can get the drive like he just did there, he stays right there with Dennis. And all of a sudden, here comes Crompton. He's on the tail, coming to play along with Mario D'Souza. D'Souza just ahead now of Crompton and has closed the gap down. But I don't think there's enough time for him to get in the mix.
Not at all. And the Yaris Cup probably coming down towards the finish of this race as well. So we're going to pick up on them to see who's won the Yaris Cup. Obviously, this is where the interest is, the great dice going on, but I think Yaris Cup won't be much change.
I've got in my ears, they've still got 1 lap to go. So on the timing monitor says we're on the last lap, and I'm not quite sure if we are.
So, Greg, who do I believe, them or you?
I don't know, but welcome to our world.
I'm losing faith here, I really am.
We've got to take...
Look at this.
Paul says there's 1 lap to go.
All right, don't believe a word Paul says. Don't believe a word. Okay, here we go. 4-way dice then for the third position. Come down to that final turn. Are we going to see an overtake? Getting pretty interesting.
I think it's going to be a nice little finish to this one, and possibly Mario D'Souza getting into the mix here in the closing stages, because he has been able to bridge that gap onto the back end of the fight between Dropper and Esterhazen. Esterhazen is the man in his sights right now, and watching from the back is the man who signs all the deals here. Here we go, up towards turn 5 and past the Toyota Gazoo Racing headquarters. It's the man who took the championship in Cape Town. Saad Variawa is going to start his day with a victory. He wants to do a bit of a swan song here this weekend, possibly win both heats after wrapping up the title in the mother city only a couple of weekends ago.
Incredible how he's able to just open up that gap. We haven't been focusing on it too much as the checkers comes out, but amazing gap when you consider these cars are identical in all respects. Really comes down to the driver skill and a bit of driver setup. So that's just amazing for me that he's able to pull that much gap as we wait for the 86s to come. Are we going to see any overtakes? I don't think so at this late stage, unless somebody makes a mistake.
Yeah, maybe through turn 5 and 6 there may be an opportunity if there is. But it looks like Dropper's going to hang on. Esterhazen is not going to be caught by D'Souza. D'Souza's going to hang on. But look at that. Crompton coming in. Maybe he's going to have to give way here. As the flag comes out, it's a win. Across the line there for Chad Lookoff. He's been looking for a win here at the Zwartkops circuit for the Auto Trader team. And of course his team doing a superb job there to give him the victory. He beats out Mark Jones. Dropper hangs on for third. Esterhazen behind him. And then a nice run there. Mario.
All right, Greg, I'm going to shoot off and see if I can get hold of any of these guys, get them into our studio. They're quite far from us. They're in the second layer of the pits. So I'll see what I can do and try and get one of them back here. Come and chat to you straight away.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for joining me in commentary here today as well. And it's great to have our new setup here. But we do have a slight issue with our timing, which is why we can't put the results up at this stage, getting that in my ear from Paul. But if I run on what we saw on the track, Saad Variawa taking the victory over Cara Hill and Tariq Adam, a fantastic run. There is the Gazoo Racing Academy. Hope you guys enjoyed all that. If you can hear us on the PA around the circuit as well. How are you guys doing up there at turn 5? Yeah, wave those flags, make some noise. You're on TV right now. We can see you all. So give us a wave if you can hear me out on the PA. Chad Lookoff took the victory for Auto Trader, beating out the Citizens Mark Jones, and Dennis Dropper for Times Live comes through for third place in the 86 League as we wrap things up there in the first heat of action from Extreme Festival's final round. And into our single seaters up next, it's Investchem Formula 1600s. They'll be on track shortly. All right, so moving into the next part of our proceedings, we're going into Investchem Formula 1600s. This is the biggest prize purse in South African motorsport at the moment. It was won by Troy Dolanchek down in Cape Town at the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival. We managed to catch up with Troy and the two contenders for second place just before today's racing. Let's go and find out what their plans are for today's first heat. Troy, it's all done and dusted. You're basically going to come in and try and do a bit of a swan song this weekend. Just finish up on a high. Is that the plan, or have you got something else up your sleeve?
No, that's obviously that's a plan. Like I said, we finished the championship, so really happy with that. I'm going to see what we can do. We've been struggling for pace all day, but we're going to see if we can turn that around, and hopefully in quali we can find some pace. But yeah, like you said, that's what we're going to try and do. Try and get some more wins, and yeah, we were obviously a nice championship lead, and it's nothing that they can catch us. So yeah, we're going to see what we can do, and just try and get a good result tomorrow.
Jay, I challenged you last week at World RX. You said you were up for the challenge this weekend. You like Zwartkops. You've tested you, it went well. What's the plans to get to the front and possibly steal one of two victories that are left and try and beat Troy?
Yeah, I mean, that's been the whole plan for the whole year, to try and stop him a bit. So hopefully we can maybe get a few wins to our name. I think finishing second, as I mentioned to you, is getting a bit frustrating now because it almost feels like I'm coming last now. So I think, yeah, a few wins will do us well. I think obviously we just need to basically finish in front of them, then we're second, it's probably sealed. So yeah, I think it's obviously the main aim, but to win is the biggest task that we have for tomorrow.
They can only try hard to get that win in as well, particularly here at Zwartkops. Been working on the car there. I see you take little paintbrushes to that car as well, to get it sorted.
Yeah, we've got a miss and we don't know where it's coming from. It's just cutting, the car's cutting at top rev and we don't know what it is. So, and it's just losing us lap time. So we've been changing all sorts of crank sensors and fuel pumps and doing everything we can to try and find this miss because we can't see it on the data and we can't figure it out. So hopefully we can go one more session and hopefully we can sort it out. So then we know we got the pace and we're going to try our hardest to go out and win tomorrow.
Well, there you have it. It was Toyota Gazoo Racing, and alongside me is Auto Traders Race 1 winner from 86 League. Chaddy, it was looked like plain sailing, but how was that first race crash? Dude, you were just behind it.
We were right behind it. We arrived first on the scene, and I'm just thankful we believe that Ryan is okay. Brendan's out of action today, unfortunately, in our championship, but we're a fairly close-knit community. We've been traveling around the country all over. You get to know the youngsters, you get to know each other rather well, and we don't like seeing this sort of accident. It shakes you, it genuinely does, but we arrived on the scene. It looked pretty nasty. There were parts strewn all the way across the track, but it worked in my favor because I got dived onto by Mark Jones and dropped down to third place from my second place starting position. And then on the restart, we reverted back to our original grid positions, which put me back in second. And then I just had to fight off and get past Sachaba, which we managed to do.
So Sachaba had some problems. Take us through. Do you find out exactly?
I haven't. I was pulled straight out of the car. I haven't seen anybody.
That's what Dave Peterson does. He just rips you and brings you here.
It's straight here. I have sweat in places that I don't want sweat.
Alrighty then.
It's warm out.
Apologies there, ladies.
It's warm out there, folks. It's an absolute scorcher. I think in the car, or at least that track temperature was sitting with about 33, 34 degrees on the display there. So we do have air conditioning, and I'm hoping that isn't what happened to Sachaba. We saw it in East London where he left the air conditioning on, because these are basically almost full interior vehicles. They still have electric windows. My iPod is still connected to the infotainment system. That helps. But it's got air conditioning as well, so we can run that, and that was a boon while we were sitting on the grid waiting for that cleanup.
The cool thing about that is, I mean, we were chatting, Dave and I, in the commentary, speaking about what Gazoo have done worldwide in terms of their race strategy and where they've gone to go and attack motorsport. Particularly one where aircon comes into play in a big way is Le Mans. And those Toyota Gazoo racing machines in Le Mans run aircons as well, because when those cars are running for an hour and a half or 2 hour stints, the driver gets exceptionally hot in the cockpit. So you don't have the venting that an old race car would have. So it certainly comes into play.
No, it definitely comes into play. We don't have the ducting that is blowing air onto us. During the race, we'll run it on just a straight blower with the AC off. But that, even after 30, 40 seconds, it's just blowing hot air in your face.
Yeah, for sure.
It's some ventilation, and as soon as you start to perspire, then it starts becoming a little more effective. But no, it's an absolute scorcher out there. And you can feel it. You can feel it in the tyres going off.
Sure.
The tyres went off at a stage. It worked in my favour. I managed to manage them for the best part. And I saw Mark Jones just drop back as his tyres ran off as he was trying to chase me down.
And I think what happens in a situation like that is if you get a gap, like you were able to pull, and like Saad was able to pull there, then you can start playing around with the niceties of the car.
Yes,
it is basically a road car that's been converted into a race car. The strategy and the marketing PR around this entire project has been spectacular, and to have the boss man who signs the deal in the car today must be wonderful.
Oh, it's fantastic to have Glenn here, and this is his first time actually doing circuit racing.
Sure.
So he has done testing, he's done a few hot laps, he's practiced in the car, but he has never been out and been door to door. So I'm quite keen to see in race conditions now what his takeaway is. Andrew Kirby, CEO who competed with us in Cape Town, he's a motorsport enthusiast. He loves motorsport. He loves the opportunity to get behind a car and compete. But Glenn, to a lesser degree, Glenn is a businessman. And it's great to have him here and have him sampling it and experiencing, because both Greg, you and myself know there's a bug that bites.
For sure.
And once it's bitten, Leonardo da Vinci spoke about flying in that sense. Once you've once you've flown, you'll continually cast your eyes to the skies.
Yeah.
And it's much the same with motorsport.
So we cast our eyes to the tarmac, eh?
Every time we see a race car, we are put back behind the seat of that door-to-door challenging, and I'm hoping that hoja bites Glenn.
I'm hoping it does too, because if it does, and he continues to do what we're doing and grow this even bigger and better than what it has been over the last 2 seasons, it bodes well, particularly for the development of the motorsport industry, bringing youngsters through. You're looking at Tariq Adam. He got a podium today.
Yes.
He's come from the sim racing world. Dave and I were chatting about how that whole turnaround of sim into real racing and real into sim has worked in the benefit of international world champions.
It has. I mean, Sachaba is also, comes from a sim background, and he's taken a championship.
Yep.
There's a sim racer who had 0 previous circuit experience, and he's taken the championship.
Well, Chatty, thanks so much for joining us in studio, bud. We're going to let you go and get sorted out for race number 2. It's a long wait for you, but I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. There's a nice facility up at the HQ to go and enjoy and watch the other racing.
There are
We're about to get into
ice
single
cold Cokes there.
Enjoy, my brother.
Lovely.
Thanks, Chad. Chad from Auto Trader there joining us in the studio to take us through what happened in race number 1 for the 86 League. And we are into the warm-up laps here for our Investchem Formula 1600s. About to go to battle one more time here for the penultimate round of their championship. It's already been wrapped up in Cape Town by Troy Dolanchek, but second place is certainly still up for grabs here today. Rubber here for the Investchem Formula 1600s. It's going to be a big fight for the second place between Jason Garcia and one of them, Gerard Calderas. Nicholas Van Wheelie, we chatted to him in that pre-race interview as well. Let's try that again. Sorry about that. There's quite a bit to do in the studio, Paulie. A lot more than I usually have to. But hopefully the mic is now on full flight as we get ready to go here for the first outing for Investchem Formula 1600. Troy Dolanchek looks like he didn't quite get the qualifying right, but he didn't have to because he has already wrapped the championship up. So he'll be looking forward to just maybe finishing up the season. No damage to the car and getting into his plans for next year. Now, his plans for next year, of course, is matric, first of all, but more importantly, he's also looking to try and get in as much racing as he can in between that all-important matric year. And if that's the case, it's a tough one. Let's have a look how they line up. We have got Alex Voss, who I chatted to late afternoon, walking to the car yesterday, and he was saying, they weren't quite up to scratch. They weren't quite happy with the setup, etc., etc. They're trying a few new things tomorrow morning in qualifying. Well, whatever they tried seems to have worked out. It's not the man who looked to take second place from you in the championship and actually lead in the race. The fastest starter in the world at Zwartkops is in third place there, Siyabonga Monkonkwana, and Casey Ensor Smith, South African karting champion 2023, is alongside Sia. Troy Dolanchek down in fifth, just ahead of Shren Naidu, Andrew Schofield and Gerard Gelderneys, Nicholas Van Wheelie and Antoine Gelderneys. Those are, I would say, in their own words, disappointing results in qualifying for those three drivers. And then behind them, Karabo Maramela, and looks like it's going to be, is that Storm Lanfear? Yeah, Storm Lanfear or Andrew Rackstraw. I'm not quite sure who's in the car. Storm Lanfear had to write exams yesterday, so he possibly didn't get enough time in the saddle to qualify the car, and maybe Rackstraw qualified the car for him. We'll wait and see. But Lanfear should be in the car 27 at the back of the pack. Top of the Investchem Formula Ford Kent category, it's Schofield and Ron Van Wheelie on the front row as we're now under starters' orders. 5-second board will go to lights on, lights off is racing time. So stand by for our first bit of action from our single-seaters here at the final round of the Extreme Festival. And it's a good start there, coming from the back of the pack, by the looks of things, from Graham Hepburn. Hepburn's got a lot of work to do. He's really trying to come through there and possibly spoil the day for the rest of the pack as they head down in towards turn 1. Turn 2 are ready for the Formula 1600s, and somebody's run off. There's a bit of dust in the background there, by the looks of things. So possibly one of the Kent cars or one of the back markers in the 1600s that may have had a problem going into turn 1 and 2. A little short straight between the two of them. We saw a lot of dust being kicked up there, but it is Alex Voss who let things out initially, but now Jason Katsia at the front end resumes the lead, or takes the lead of this race. Katsia from Voss from Monkukwana. Monkukwana looks like it's Dolinchek up into what is now 4th place behind Siyabonga Monkukwana. Investchem and race driver SA boys in the house there, flying the flag high. Watch out in the background for Gerard Caldenes trying to make some maneuvers through there. Shrun Naidu just ahead of Casey Smith. Then Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie getting the better of the starts of the usual contenders who'd be at the front end of this pack. He's just ahead of both of the Caldenes boys there. So Nick Van Wheelie slowly but surely coming into play as they come to complete that first lap of 10. Jason Katsia out front, exactly where he wants to be. His whole goal, as you heard from his interview, is to try and get a victory. And more importantly, a victory over Troy Dolinchek. So as they get onto that back straight away again, Katsia from Voss. Voss under massive pressure from Sia Bonga Monkonkwana, looking for a way around, puts a little bit of wheel onto the dirty stuff on the outside of turn 4's entrance. Going to try and carry the corner speed up the hill. Voss sees him coming, goes defensive. I'm not quite sure if Sia can drive around the outside of Alex Voss into turn 5, but he's going to attempt it as they get up there. In the background, we're watching Van Wheelie close in on Casey Enso-Smith. Monkukwana has not found a way through, but he's now into the clutches of Troy Dolinchek. He's right on his tail, coming out at turn 5 and 6. Flick it through into 7. Down the hill they come. Dolinchek trying to make up some ground now in that Sujan machine of his. And looking to get onto the back end of that race driver SA and Investchem car of Siyabonga Monkukwana. One of the best sightings we've seen out of Shrun Naidu up facing in and Nick Van Wheelie. Lamela, what a run there from Karabo, ahead of Gerard Caldenes and Antoine Caldenes. That is a huge, huge maneuver there from Karabo Malamela's point of view. I was chatting yesterday to his mentor, race driver SA, and of course Mr. Piazza Musso was telling me just how good Karabo is, despite him not being able to put everything together as a full lap. There are some points on the circuit, according to the data that Karabo's car is giving them, and race driver SA, that shows he's the fastest in certain sectors of this track. And of course, he is the rookie in this class and has slowly but surely got to grips with single-seater racing over the period of 2023. And I think by next year could potentially be in the hunt at the front alongside his fellow race driver SA drivers, namely Mr. Monkonkwana. Onto the brakes, Jason Katsia pulling away ever so slightly now from Sia. And Alex Voss still hanging on to the back end of Sia Monkonkwana. So a change up there for second place as Sia now goes into second ahead of Voss. Dolinchek still down in 4th place with some work to do. The champion, though, as you heard, doesn't really necessarily have to take any victories. He's got the championship in the bag already, and he was just trying to look for maybe a last bit of the red blood that's available to win victories on the last 2 races, and it hasn't quite worked out for him. Drone footage there, aerial material heading down that back straight away as they head into turn 4. It's a massive maneuver here from Gerard Caldenes. Slowly but surely closing onto the back now of Karabo Malamela. Malamela still got about 4 or 5 car lengths ahead there of Gerard Caldenes. So in terms of this race, it's not the usual contenders that are in these top positions. There are a couple thrown in there, but slightly out of sync to where they have been all season long. Casey Enso-Smith applying the pressure there, down at this stage in 6 onto the back end of Shrun Naidu. And Naidu applying the pressure onto the newly crowned champion. So if Dolinchek looks in his rearview mirror, it's not a usual car he'd see in that rearview mirror, if that's Shrun Naidu behind him, and it is. Antoine Caldena's battling here this weekend. Not quite sure what's gone wrong there with Storm Lanfear on his tail. And of course, Lanfear has had no time in the saddle other than this morning's qualifying. So he's got to basically get into the car, shake it down in qualifying, and get ready for race 1. That's the only time he had to get preparation done for this first heat of the Investchem Formula 1600s. Now, I mentioned at the top of the show and the top of this race, it's the biggest prize purse in South African motorsport at the moment. 200,000 Rand prize purse for the winner, which Troy Donacek already has in his bank account. He will also go and test for the Investchem team next year in a global touring car and get a chance to see whether or not he wants to go that route after he's finished his matric. Possibly some doors opening up there for him in 2025. 2024, he's going to concentrate on his studies, but also go into racing as much as possible. Possibly a bit more regionally based down in Cape Town. That's where he is based on a normal day. So we'll wait and see if that's the case now as they get into the thick of it. Once again, could see it. But Monkakwana, fastest lap of the race there, goes down into the 103.7s and has bridged the gap to less than half a second now to the leader. Siyabonga Monkakwana, the last time we were at Zwartkops, he was the man who had a massive jump start and it cost him a chance of his first victory. Back down into the Formula Ford Kents. We haven't really seen much of them, but at this stage, Kent category being led out by the boss man in Schofield. Hepburn in second, and third boss category, Alan Mayer, and a welcome return from Matthijs Stratum all the way down at the back end and possibly starting about 16th or 17th place there on track. Duncan Foss closing things down onto the back end of Graham Hepburn. Van Wheelie has dropped behind them. So Ron on the front row for the start, but has now dropped down into his 5th place on track, just ahead of Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer. And the welcome return there from Matthijs Stratum. We'll catch up with those 3 drivers a bit later on from the Formula Ford Kent category. But at this stage, it's Graham Hepburn trying to close the gap down on Ian Schofield. And Schofield seems to have a commanding lead. There you can see the gap between Schofield and Hepburn for what is now 16th and 17th place on track, but more importantly, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the Kent category. And the Kent class, as I said, has a welcome return from Matthijs Stratum. Has been off track for a long time, but gives them a chance here from Schofield to get there. Dave, you've been out on the drone. It's pretty hot out there at this stage, and the racing here, right from the word go in 1600s and in the Kent class, as hot as always.
Yeah, it's really hot out on track. The guy said earlier, 34, 35 degrees, but I think these guys are less affected than, say, production cars, these little single-seaters. Obviously, tyre wear is a factor, as we see them come down here into turn 2. Ian Schofield putting up a tremendous run at the moment. Raced overseas a lot as well this year. I mean, he gets all over the place. The man behind the steering. Great to see what he can do.
Bill Climate to try and get a back-to-back victory. Just lost out there to a man who makes a welcome return to circuit again today. Andre Besaidnout. They are big rivals in the Classic Car Friday at Hill Climb. And he pilots a single-seater in that Hill Climb too. So it's a big advocate for single-seater racing all around the world.
Great run from Monkakwana, Greg. He's really putting pressure on. I thought he would drop off a wee bit. I was sort of keeping an eye on that in the first couple of laps as I was flying that drone, and I thought he might drop off, but actually it looks like he's hanging there and making moves at the moment.
Well, I was just saying before you jumped into commentary, the last time he was here, he made that big mistake with the jump start, and it cost him dearly.
Well,
so
he started 2 days before the green light.
Yeah. But he's now got it sorted, and he's looking for a victory here, and that's the victory he's been looking for all season long. But the man who's probably been the hungriest for a victory is currently leading with Jason Bethia.
Oh, the brilliant Paints car is having a lot of problems. All weekend he's had a misfire in that thing. And it's just crazy that they can't sort the car out. And you can just see he's dropping further and further back.
Alex Foss in 3rd. He was the pole man. He must have got an incredible lap down in qualifying this morning to get that pole position away from the usual contenders. And Donacek, the champion, down in 4th place. But as we heard from Troy, he's not really worried about the wins today. He just wants to finish the season, get a clean car, get sorted out. And of course, the title was already wrapped out in his hometown of Cape Town a couple of weekends ago. This man, Robo Malamela, chatting to Piazza Musa yesterday, and he was telling me just how good this driver is. A lot of the times, he can't quite get all the sectors right in one attempt, but he's slowly but surely getting there. And if you look at the data that's been provided by Race Driver SA, they're saying that in certain sectors, he's the fastest car on track.
Big trick is to smooth out. That's what you've got to do in these cars. It's about smooth. It's about keeping the lines on. It's about where you hit the brake mark. It's about where you put the gas on. So you apex gas correctly. He does it sometimes, not all the time, but it'll get there. That's what it's all about. So the dice up front, it looks like the top 3 closing down very slightly there. Of course, maybe stuck a little bit in no man's land. But interesting that at the back of that pack, as I said, the Brilliant Paints car, the whole weekend they've just had this incredible misfire. I even said to him, guys, if you check the battery already, you know.
Yeah, when I chatted to Ron yesterday and Nicholas Van Wheelie, they're saying they've done everything. They've literally pulled every single off. They've looked at every option. It seems to be going a bit better than it did yesterday, but it's still not quite up to pace. And even worse, look at the two Gelderhuis sports, down in 9th and 10th place. Those were championship contenders last year.
I don't know what's happened there. They seem to have just lost the plot very slightly. The last few races now, they haven't been the contenders they have been. And I'm not sure what it is, if it's machine preparation or if it's just the motivation. It's a difficult one to say, but look at them there. They're not where they normally are. As we pick on them, yeah, obviously. So a little bit disappointed from their side. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be happy with that. Storm Landfair as well, having a pretty decent drive there, eh?
Yeah, remember he only was on the last lap at the stage coming up amongst those back markers and coming up on Matthijs Strydom. As you can see, we'll try and get through on him and not be hindered by him if possible. Matthijs season coming. Season campaigner moves out the way, allows the leaders to come through, and it looks like Jason Kutsia is going to do exactly what he asked. And this is a nice turnaround, because I had a chat yesterday to his dad, and just to give you a heads up in terms of the history there, his dad was in a massive operation with a triple bypass only a couple of weeks ago, and he's been itching for his son to have a chance of playing in the big league. He's done it today, first win for Jason Kutsia, and that's going to definitely be dedicated to
well,
his dad.
just reward, and well done for that one. Jason, immaculate drive, got to be said. And Zwartkops, one of the more difficult circuits technically wise, because this is one of the tracks you really have to hit all of your markers to put together not 1 but 10 perfect laps.
And that's exactly what he did. He was just outgunned initially into turn 1 by Alex Foss, but once he got through on Foss, he just put his head down and got away. So there you can see first man to come and give him a heads up and a shake and a little wave there is his fellow Cape Townian, the champion, Troy Dolanchek and Siyabonga Monkokwana. Well, watch out for him in race number 2. I think we may have to.
There goes the winner
Schofield
of the
takes
Kents.
the
Yeah, Ian Schofield winning out on the Kents class. Great to see that as well.
How close was it to Hepburn?
I saw that. Duncan Foss, unbelievable. So those cars, well, that's the traditional Formula Fords as you see them. But we're just having a look at those official results. Jason Kutsia from Siyabonga Monkokwana, Alex Foss, Troy Dolanchek, and Shreen Naidu.
Casey Hensel Smith, our karting champion, in 6th place ahead of Nicholas Van Wheelie, who seems to have got that car sorted. And then further down, we look to see, well, there, that changed up already into the next category. But great effort from Schofield to win out over Graham Hepburn. Hepburn came from the back of the pack, got up to 2nd place, so we could potentially see Hepburn maybe a bit higher up in race number 2 if he's able to run there with Schofield. And let's see if Ron Van Wheelie was on the front row and maybe stay in the hunt there.
Quick one, Greg, quick one. If anybody's communicating with us, who do they want us to interview directly after this race? Because my runner is quite busy at filming other stuff, so it's down to me now.
Yeah, we'll get Dave to try and sit down there. Maybe get hold of Jason Kutsia, because it'll be quite
it'll be good to have
his
him
first
here.
win. And then possibly bring in Graham Hepburn or even Duncan Foss.
Okay, well, let's see what we can do. We'll definitely go for Jason.
Scope will keep till the end of the day, because he's going to have a double.
He takes a while to get here, so let me go down there and see who I can find anyway.
Awesome stuff, Dave. Well, there you have it. That's our Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kent's done. Up next, arguably one of the most exciting categories in the country, and looking forward to a wrap-up of the championship. The car there with Charles Visser, who is looking to try and wrap this up. But before we get into race action, let's go and catch up with Charles Visser, with Anthony Pretorius, and with Davy van der Merwe, the 3 contenders in the CompCare Polo Cup. CompCare Polo Cup final round. We're going to start with the mathematical chance. Ant, how are you feeling for the weekend?
It's so far it's gone really well. So we're going to push in qualifying and see where we come, but it's definitely going to be a tough one.
So home track, guys, so there's a good opportunity of going to battle. But when I say home track, it's literally a home track for all 3 teams. So there's going to be some fighting in amongst the teammates. You don't have any. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a challenge throughout the season, not having someone that would be willing to give me a tour. But at this track, it doesn't really matter. So we'll push and see what happens.
Darby said he might help you out, Tat.
No, not this weekend.
Darby got 33 points to catch. It's a tough one. You've been in that situation before. You've been in the lead though, and it's been caught. So A little bit of strategy to play with this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's been a difficult year. The team has done an amazing job this year, especially after the previous race weekend we had. When Shaw and their team has done amazing year so far, they were faultless. So yeah, it's going to be difficult. We're going to try our best. It's never been never. I don't know how to say it, but yeah, we're all going to try. I think we must be realistic about it. But we in a team are going to try our best. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the weekend, and let's see what we can do.
Shaw, coming in confident?
Yeah, I must say I'm not stressing very much, but I'm feeling it's like, you know, when you play video games at the last level, you can finish the game, but you can also lose it. So I'm looking forward to it. Derby's fast, Anthony's got the pace. I mean, it's not going to be an easy weekend. I might think of not taking a reservative role anymore. I think I just have to be on my toes because anything can happen. But yeah, I'm looking forward. Just massive thanks to the team for the whole year, and especially to my competitors for making such a good year of racing. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
So we've got Polo Cup making their way onto the circuit now, getting those Dunlop tyres all warmed up. I believe Jason Katsia might be making his way to the studio as well. We'll try and get Jay in with us as we get into Heat 1 of CompCare Polo Cup 2023, the final round of the championship. And it is the men that are on 3rd and 4th on the grid who are the closest in terms of the championship rivalry that has been raging. He's about to jump into the studio. Come on in here quickly, Jay, before we get into Polo Cup. Looks like there might be a bit of an issue for Bryce Pillay having to pull into the pit lane. But as they come to the line to take the positions, Jason Katsia in studio with me. There he is. There we go. Jay, I said to you yesterday, I said to you in Cape Town last week, the first victory's coming. All you got to do is believe, and you got it, buddy. Well done.
You had no idea. Those thoughts went through my brain there. Every lap was just Theo's behind me. At a stage, I was really pushing enough. So they eventually came slightly closer to me. And it obviously applied some pressure because obviously I don't want to let this win go. So,
I think he was as hungry as you were, because remember last time he was here, he did the jump start, and it actually foiled his chances of a potential win.
Yeah.
You had to get it today. There was no doubt about it.
Well, I had to. I mean, considering obviously my whole mindset was obviously to finish in front of no, never mind, Troy. I mean, the other two that I'm competing for the championship with, Brian Willie and Gerard. And yeah, I mean, it really did surprise me now.
You haven't had a chance to see the race at the moment, but you'll see when you go back and watch on our live stream feed, which is the awesome stuff that we do with live stream on Facebook, because you can go back and see it almost instantaneously. Van Weedy battled yesterday with a misfire. It doesn't seem to have gone away, but it was slightly better today. Gilden Ace has had a nightmare this weekend. So it's kind of made your job a little bit easy. But when I say easy, in this Formula 1600 field, it's never easy.
No, as you said there, I mean, if you look at it the whole year, I've been battling to even get a win now. I mean, as I told you, I'm so tired of finishing second now. I mean, that's like the qualifying this morning when I asked, like, yeah, where am I? And they were second. I'm like, again.
Just for a change.
Yeah, so now finally we got the win. I mean, we've been working now. It's been a whole year now. They've been pushing for it. So, I mean, I can't thank my parents, my girlfriend, my family, my sponsors. I mean, they are the ones that make it possible.
I did say that you're probably going to have one man to thank more than anybody else, and particularly considering the rough time Dad's had over the last couple of weeks.
Yes,
I'm sure you'd like to give him a little message before we go into Polo Cup.
No, it actually brings tears to me, but I really I mean, words can't describe how thankful I am for him. So
Well, I'm comfortable as round. I had a long chat yesterday with John, and it's fantastic to have him here. Congratulations. I know that one's dedicated to Dad. We'll catch you later, hopefully after race 2. And another one.
Hope so.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. There you can see an emotional Jason Kutsia there, dedicating the win to his dad, and of course to all his sponsors. We can't go racing without sponsors, and we can't go racing with any sponsors out there. And of course, a massive thanks to all of them behind each and every one of our riders and drivers here, giving youngsters like Jason Kutsia an opportunity to go and fight and do what they love best, and that's entertain us on the tracks around the world. Entertainment of note about to come your way, though. Emil Tiny Brand from Tiny's Pitbox. You've had a Cape Town winner in Formula 1600s. We've had a Cape Town winner in the ZX10R Masters Cup. Can we get a Cape Town winner here with Charles Visser fighting with that man, Davy van der Merwe from Nathan's Motorsport, OMP and Data? It's Charles Visser from Team Red Racing and the Universal Racing Stable. They are based here in Cape at the Zwartkops racetrack, and the Cape Townian in the mix here for potentially the win of this championship. It's 33 points for the number 33. That is the lead he has over Davy van der Merwe coming into heat number 1. Anthony Pretorius still with a mathematical outside chance of spoiling the day for both of them, and he's on pole position. But Jason Loosemore found something special yesterday afternoon in the Super Pole and was able to get the second of the Team Red Racing cars onto second place on the grid. And that could potentially come into play with how things work at Team Red Racing. They've done it in the past where they've worked together as the team when it counted the most, and that was able to give them an opportunity of wrapping up championships for the last 4 seasons back-to-back at Team Red Racing. So they line up. Pretorius and Loosemore the front row, Davy van der Merwe and Charles Visser alongside each other on the second row. Third row is Mo Karodia, his best qualifying in the Fos 5 and Lee Thompson Racing Motorsport entry. Then you've got Dean Fenter for M-Town Racing and Gerald Wright Motorsport. Good effort there from them. Nathan Victor for Summit Racing and Farhan Basha as they get down towards turn 1. It's a great start there from the mid-pack. Look out for Tyler Robinson trying to squeeze her way through from the back of the pack. But as they head down into turn 1, she gets outgunned slightly there by Ethan Kutsia coming from the back of the pack. Issues there for Farhan Basha by the looks of things. He's gone slow onto the inside of turn number 1 and comes around the outside of, that is Nathan Victor on his inside. So Farhan Basha not quite getting the start he wanted for the QV Motorsport team. A little bit of rubbing and maybe a little bit of touch on the grass either side of the entrance into turn 3. But as they come onto the back straight for the first time, it is Pretorius leading out. Davy van der Merwe into second place. And is that Charles Visser into third? It is. Visser up to third. Jason Loosemore losing out. But Loosemore will now play the tail gunner role. He'll try and keep the rest of the pack at bay, including Mo Karodia, who's right on his tail. Side-by-side action there from Ethan Kutsia, already coming into the mix and looking for a chance to close things down there. Visser gets very late on the brakes and has a look at Davy van der Merwe, but van der Merwe is very smooth and very clean around this track. It's a big fight expected between the two of them, and a big fight now starting to rage there between Farhan Basha in QV Motorsport and the M-Town car there of Dean Fenter. As they come out of turn 7, Fenter loses out, Basha moves up one place, now looks to try and close the gap onto the back end of Nathan Victor in the Summit Racing and Floor Store on Trend car. Everybody coming through and completing that first lap in anger, and it looks like all clean and clear. Bryce Pillay back on track. He did go into pit lane, maybe at the start from pit lane, so he's got a bit of work to do there for the Nathan's Motorsport machine. Let's see what Bryce Pillay can do from the back of the pack. He's got to try and hunt down and close things down on Buxy Kamani, Jean-Andre Marais, and Tyler Robinson, who are all at the back end of that pack of Polo Cup competitors. CompCare Polo Cup in the house, the 27th season of the all-make Volkswagen series. And as per usual, we've seen epic battles right the way down to the line over the last couple of seasons. Charles Visser was involved in one only a couple of seasons ago, helping out his teammate to win the championship. Now he's looking for help from Jason Loosemore, his teammate, to do the same here today for Team Red Racing. And the two of them working together there to try and find a way through on his closest two rivals who are ahead of him. Pretorius with a victory could potentially close the gap down, but as I said, it's only a mathematical chance. And there's Visser on the inside of Davy. Door opened up, Visser goes inside, but Davy will hold on to the inside line through 7, and that'll be the inside line for 8 as well. So Charles Visser is up for the challenge. He's not going to give this up without a fight, and he's fighting hard. So Visser comes through, having wrapped up a couple of karting titles in his career. He's looking to move on in the very near future, possibly up into Global Touring Car Super Cup, and also looking to take on the likes of the GT3 fields in the Supercar classes as well, in one of those very impressive cars that we've seen on track already today. Visser, though's got to do it right here first before he can do anything else. And that's exactly what he's attempting to do to get through there on Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe hangs on to second place. Schalvisser in third. Jason Loosemore's dropped back slightly. A little bit of a gap down to Loosemore. He's maybe in the clutches. No, not quite yet. Karodia's lost out there ever so slightly. And we've now got Nathan Victor and Faran Basha in the mix for what is 5th, 6th, and 7th place on track. So Mo Karodia going to have to keep his eyes on those rearview mirrors. Nathan Victor has already tried to find a way through, and I think he's actually found a way through there coming out of turn 3. Hold on. So Mo Karodia, a little bit of issue out of turn 2, which is what has dropped him back behind Nathan Victor, behind Faran Basha. And Faran at this stage has got a little bit of work to do now to see if he can find a way through there on Victor. There you can see Karodia ahead of Fenta, and then his teammate, Ethan Kutsia, coming through there. Ethan Kutsia, part of the JRT racing experience. And of course, with that, Mo Karodia out of Foss 5 and Lee Thompson Racing. So a little bit of a fight on there between the two teammates as they go down into turn 1 again. Schalvisser losing a little bit of ground there. This time out to Davy van der Merwe, carrying good corner speed through turn 1. Van der Merwe hangs on. Fist is on the inside, looking for a way through. Can he find it? No, he can't. He's definitely looking and hunting for a chance. If he gets ahead of Davy van der Merwe, that is exactly what he needs to do. He doesn't necessarily have to beat him, though. The championship lead of 33 points means he can be behind both of those drivers in both races and still wrap this championship up. And I wonder if Charles is thinking about that right now. Rolling off slightly, Jason Nussbaum on his tail to keep the rest of the pack behind him. He doesn't have to worry about anybody else other than his teammate. And at this stage, I'm sure Jay will be looking to play the team game and do what's necessary to give Universal Motorsport another championship in this category. Remember, their tagline is breeding champions, and they certainly have over the last 4 seasons. They've gone from Rookie of the Year to Champion, Rookie of the Year to Champion, and then the Champion last year as well. So there's non-stop championships coming out of that team, and there's a big fight on here at this stage. As you can see, Charles seems to have rolled off slightly, giving himself a little bit of breathing room there to Davy van der Merwe, and Pretorius still leads out. So the OMP and Bucketless Racing Machine out front, looking to maybe close that gap down slightly on Davy van der Merwe for second in the championship. But it's a fight of no. Further back, Ethan Kutsia closing onto the back end there and looking for a way through on Dean Fenta. Fenta was a late starter in qualifying yesterday and once again surprised everybody by just sneaking in the closing stages into the Super Pole fight. He's not in the Super Bowl position right now, down in 8th place. He's lost a lot of ground, though, and he looks like he might be losing more. There goes Ethan Kutsia on the inside, just in the background. If you watch in the background there, you'll see the 2 Fast 5 and JRT and Lee Thompson racing cars now line astern. And Fenta's dropping back. Fenta's got some problems. Baxi Kamani trying to go around his outside. The M-Town car and VDN Motors car in some problems. And there goes Baxi on the inside for Zwartkops. Could change things up here. And a little bit of a maneuver at the back end of that top 10 as Dave Peterson joins me in commentary.
I wonder if he's run out of push to pass because he just lost 2 places just like that. Ethan Kutsia, by the way, I wonder if his dad's even got in-car communication telling him where to go because he obviously got the message somewhere, got to overtake now. Look at that as they come down the hill to the final corner, side by side. What action do we have here in CompCare Polo Cup?
Fenta trying to defend with a slightly ailing car there, I think. He's now got pressure coming from Tyler Robinson, who's on the back end of him, looking for a way through. It's a 4-way fight there, just outside the top 10. And it's a 4-way fight that Dean Fenta didn't want to be in. He was in the top 6 yesterday. That's where he should be. And unfortunately, it looks like that car is ailing badly. Tyler Robinson's got through on him. And it looks like coming from the other side as well will be Jean-Andre Marais. So the other 2 Team Red cars now hounding that VDN Motors and M-Town car of Dean Fenta.
Obviously, he has some sort of problem because he dropped way back. Even in Super Pole yesterday, he looked really confident. He said the car was working well. I'm sure they expected better stuff today. But look at this dice as we carry on now because he is dropping back. Mid-pack is where it's at the moment.
That mid-pack battle is really nice to see. Watching the front end as well, that's where the championship battle is. Pretorius leading comfortably. Davy van der Merwe in second place, also comfortable. Schalvisser, initially while you were on the drone, you saw him giving him a bit of having a look to see if he can get through. Once he realized that making Davy's pace doesn't necessarily beat Davy or Anthony Pretorius today. Third place would be enough.
Schalvisser has to be really careful. He's just got to keep it on the black stuff. Yeah. He's got to stay there on 4 wheels, bring home a good finish. That's all he's got to do, and he's doing it right now. He's driving sensibly. I'm pretty sure the team will be happy with what he's doing, and he's just maintaining that gap.
Just stay where you are. You've got Jason Eastmore behind you. He's going to play a tail gunner roll for you.
Whoa!
Whoa! How's that reaction? John Ray coming close to personal with Tyler. In-house party? No, there's no team rules in there. There's no team rules.
Tyler Robinson sure comes straight back at him as they come down into turn 2. Definitely no team rules there.
Yeah, it's good to see that. That's the way it should. team rules being thrown to the sideline, and the team orders are going to say, right, every man and lady for themselves in Team Red Racing. There's a move from Faran Basha, starting to close onto the back end of Nathan Victor. Then it's the two JRT Lee Thompson Racing machines there of Ethan Kutsia and Mo Karodia. Mo Karodia impressing yesterday, Dave. First time in the top 6 overall, and now just outside of that top 6 in 7th place.
So happy with that performance. Mo Karodia, he's come on leaps and bounds this year. Obviously, these guys come from karting backgrounds and all that sort of thing, but once you jump into one of these, it's not so easy. And nobody's going to give you the time of day here, that is for sure.
There's a lot of data showing if you're in the team. Not a lot of data showing between teams. And the interesting thing with Mo is his dad Fazel has actually just built a brand new karting, drag racing, and spinning pitch in the south of Joburg. So there's some maneuvering happening there.
I was wondering what that noise was.
Exactly. If he gets it drifting through turn 1, you'll know he's been practicing.
Yeah, he's been practicing, yeah. So up front, championship, pretty steady at the moment. Anthony Pretorius controlling things from the front. Darby van der Merwe behind him. Those are the guys who have to make up points, but it's just too little too late, really.
Charles staying in 3rd place is exactly where he needs to be if Pretorius and Darby are ahead of him. The gap will come down, but it won't come down enough to possibly spoil his day. He has to do it in both races, though. It won't be sorted out if he's only getting in a 3rd place here in race number 1.
Absolutely. And Jason Loosemore, great drive once again from him. The oval track driver has adapted so well to this formula. It's quite amazing, really. I guess he just wishes there was a little bit more of oval involved here, you know.
More left-handers. There's only 3 here at Zwartkops.
Yeah.
He needs some more left-handers. But take nothing away from him. He's got a massive event coming up in the very near future where his dad, Neville, and him are tied for points going into the final round of the Hot Rod Championship for SA.
That's important.
That's a huge one.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
It is.
And Nathan Victor?
Nathan Victor, he's had a fantastic run. Remember, he comes out of 2-wheeled action initially, and now in 4 wheels, and has certainly got to grips with that car. That Summit Racing team coming out of motocross, getting into polos, and Cape Town in the hunt for a possible podium. So not quite up to pace yet. It doesn't like Zwartkops as much as all the other tracks we go to, but you've got to race with the tracks to win the championship.
You certainly do, and this is one of the tracks so difficult to overtake. If you don't muscle your way through, you're not going to get through, let's face it. And it is one of those one-line type of situations. You've got to just be so brave on the brakes to get past it. But once you get used to the track, of course, you can do that sort of thing. So the guys who come, from the coastal area, this always is a challenge for them.
Some of the cars being on the high felt makes it a bit more of a trick for the guys who know how to dial these cars in to get the best performance out of them. Nathan's Motorsport preps the car that is in 2nd place. Fast Developments, who's based here at Zwartkops, preps the 1st car. And Universal Motorsport, who are also here at Zwartkops, prep the 3rd and 4th cars. So you've got everybody in the mix here to play around in terms of the team game we spoke about earlier on in commentary. That team game is now coming into play, but it also looks like Charles Visser has closed the gap down ever so slightly on Darby.
He has, just a wee bit. And looking at the lap times, you can see it there right away. But I don't know if he'll go for the overtake. Would he stick his neck out? I don't think so. Unless it's given to him. Unless there's a big gap somewhere that Darby makes a bit of a mistake, he'll go for it. But I don't think he's going to force the issue.
No. Last lap and down into turn 2 for the last time here of Heat 1 of CompCare Polo Cup. CompCare, of course, the medical scheme that is one of the only providers for extreme sports like motorsport for guys and girls who want to be involved in it. And they look like they're going to be involved next year again, which is great to see. I'm sure they're going to announce that tonight. And here we go onto that back straight away with the OMP Bucketless Racing and Fast Developments car of Anthony Pretorius. He was the man we chatted to yesterday. He said he was looking forward to possibly taking the victory. The mathematical chance would be there, but something would have had to go on dramatically wrong for the guys who are in 2nd and 3rd place. So Pretorius may be looking to lock up the day with the 2 wins and leave the championship.
It'll bring it down to a much closer finish in the points position, but obviously I don't think it's going to be enough to win that championship. As long as Schofferser hangs around there in 3rd place, it ain't going to happen. So all he can hope for, maybe 2nd race, is some kind of incident, something happens really early on in the race when the big pack is all together. But here we are, the checkered flag is waiting. Anthony Pretorius is going to come down there, celebrate a win in the CompCare Polo Cup. Oh yeah, fantastic. You can see how chuffed he is. Come up against the pit wall there. Ever so close. That big dice coming up from behind as well. Look at that.
Oh, this is Fenta versus Kutsia into the final corner, trying to get through there. And who's going to get that one? Fenta and Karodia, I should say, not Kutsia. Karodia and Fenta were across the line. Fenta takes it 0.04 of a second between the two of them.
Mo Karodia just drifted past there, didn't he?
Exactly. He was drifting out of turn 8. So let's get a look at those unofficial results there for the first heat of CompCare Polo Cup. It will remain the same in terms of the championship, with Charles Visser finishing in third place behind Darby van der Merwe, and your race winner, as Dave said, Anthony Pretorius. But Jason Newsmore, good run there from him. He was on the front row, he tucked in behind his teammate, played the tail gunner role to perfection there with Team Red Racing to keep out Faran Basha, Ethan Kutsia, Baxi Kamani, a good run from him in 8th, and Dean Fenter just beating Mo Carodia there to the line for 9 and 10. Below that, in the 11th spot, it was an awesome effort there from Tyler Robertson. She came through nicely to beat out her teammate, Jean-Andre Marais. New man to Team Red Racing. He'll be there full-time from next year in a new car. And Bryce Pillay out of pit lane and back to beat out Roshan Goodman for the top 14. That is CompCare Polo Cup done and dusted. First heat of the day.
20 seconds covering the entire field. Think about that. I mean, that's professional drivers versus the rest. 20 seconds, the entire field. Pretty good, I would say.
The way to go. And of course, 27th running of this championship. As Dave's going to go and try and get us a couple of guys to come and join us in studio for some interviews.
Nobody wants to talk to you, Greg. I've been down there. They said no. I'll see what I can do, though.
If you can make a plan, I'd appreciate it. All right, so we're into the closing stages of the first races of the day. We've got one more to go here for our first heats of the day. And that'll be coming out of the Global Touring Cars and GDCs. They'll be heading onto the circuit shortly for their first 10-lapper. And that, of course, is also for a championship of note. I think Dave might be jumping into the director's chair for that one. I'm not sure yet. And GDCs, of course, then will be running through the championship battle for Global Touring Cars and the SupaCup class. It's exceptionally close. 2 drivers in each of those classes will be fighting hard. But what a great finish there to the first heat. And I'm sure that everybody around the world, including, I think, Mr. Dr. Johan Pretorius might have joined us there from the US of A to see exactly what happened with his team there in Team Red Racing. Good effort there from Charles Visser and Jason Newsmore. But what a run from the OMP Fast Developments and Bucketless Racing car of Anthony Pretorius to take the first victory. Still keep himself in with a little bit of a mathematical chance should anything go haywire in race 2.
I said Dean has got you.
Darby. Fuck. Sperry did what he needed to do.
So while we got some downtime here at the circuit, it's always good to catch up with the guys who've just come off the track and gone and done the important stuff. I see we're picking up on a bit of chatter there from Marius Hollywood Roberts on the grid, but we're going to catch up now with the man who's just taking the victory there. And bring your mouth a little bit closer to the microphone there. Anthony Pretorius, it looked like it was plain sailing, but of course in Polo Cup it never is it?
Yeah, no, definitely had to keep at it, had to put the laps in. But we turned out on top, but it was very tough. So,
how's the weather out there? Because it's exceptionally hot. If you just step outside the studio, I'm sure you're enjoying the aircon that I've got here today. But in terms of the heat, it's definitely going to affect the tires. It's going to affect the engine performance, and it's going to affect you as a driver in terms of keeping your body temperature down.
Yeah, definitely. We have to, in this type of weather, you have to brake 10 to 15 meters earliest because of the understeer, because of the heat. So it's, I would say, one of the toughest races I've done in my career, but it was definitely fun.
It looked like initially Darby was going to give you a bit of a run. He then kind of had to go defensive to keep Charles out, which is where the championship battle really is. The mathematical chance is kind of still there for you, but there has to be something pretty dramatic happen with the two of them if you want to still get into the championship win. Are you going to look to just maybe take the second victory and not worry about that?
No, definitely. It's a bit of an unrealistic chance for me. So we're just going to push forward and end the season off on a high.
At your home track, in front of your home crowd, with preparation being done by Buckless and Fast Development.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of preparation has gone into it. So I've been at the racetrack, I would say, every week for the past 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Just getting in a little bit of laps, getting used to things, how conditions change. Conditions can change, though. That's the big factor that can play around. It can cool down a bit later on, and that could possibly bring in a little bit of a chance for Charles and Darby to finish up on a high as well.
No, definitely. I think it would make the racing a bit closer if it got a. But I would say it's going to get a good bit cooler later on. So it's definitely going to be tougher in the second race. But we'll do all we can to make sure we come out on top.
2023 season is done in about 10 laps time, in about 2 hours time. What's your plans for next year?
We still in two minds of what we going to do next year between going overseas or staying here. So we'll see. Everything will play out and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us in the studio, buddy. Appreciate the input. Good luck for the next one. Hopefully it's 2 out of 2. That's exactly what your plans were as of yesterday's interview. So we'll wait to see what happens.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, dude. There you go. Anthony Pretorius joining us there straight out of his race car and into our studio to give us exactly what happened out on circuit and tell us all about how things went in that first heat of the CompCare Polo Cup. Global Touring Cars are on track. Let's go and catch up with some of their top contenders. It's a big fight between Saud Variawa and Robert Volk, and it's about to go down. Global Touring Cars final for 2023. Now, Team Samanga, is that the position that Saud is hoping you're going to be? Blocking him from Robert Volk?
Oh, we'll see. We're going to give it our best shots. Obviously, Saud is obviously in the championship, but I'm also trying to fight for third. So we both need a good weekend for both of us, for us to come out happy at the end. So that's what I'm going to try to do my best. Pace today, I think we're having a bit of issues with the car, but we're going to get sorted out. But pace, I think, is going to be there. It's my home track, so I think I can pull something out and hopefully get a good position and hopefully secure third and help my team out if I can.
Saud, got some catching up to. Didn't quite go according to plan in Cape Town.
Yeah, unfortunately we had a horrible weekend in Cape Town. But we're still in for the fight of the championship and we're going to give it everything. And hopefully we can be victorious at the end of the weekend.
Rob, you've been there, done that, you've got the trophies. There's another one coming by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, we had a slow start to the season, but it definitely built up momentum over the last couple of rounds, and testing here has been strong. Our new tyre run was strong today, so yeah, we're still fine-tuning a couple of issues we had from this morning session, but I think we'll be there, and yeah, we'll have to see. I think it'll be a competitive fight this weekend.
Gentlemen, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, I can hear just outside of my studio here at Zwartkops, there's a lot of support being shouted by the sidelines from the Gazoo Lift Trucks team for Arnie Neveling. He's not involved in the championship for SupaCup, but he, of course, will be fighting hard for the last win of the season. Jonathan Machotsi is going to be fighting hard with Brad Liebenberg for the championship fight. And it's going to be another fantastic race provided by our Global Touring Cars and GDC SupaCup, about to make their way out onto the track now for their first heat of the race action. Robert Volk and Saud Variawa, the championship rivals in Global Touring Cars, on the front row, as expected. Championship leader in pole position with Volk in the BMW from Chemical Logistics and WCT. Saud Variawa alongside him there for Toyota Gazoo Racing in the Toyota Corolla hatch. Julian van der Walt, Volk's teammate, is right behind him. We're probably looking to close the gap down and stay on the tail of Robert Volk as they head towards turn 2 to keep out Variawa, and Michael van Rooyen, his teammate, right on his tail in the second of those Gazoo Racing Corollas. Behind them, it's Natim Simunga and Andrew Rackstraw, who are on the third row, with Rackstraw just outgunning Simunga in the Gazoo Racing Toyota Corolla, and that Rackstraw, Lee Thompson Racing Sparko and race driver SA car, Golf GTI 8, goes up into the top 5. Race winner down in Cape Town. So can he do the same thing here and spoil the day for the championship rivals and maybe get into the mix there? If we go a little bit further back, you'll pick up on Josh LaRue there in the Vitro frameless and Master Stairs Audi. Top of the list for GDC SupaCup is Brad Liebenberg, Hype Energy, Sparko and Nathan's Motorsport, ahead of Jonathan Machotsi in the Volkswagen Genuine Parts and Volkswagen Motorsport Polo SupaCup GTI. Arnie Neveling for Gazoo Lift Trucks and Chevrolet Motorsport, and then it's Tate Bishop in the Angry Racing Academy and Lee Thompson Racing Polo there on the second row. So, stand by for big action. The Calex Polo is being piloted by our young lady, Cara Hill. She's already had a podium today in Gazoo Racing's Yaris Cup. And she potentially get one here in the GDC SupaCup. That'll be awesome. Our first lady on the podium, if she does that today, that's for sure. Stand by for race action now as the Toyota 86 rolls into pit lane. It's now Robert Volk who will set the pace and dictate the pace for the race start. They get into a race formation for the Global Touring Cars. Volk, Variawa. Van der Walt right on Volk's tail. He wanted to try and stay there as much as possible, kind of become a fender trailer on the back end of that BMW 128i. As they head down towards turn 1, lights are out and we're racing in the GDCs. It's Volk on the outside, Variawa on his inside. Variawa's going to do all right today. Cannot have anything go wrong. And looks like Variawa has got the whole shot. He goes into turn number 2 and he's whole shot it ahead with Van Rooyen around the outside. Julian van der Walt getting caught out slightly as they went into turn 2 there. Dropped back into about 4th place. Great start here from Brad Liebenberg in the GDC SupaCup class, side by side with Machotsi. And right on their tail is Arnie Neveling, and tucked in behind them. Oh, here we go, into turn 4. Big contact. Massive contact. The two championship rivals are out. And Van Rooyen joins them. So Robert Volk going to try and get going again. He was able to just avoid as he tried to go inside of Saud Variawa. Variawa trying to get going again. Michael van Rooyen trying to reverse out of the kitty litter, almost straight into the clutches of the hard-charging pack of GDC SupaCup cars. Van Rooyen is off, Variawa is off, and Robert Volk all out in turn 4. Oh, we got some work to do now, boys. And this is a little touch between Machotsi, who dives on the inside now of Brad Liebenberg, on the two championship rivals in the SupaCup class, going to come together as well. What a start to this one. It is Natim Simunga who leads out. Have a look at this. This is a replay. Oh, Robert Volk trying to get on the inside. He tags Variawa, sends him into the kitty litter, and Michael van Rooyen just avoids tagging his teammate. Volk was able to get back on track the quickest. Oh, and another touch there between the two rivals in the SupaCup class. Jonathan Machotsi and Brad Liebenberg fighting exceptionally hard. Already a massive crash down into turn 4 in the Global Touring Cars, and almost another big one in turn 1. This is Natim Simunga who leads out at the front end. He's got Julian van der Walt in second, and it's Rackstraw up to third. The championship rivals are nowhere to be seen. After that big crash in turn 4, it's turned around completely. Simunga leads out past the Gazoo Racing headquarters. It's the second of the Corollas there in second place with Julian van der Walt at the wheel. And Rackstraw is hounding him, looking for a way past. How far back is that championship rivalry? Are we picking up on that BMW, boys? We need to try and find it. There it is. The BM trying to come through the pack. Oh, and the touch! Robert Volk goes onto the side of Machotsi. Machotsi being forced wide by Robert Volk, trying to come through the pack as quickly as possible. Trying to negate the amount of loss that he had with that crash, and he's now in the mix amongst those global touring car Super Cup competitors. So it's a Robert Volk, hard charging, trying to find a way through. What it's doing here is it's giving an opportunity for Brad Liebenberg to get away. Liebenberg will now lead things out comfortably over Machotzi in second. Machotzi holds onto that inside line. Volk going to try going around the outside. Volk's got a damaged car. That car is not turning properly, and you can see he's finding it very difficult to get past on Machotzi. He eventually dives through on the inside of turn 3. Can he make it stick now out of turn 3? Yes, he can. Eventually gets up ahead. And Robert Volk, at this stage, is down in about 6th place on track overall. So he's right at the back of the pack in terms of the global touring cars. What's happened with the 2 Toyotas? Have they been able to get back on track? And are they still circulating? Robert Volk's touch there with Variawa is going to be questionable, and there's going to be a lot of chatting, I think, down in the COC and race control after this. Not quite sure who was at fault there, but it certainly looked like Robert Volk on the inside, on the dirt, tagged the back end of that Toyota of Saud Variawa, but of course, that's not up to me to decide. Here comes the move from Volk on the leader of the GDC Super Cup class, that is Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg from Machotzi. Machotzi from the Gazoo lift trucks machine of Arnie Neverland. Rackstraw still not found a way through on Julian van der Vat. Van der Vat still in 2nd place in the global touring cars up front. So it's touring cars led out by Natium Samanga as he heads up towards turn 5. He goes past Gazoo Racing's headquarters. In the lead of the race in the Toyota Corolla with a fellow Corolla on his tail. Van der Vat at the wheel for Chemical Logistics and WCT. Rackstraw in the Lee Thompson Racing spot. Machine doing an amazing job. They're in 3rd in the Golf 8 GTI. Wow, who would have thought that was going to happen? Turn 4, it just lit up on the first lap. Robert Volk attempted to get through there on Saud Variawa. Variawa shut the door. The 2 of them tagged. They went straight across the nose of Michael van Rooyen, and all 3 ended up off the circuit. Volk is up to 5th. Make that up to 4th because he's ahead now of Brad Liebenberg. Brad Liebenberg, leader of GDC Super Cup, 4th place overall. Now 5th place overall as he crosses the line ahead of Jonathan Machotzi and Arnie Neverland. Henry Racing Polo there, of Tate Bishop behind Neverland. Arnie van Niekerk behind that. Arnie van Niekerk doing a super job there for the Titan Stunts car, leading the Masters. And then it's Andre Besaidnout in 2nd place for Team Perfect Circle in the Masters side of this championship. The BM heads into turn 4. Doesn't look like the damage is too hectic. I'm just watching for the return of Saud Variawa. I don't see him. Here he comes, just in the background there. Just saw him going on, trying to find a way through there on Davide Franco. Davide Franco now trying to give way to Saud Variawa's attempt to get back to the front of his pack. He's got 5 GDC Super Cup category cars to get through before he gets even close to Robert Volk. His teammate leads up. Robert Volk's teammate is 2nd. Rackstraw is 3rd as they come out of turn 2. How far back is Volk? Don't see him in picture just yet. It's a long way back there to 4th place to Robert Volk. Can Variawa do anything about closing in on that BMW? It seemed to be ailing slightly. It wasn't quite firing on all cylinders, so there might be a bit of bodywork damage that's rubbing and maybe giving Volk a bit of a harder time of it around the track with that damaged car. There's certainly contact between himself and Variawa. Variawa now has moved himself up just behind Tate Bishop. So he's up into what is the 4th place battle for the GDC Super Cup category. Can he get through on there? There comes the leader. That's Brad Liebenberg. There is Machotzi. There comes Arnie Neverland. And just behind that, the red, black and white car. And that's the one we want to be concentrating on. Saud Variawa closing in on the back end of Bishop. Bishop looking to try and maybe capitalize on that opportunity. If Variawa closes in on him, and he's close enough, he might be able to dive through as Variawa goes to get ahead of Arnie Neverland. Saud Variawa. Man, it's going to be tough to come through and flick it through the left-hander down towards the final corner. So Variawa's right on Bishop's tail. Can he find a way through? He'll probably look to do that down into turn 1. A little bit of extra spurt coming from Toyota Corolla hatch. The line to get past on that Super Cup Polo ahead of him. It won't be here, it'll be down into turn 2. Looking for a chance now. He goes inside of Tate Bishop. Bishop will give him some room. Just enough to get through there. And now, exactly what I thought he'd do. Slot onto the back end of that Toyota Corolla, try and use it to pass the Gosco car of Arnie Neverland. Neverland, though, will be well aware of those intentions. He'll keep those doors covered big time. Hype Energy leads out with Brad Liebenberg at the wheel. Volkswagen Genuine Parts in second place is Mahotsi. The battle for the championship Global Touring Car Super Cup is 1 and 2 on track at the moment in that category, but they're running 5th and 6th place overall in the race. Volk trying to close the gap down on Rackstraw. It was on the last pass, just waiting for us now. We'll get to see exactly what that gap's come down. 21 seconds between Rackstraw and Volk for third. I don't know if Volk's going to be able to catch the back end of Andrew Rackstraw in the closing stage of this one. 2.5 laps to go for them. Coming up on some back markers is that might be Michael van Rooyen's car that they're passing there. Second of those Toyota Corolla hatches with Michael van Rooyen. He had nowhere to go. Unceremoniously taken out by the 2 cars ahead of him. Crashed in. Yeah, that is Van Rooyen. It's the 95 on the cars. You can see if it was a single number or a double digit on that car. They've gone past on Van Rooyen as he continues on his merry way. Again, what happened? It's going to be an interesting turnaround because Michael Van Rooyen potentially could come on pole position with the reverse grid. And that's why he might just be circulating to finish. He knows that he's got a chance of starting on pole for race number 2 if he finishes up this one. So 16th place is not where he wants to be, but after the big crash and incident between himself, his teammate, and Robert Volk in turn 4, that could turn into his favour in race 2's reverse grid. Go around the outside of Nicky Mastanas. First time out there for Nicky Mastanas when the Nathan's Motorsport prepped Polo. He's closing things down onto the back end of Roberto Franco, who's third in the Masters category, behind Andre Besaidnout for Team Perfect Circle. Third place battle goes across the line. Still looking for Bariawa to get ahead of Mahotsi. He hasn't done that yet. He's still going to get ahead of Liebenberg as well before he can even concentrate or put his efforts into closing down on Robert Volk in 4th. We are into the penultimate lap. And it's Tate Bishop on the back end of the Gosco car. That Gosco lift trucks car of Arnie Neverland out of Stradale Motorsport. Oh, not! He's made a mistake! The leader's crashed out in turn 8. Natyam Samanga's made a huge mistake and he's caught in the kiddie litter. Coming out of turn 8. Oh, man, we said we were going to keep the good stuff for the last, but didn't expect it to be this good. This is going to move Robert Volk up into potentially 3rd place as he passes Natyam Samanga, stricken on the sideline. There is the Team Perfect Circle car of Andre Besaidnout being closed down now by a new race leader, Julian van der Vat. How's this for a turnaround on the events? Julian van der Vat and Rackstraw fighting for the lead. Rackstraw realizing that there's a chance here for the win. It's into the closing stages of this last lap. They're coming up on the back end of the Team Perfect Circle car of Andre Besaidnout. Second place in the Masters there, Besaidnout with the Team Perfect Circle machine. And he's going to just try and stay out of harm's way, I'm sure, as these 2 cars head down the hill for the last time. Late braking from Rackstraw, will he ever go? No. Inside line from Van der Vat, sees him squeeze through. And Julian van der Vat, what a turnaround. After a massive crash at the beginning of the year, and saw him exit the first round at Kyalami, has now seen him take the victory on the second last attempt of Global Touring Cars. And you see the Chemical Logistics team taking the victory there with Julian van der Vat at the wheel. Rackstraw in second from Lee Thompson Racing. And is it going to be Robert Volk? Or is it going to be Barry Allen? And I think that was Michael van Rooyen crossing the line, yeah. I think Robert Volk's still going to come to the line. But there's going to be some serious discussions happening off track, I think, between the teams and the organisers and race control after that incident in turn. Julian van der Vat could potentially lose that victory as well. It's double yellows into turn number 8, and he overtook it in turn 8. No, he wouldn't. He was overtaking Natyam Samanga, and then Samanga was on the sideline, so I don't think he will. Might still hang in there for that one. Oh, yeah, he might have. That could be a problem. He overtook Andre Besaidnout into turn number 8 under yellow. I wonder if they're going to give Julian van der Vat a penalty for that. Oh, there's just so much to sort out here in GDC's first race of the day. I don't want him to get into it. It's just ridiculous. He's got the victory at the moment. That might change. Rackstraw could potentially get the victory there. Robert Volk, lucky to survive up to 3rd place, but he could be in some serious trouble with the COC after the incident between himself and Bariawa down into turn number 4. Liebenberg wins out comfortably over Jonathan Machotsi after all the fracas, which potentially puts one hand on the championship trophy for Brad Liebenberg for Global Touring Car Super Cup. Machotsi will have to win, and something will have to go dramatically wrong for Brad Liebenberg in race 2 if Machotsi wants to win the championship. Variawa eventually finished up in 6th place overall, but that will put him into 4th in the Global Touring Car class, ahead of Arnie Neverling, who was 3rd in the GDC Super Cup category. Beats out Tate Bishop, and Johnny Van Niekerk wins out the Masters. Karen Hill there in 11th, Andre Besaidnout 2nd in the Masters, and Roberto Franco 3rd in the Masters, 12th and 13th overall, respectively. Nick Vastanis' first outing finishes up in 14th, and Michael Van Rooyen could potentially be on the front row and potentially be alongside Natyam Samanga for that front row in race 2 later on. Wow. So you want drama? You want to come to the Extreme Festival final round and get drama? We'll provide that drama with no problem whatsoever, courtesy of Global Touring Cars. If I'm not mistaken, we're now going into a bit of a circuit cleanup as well as the small break in proceedings. So everybody that's joined us on our live stream and everybody around the circuit, we are going to possibly get a chance for you to get up close and personal with your favorite riders and drivers as the chaos from race 1 of Global Touring Cars is sorted out and cars get brought onto the track for the fan walk. We've got a fan walk that is going to be provided by almost all of our categories. Cars from each representative category will be on circuit. And I'm just waiting for Paul to give me... That's fine, we'll try and get an interview before we get away. But there may be a little break in proceedings for the race action. Just waiting for our final interview, and when we get that sorted out, we'll then break for our fan walk and a chance for our TV crew to stand down for a couple of minutes as well, just to get ready for the final heats of the day here at the final round of the Extreme Festival. So, ladies and gents, after that absolute chaotic first heat of Global Touring Cars and GDC Super Cup, race 1 winner joins me in studio. Jules, just come a little bit closer to the microphone there, bud. I kind of big up to you across the line, because if you take into account what happened at the start of the season and where you were in your original Ford and where you ended up now in the second last race, it's a big turnaround. Well done.
No, thank you. It's been a very up and down year. Obviously, after the Kailami accident, I was out for about 3 races, multiple fractures. That in the Ford we had that total brake failure. But we've come back from PE with a new BM, and every race has just been a step forward. Not just for me in the car, but also the whole rehab process. Still not 100%, but like a weekend like this just puts the whole journey. It makes the whole journey worth it. To come back and win on the last.
And a chance to swap out cars. I mean, only a race ago you decided, listen, Rob, can I have your Toyota and you can have my BM, and let's just see what happens. Unfortunately, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a off-track discussion to sort out what happened. Come on in, Brad. We'll have you in 2 seconds' time. But you were involved just behind. Take us through what you saw in that first incident.
I mean, it was a pretty clean start from everyone. We sort of all the cars went side by side through turn 2. From what I could see, it just looked like Rob got squeezed onto the grass with no real room to go anywhere. And obviously, as you're braking for turn 4, his car's on the grass, he's going to spin out. Yeah. So, it's a tricky one. I think there's him and Saud obviously in the championship fighting for it, so tensions are quite high. But again, from my side, it just looked a bit like Rob got a bit squeezed there off the track. No space for him to go to. But that's racing, things happen.
It does. And that normally turns into chaos, which fortunately played into your hands. You had a bit of a fight though. Nati was not going to give it up.
No, it was a tough one. He had good pace in the beginning of the race. We really struggled to catch him. We sort of caught him a bit on the infield, and he'd sort of make a gap out on the straights. But we preserved our tyres quite nicely. I didn't try to cook them in the first few laps, and I thought let it just come to us. And then I think on the second last lap, I got a much better run out of him in turn 6 and went for a move into the last corner. I think there was a bit of contact, but that's again racing. It's a very tight circuit here. Luckily, we were able to come through in the lead and go home with the win.
Lucky, I've got to say, because Rackstraw certainly had some delusions of grandeur there to get ahead of you.
Yeah, I know Rackstraw, especially those last 2 laps. I think we both got held up a little bit with back markers. He was right there. I think we had a little bit of pace on him. So, again, we managed to pull sort of a 2-car gap on that last lap. But you never know. Last lap, guys go for moves. They go for dives. You never know what happens. But, again, the teammate did an incredible job with the car. Yep. Pace was really strong. Didn't fall off, just sort of kept coming. So, really good speed by the team. And
you kind of started in the mid-pack for first heat, so you're going to know exactly what it's like with the reverse grid now. So you've still got a chance of possibly squeezing through and getting back into that pack. But with the chaos that happened, it may bring some of those top contenders back into the front of the field with the reverse grid.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see, because I should be starting in P6. P1 goes to P6, but I don't know if the other cars finished that were in the turn 4 accident. Are they going to be starting behind me? Are they going to be in front? So we'll just have to see the grid, and again, just try pick them off one by one if I have to. We know we've got good race pace, so we'll again. But they're going to fight. There might be another turn 4 incident. You never know.
Dude, I don't want to be Arlene Brown right now. Having to deal with action.
I don't think she's catching a flight home today.
Dude, all the best and well done on the win. I'm sure that's as I said, a great turnaround from your side of things, and good luck for the second one. I'm going to ask Brad to come and join us. Jump on in here, Brady. Julian van der Walt there from WCT and Chemical Logistics, winning out our Global Touring Cars first heat. And here's GDC Super Cup first winner. Nice one, Bradley. Good job, bro.
Thank you.
Dude, it wasn't all plain sailing, though, because, as I said to Jules, there was a bit of fracas in turn 4, and you guys joined it with Michael kind of coming straight back into you.
Yeah, look, I think I was so caught up in my battle with Jono, because obviously we're side by side coming out of 3, and I only saw the yellow flags literally as we got halfway down the straight, and I was like, oh, okay, what's going on here? Next minute I saw a car coming back on the circuit, and he kind of came back on to where the track, the racing line goes. So, yeah, we got a bit caught up there, but managed to eke out a little bit of a gap there. And then, we know that the tires with the heat and everything, that you don't have many laps where you can push maximum. So it was a lot about preserving the tire. Obviously, we have another race coming up. So, I just kind of, after lap 4 or 5, started looking after the tire a little bit. And yeah, after setting fastest lap, another bonus points, good for the championship. But yeah, we look forward to race 2 and see how
I got to say though, there was at one point, and I know you guys are kind of stablemates / teammates. There was some contact, bud. Makhutsi was not going to give it up without a fight.
100%. But like as Julian said, rubbing is racing, and there is going to be contact. I mean, we're in a high pressure, high adrenaline situation, and things do happen. Things, we do come together. But nonetheless, we all made it to the finish, which is really good for both of us. But yeah, with Jono, the whole year, we've had really clean racing. Yeah. I've said it more than once that, we spend time away from the racetrack. So we are good mates. And again, there is a respect, but, when the helmet goes down, race for ourselves. But yeah, like I say, both cars made it to the finish.
I do like the fact that there's no team orders there, and you got to race it out and leave it on the track, and that's what you guys do. You literally leave it on the track. As you come in, it's high fives, well done. Yeah, you're a little bit harsh, or I might have been a bit harsh, whatever. A couple of words, and then it's play on. And now focus on final race with one hand on the championship trophy, possibly.
Yeah, look, I don't want to go back to what happened to me in 2016 with Polo Cup, but it's never over till it's over. So, yeah. Like you say, there's always respect. So I look forward to it. We said our well dones to each other and our congratulations. And yeah, starting P1 for race 2. So hopefully I can do more of the same and, get that elusive 10th title that escaped me a little bit with karting this year. But yeah, I look forward to it.
Dude, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. There you have it from Brad Liebenberg's point of view. Race winner in Global Touring Car Super Cup. Look forward to the second one. And hopefully it's going to be a good one again. Try and keep it clean if we can.
Like
I want to give Arlene a little bit more work to do. She's got enough as it is. But yeah, congratulations and good luck for the next one.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for joining us, Bradley.
Thank you.
There you go, Brad Liebenberg for Global Touring Car Super Cup, joining us there for a post-race interview, telling us exactly what happened there. And of course, as you heard, rubbing's racing. It does happen that way. They've got to get up close and personal, particularly when the championships are so close, and they have been all day long. I'm just going to get confirmation from Paul in my ear. I believe we're still going to go to a fan walk on the grid and on the back straight. And if that's the case, we've got a small break in proceedings, but we'll be back shortly with the SunBet ZX Masters Cup, race number 2. Just in time, by the looks of it. They didn't give us a lot of a break there, Paul, just to give you a heads up, and I might just get a chance to get a little red square reload before we go racing. Take that reload quickly. Got SunBet ZX Masters Cup, race number 2. Standing by now for another epic battle between our two wheelers. Dave Peterson's going to join me here for commentary. But Dave, they didn't give us a chance even to get a red square reload in, mate, before we went racing here. I thought we were supposed to have a bit of a fair break in the fair ball. Clearly that didn't happen with all the clouds we had on track. They've decided to give that a bit of a miss and give everybody a chance to get back on track and continue today's racing. But it is Red Square, of course, who are supporting the SunBet ZX Masters Cup and have been around with Kawasaki ZX Masters Cup for a long time, along with Bridgestone and all the associate sponsors that are involved in this category. It's so good to see this class growing into what has now become the premier motorcycle class in the country.
Well, it certainly has, Greg. And, they're talking about national superbike riders joining them for next year. The group is Tim Seller. They come over to the ZX10 Masters Cup. You've got to be 35 years of age or older. I believe is about 37. So when those sort of guys start joining, we've got Damien Perfecati already in there. So a lot of the national riders are coming out across the ZX10 Masters Cup. SunBet have confirmed for next year,
brilliant,
as have Red Square. We're still talking to NGK. Bridgestone obviously are still in. Kawasaki still in. So this is the premier category, track racing category in South Africa.
So the other important thing is there were a couple of rumors about how they wanted to play around possibly of bringing that 35 down to 30. And then there could be a couple of other of the national championship riders that could potentially come and join the pack. Whether or not that's going to happen, we'll wait and see. But if it does open up a couple of doors for other national championship riders to join and the likes.
Yeah, for sure. If they went down to 30, I believe for the ladies it is around about 30. Now, I think they've already got the ladies at 30. That might happen, but I don't want to lose the essence of this cup.
It's a Masters class.
Yeah, it's a Masters class. And they do give a Masters class. Ready, red lights coming on, red lights going off. We'll be racing very shortly. Here we go. And who gets all shot? Going down into turn 1. Who does it look like? It looks like Grant Van Bredar is going around the outside. Yes, Van Bredar has rocked the whole shot.
Real up close and personal with everybody heading into turn number 1 there and getting like almost
Byron Rothko right in centre frame as well.
What a good move there from him. And around the outside, Henk Kruger side by side again there with Visa Timber. Rothko, Timber and Henk Kruger had an epic fight in race number 1.
Right, here we are with the leaders coming up to turn number 4. Perfecati looking up the inside once again. That's a brave move. I think he's worried that Graham Van Bredar on the definitely stopped Kawasaki might just get away. So he's going to try to do something very early in the race. Let's have a look see. Oh, look at that on the brakes. Van Bredar, he might get caught sleeping there if it comes down to another lap.
Jason Lamb was caught sleeping ever so slightly. He was behind Wayne Shelley. Now, Lamb into 4, just got through into turn 5. So Wayne Shelley with a phenomenal start. Behind him, yet again, as always, the usual suspect, Peter DeFoss on the John Gonzozi Kawasaki.
Wayne Shelley, difficult customer around this track. He brakes very, very late. He's not scared to play a little bit. Wayne Shelley is having, in fact, an incredible ride. Jason Lamb, can he close that gap? Remember race 1, he was able to do that. Can you do it again?
Yeah, the fact that you take Wayne Shelley, he comes here for the Thunder.
Oh, big crash!
Oh, that's a huge one. That's a massive one.
Jason Lamb. That is Jason Lamb. Has high-sided coming out of turn 2. The marshals are waving the flags. We could see a safety car at the very least. Jason Lamb, he's come out of that turn. Yeah, he's got a complete high side. So much for traction control that happens. Just to take us through that there, Greg, we could do a replay. But basically what happens is we come out of the turn, you lean over, traction control, but they run it as little as possible. They don't want to kill the horsepower at the circuit. So you don't want to kill too much horsepower. So they're running as little TC as possible. There it is, Greg, red flag. A little traction control, and basically you get on the gas. Traction control doesn't even have a chance to cut in.
Exactly.
And it throws him over the top.
Now that high side was a big one. It looks like we're going to go down to that as soon as we can. They're just making sure that Jay's okay before we bring you pictures of that and visuals of it. Shelley very lucky to avoid him. He was literally right behind Jason Lamb as he high-sided. So Wayne Shelley, I was about to say something about him, and then of course that the crash just deterred me from that. Hein McMahon wasn't too far behind either. It's like he had to take your base back to 2. It was not the way you want to see a start of a championship battle. Potentially championship being sported out here.
Well, it will go to that, Graham. I can't see that Jason's going to pick that one up and carry on. It looks like he might have been a little bit injured there. Hopefully he's going to be okay. We'll get you as soon as we know all about it. We're listening on the comms. We'll hear what happens with him. We will show you a replay of the accident as soon as we get the rewind going. But at the moment, it looks like the red flag is out. We're not going to restart just yet. And luckily, Wayne Shelley did not get any target fixation, because that's what happens.
You know, personally, sometimes you put out so much in the moment that you don't have a choice. The target fixation sends you straight into where the incident is happening.
That's one of the big dangers of motorcycle racing. Falling off a bike hurts. It does hurt a great deal, but it's when something hits you or you hit something. That's when you tend to have big injuries. High side injuries tend to be lower legs because of the way you land. Can also be collarbone or back. So we'll have a replay of that very shortly. I'm sure Paul's going to.
Yeah, we're just standing by. Police says that they're just attending to Jay, so they don't want to go down there to.
But we could see the replay anyway.
So we'll wait to see the replay as soon as we get that. But unfortunately, a big high side for Jason Lamb coming out of turn 2 has brought the race to a stop, and we'll probably do a full restart because they didn't complete the first lap. They didn't even complete that first lap before the red flag came out. So a big moment.
Well, if they go back a lap, so they just sort of done one lap. So they'll probably do a full restart. Probably knock it down a lap or two because of the time delay. So we'll see what happens there. But this is the chance in motorcycle racing that you take. Everybody wants to be out there near the front. Obviously you didn't get a great start. Wayne Shelley was so quick off the line. Wayne was just riding his very best, late braking. So Jason Lamb had to make up what he could. He just got past Wayne Shelley, obviously thinking, can't let Van Breda get away from me. That's what all he could think about.
You could probably see that Van Breda, as he'd gone into turn 2, was leading and had a little bit of a margin over Purificati and Westman. So realizing that and having just got through on Wayne Shelley, he thought, no, let me get the hammer down and try and get that gap closed as quickly as possible. It could potentially also be a couple of these guys are not up to full temperature on those Bridgestones just yet at this stage of the race. So
I don't think they run tire warmers. Okay, here we're just going to have a quick look at this. So there, we're just focusing on him right there. That's the white bike going through there is Jason, and then just behind him are the old guys. So Jason Lamb. You can. So it was not a complete high side. It stepped out sideways, whipped back in, and look how close Wayne Shelley was to that. Peter de Vos also very close to the incident. So that's how it happened. It wasn't a complete high side. So that can sometimes be even more painful, it really can.
How fast Hein McMahon reacted. Hand up in the right-hand turn to warn the riders behind that there was somebody down. So taking into account that there's a big crash, the red flag is out. SunBet ZX Masters Cup being brought to a bit of a shortened finish to what we wanted. But this red flag situation now gets everybody back into the start grid. It'll be a full restart. And Dave, you've been in this situation before. I spoke about it earlier on with one of the drivers and Julian Familiar saying, what do you do to get that refocus and to get back into the zone here now?
Well, you've got to forget about what you've just done. That's the most important thing. Just think about what's coming ahead of you. And the way to do it is plan your race. Okay, start, drop the clutch. Go through your routine in your mind. Don't think about, I was leading, now I'm not leading. Forget about all that. Just go through the routine in your mind, close your eyes. Okay, down to turn 1, back a gear. Squirt it onto turn 2, back another gear. Square it off, go in deep, pick it up, run out the corner, pick it up right as you can. Grab 3rd gear, grab 4th gear. So go through that first lap in your mind and not worry about the other bikes that are around you. You need to be concentrating on what's coming ahead of you. So, we used to do it, I had Tony Mang as a rider, and I used to take a stopwatch and say to him, right, Tony, take me through a lap in his mind. And he would sit there and he'd say, okay, start, dunk. And I'd watch him and he'd be taking corners and doing gears and brakes and da-da-da-da. And then he'd say, okay, finish, dump, and I'd press the stopwatch. The first time we did it, he was about a minute off on his lap time. That's how far off he was. Then as he got used to it, he could get, Tony Mang became world champion that year with me as his team manager, but he could then get to within a second of his lap time in his mind.
Wow, that's incredible.
So if I was these guys on the starting grid there, just looking down, Graham van Breda would be going, okay, so they formed up actually the way they formed up for the race anyway, so it's a full restart. So I would be sort of sitting there in my mind, going through, make sure you're in the right gear, brake in the right place, because don't forget, coming down into turn 1, you're not carrying the speed that you carry in a normal lap.
Correct.
You've just pulled away from the start line. So you're probably only just into third gear, whereas normally fourth gear back to third for turn 1. So you're going quite a lot slower. So you've got to adjust your mind to, okay, where do I brake? Where do I turn? The safest thing to do at the start of the race is brake reasonably early and turn in tight. You don't want to run wide.
Way back to the medical
ambulance,
center.
yeah. So we're hoping that he's okay. We'll get word to you as soon as we know. The medic center is just below us here, where Greg and I are sitting right now.
Yeah, and Doc and Hanley, of course, are probably the best in the country.
We've got the best medics here, no doubt.
Other factor you need to take into account now is Van Breda's got the whole shot twice. He now looks across and sees the grid missing Jason Lamb. Does he have to push so hard for that whole shot now? Does he go back into that race zone completely, or does he back out of it suddenly?
No.
Let's let Westman and Purified.
He's got to go for it. No. You don't do that.
Okay.
You can't start a race with something in your mind saying, "Oh, I'm going to go third to the first corner." You don't do that. You go in full blast. Okay. You absolutely go in full blast, because don't forget, if you get a bad start and you're mid-pack is far more dangerous. Actually, and if you're conserving points, I'm trying to do the maths right now, but Graham might have actually done it now. He might have actually enough points gap, doesn't matter where he finishes, to be the 2023 SunBet ZX Master Cup champion. So, but he must not think about that. You've got to go down there and say, right,
get the job
ride my race, do what I do, and get down to turn 1.
All right, so it looks like we're almost ready to go here. Just getting confirmation from Paul as well to say it's going to be a full restart. According to timing, I've got 9 laps. Paulie, I don't know what you've got, just to give it in my ear if you can.
I see Henny the Flag talking to some of the guys about what is going on there. He's been told. So I'll see Henny
it looks
is...
like we're going to go to 9 laps. Okay. So not a full race again.
Yeah, 9 laps,
lap
okay.
Counted, and they're going to just bring it back one, just so we can stay in time for the rest of the classes as well. There's a lot of racing to come after this. This is the last two-wheeled action coming your way from SunBet ZX SA Masters Cup. There's the whistle. Looks like we're good to go. I'll probably give them this lap as an out lap, and then still the warm-up lap as the normal starting procedure, because I know those Bridgestones need a couple of laps to get up to race temperature.
I think that, it would make sense if they just give them at least one more. They're going to get a warm-up lap anyway. Somebody said to Alvarez, I'm going. Damien Purified said, I'm out there. So, he might have a problem with his battery. That, by the way, Damien's bike's pretty old. I think it's the 17. This shows you.
And had a big crash yesterday.
Yes, and he had an accident yesterday. So you can come out here with a 17 model and race against the latest things out there. It just shows you that that's the success of this category. That you can come here with a second-hand motorcycle.
The other thing is, it's the success of what Kawasaki have brought in the last 10 years in 1,000cc bikes. These ZX10s have been pretty good, and at one stage we're fighting for the national championship. So they're a good machine to be on.
Not to forget, when Kawasaki really took over World Superbike, the others all went basically MotoGP. Correct. So what did Kawasaki do? They made the ZX10 the factory bike, actually. The only factory bike in World Superbike. What Kawasaki went into this particular model. So they didn't bother with MotoGP anymore. They said, hang on, we don't sell MotoGP bikes, we sell ZX10s.
Correct.
So they made the ZX10 the official factory bike in World Superbike. Johnny Ray won umpteen, six, seven championships. I mean, crazy stuff. And it's still competitive. For sure. And for sure, Kawasaki have backed off the last 2 years in terms of development. But here's the development we see of that Kawasaki.
And what's selling in the shops is going to be these, because you can see we've got 25 of them, and we're going to make it 24 now. Wish Jason Lamb all the very best for a speedy recovery. We're going into the start procedure. Will they still get another warm-up lap? I think they may do. The start procedure definitely dictates that they go for one more.
We're looking for the green flag. So does Henny show a green flag? If we see a green flag, we're racing. We are racing.
Going racing. Down towards turn 1, Dave. Off the line, Purified with a good start.
Around the outside, Graham van Breda definitely starts. Has hit the front once again. Best thing he could do.
Goes to the front end, but he's outdone by Westman and Purified On his inside, coming through there on Wayne Shelley is Hein McMahon. Just lucky with a good move up into fourth, just ahead of Shelley. And then just behind that, looks like it is going to be Peter de Vos. Second pack led out by this stage. Looks like it could be Apana Ganapathy, or maybe even Dave Varinga.
That's Ganapathy with the white helmet. There he is there with the orange visor. And then just further back, looking, there's Hardwood. I dare anybody to get a brighter set of letters than that. And we got a crash. We've got a crash mid-pack. Let's just go back to that. Let's go back to that, Scott. Let's have a look who's lying there. Okay, so is it Peter de Vos? No.
It's Safiso.
It's Safiso.
Safiso Temba.
Safiso Temba. He's looking in a horizontal state at the moment. He's saying, how did that happen? Safiso has been riding so well. He has come on leaps and bounds as Safiso
He's not happy as well. Maybe he got a little bit of assistance there because he's showing a bit of...
we are still racing, Greg. We're still racing.
And they're not going to stop with that one. They'll get that bike out of the way by the time these guys head in.
Might be a yellow flag. That's about it.
Maybe it's a yellow flag down there, yeah. So Westman leads out. Purificati second, Van Breda third, and Hein McMahon into fourth place, closing on Van Breda.
Slucky is on it. Slucky is right there this time. He's saying, you know what? I'm going to hang with these first four guys. And that would be a fantastic learning curve for him. He's been riding a lot around this track. He's been doing thunder bikes and all sorts of things. And here's showing the benefit of all that.
Listen, I can tell you the last round of thunder bikes, it was almost a sort of mini ZX10R Masters Cup.
Van Breda on the brakes.
Van Breda on the brakes. Can he get through? No, it's Purificati.
No, you know, when he sticks his leg out, then you know he's going to try and go through. Yeah. Didn't put his leg out that time.
This time he just tucks in behind Purificati, waits a little bit longer. Damien Purificati trying to stay there with Westman. Old machinery versus brand new machinery through turn 7 down the hill. And then Slucky just behind that. Second pack, it's Shelley. Shelley being closed down by de Vos. That's the Class C fight. And then just behind that, look at that. Apana Ganapathy, Teddy Brook, LaRue, and Varinga all in the mix there.
Yeah, that is a great dice going on. And then Kruger down there, Finika, all these, it's all the usual suspects having their usual dice. Out front, though, these three are stuck. Damien Purificati, that Kawasaki color, is that not something like they used to run in the 90s?
Yes, exactly. And it was also World Superbike colors, if you remember. When
That's
they
what I'm
still
saying.
Ran, they ran in the World Superbikes. It was Fukusuka Kawasaki that they
That's
ran
right.
in.
That's
And
right.
Yanagawa was the
rider.
That's
Oh, up on the inside. We've got a diver going up the inside. Can't do it that time around.
fight on there as well. That's good to see, and it fights all the way through. What we found in the past, and what we always comment on this class, is that you've got this lead pack. They're the cream of the crop. And then you've got just little packs of riders that are on a similar level, similar riding style, and similar lap times. And they start to fight as hard as these three in the front.
Now, look at those names down there. You'll see that 10, 12, 13, 14. Those are the guys having the big dice at the moment. But I just hear the crowd screaming as they go past the top three riders. The crowd are going absolutely crazy down in pit lane.
What lap record pace? What fastest lap? They're getting there. The tyres are starting to come into their own. There's Shelley versus Peter de Vos. Wayne Shelley, at Thunderbike level, Wayne Shelley starts from pit lane just to give himself a little bit of extra challenge, which is quite black actually.
Wayne Shelley, a great character in the pits. Really enjoy having him in this SunBet ZX 10R Masters Cup. Top two seem like they want to sort this thing out right now. Damien Purificati is not riding defensive at all for Graham Commodore. He's looking up the inside and come up onto the shelf. Does he get him on the brake? Not quite this time around. But he'll be definitely lining him up. Damien Purificati is lining this one up.
You know, he's just waiting, biding his time, looking for a chick in the armour there. Westman on the wayward clean machine. Trevor Westman for the Team 60 project bike. Of course, he runs for a good friend of his that passed away. It's in memory of him. And all he said is he wants Trevor Westman to ride this bike. And that's what he's been given the task to do, which is a fantastic thing to have. And an opportunity of note there for Westman.
And if you pop down to Killarney on a Wednesday, we'll come back to Slucky. Pop down to Killarney on a Wednesday afternoon. You'll see their presence there, how many riders they've got coming out.
And further back in the pack, you've got one all the way from London.
Yeah.
You've got a reset. His name has got a funny name.
No, he's a Pommy. No, he's a Pom.
Yeah, Piers Canute.
Piers, he's
All
part
the
of
way
that
from
group.
London.
Yeah, all the way from London via Cape Town. Slucky, let's go back to Slucky. He's in fourth place at the moment. They're not pulling away from him. That's what amazes me. Hein McMahon is hanging in there. It may be half a second that last lap. But the top three obviously pushing almost lap record pace. They're only half a second off that at the moment. Oh, Commodore out of the seat. Out of the seat right there as he came out of the shelf. Out of the seat. So Commodore is pushing as hard as he can.
That's the reason why he's lost lap on the last pass. He got cut down to a 103.945. So Bambadar. But now, this is where the strategy might change. With that little moment, is Graham going to think to himself, I don't have to fight with these two. Let them go, and let me concentrate on trying to win this championship. For the back end, that's a nice little shot.
As you come down the hill there, you've got to be so careful. Ringa's watching him there. He's not putting it back all the way to the right-hand side, which on a 1000cc bike, you kind of have to do to flick it left. So he's doing a Greg Dreyer line at the moment.
Hope you're not going to end up the tumble Dreyer like Greg used to.
That kind of happened right in front of us, remember? Dreyer bounced down the hill.
Huge one.
Anyway, here's Graham Bambadar, Stephen Really Stocks. Champion-elect, obviously, for 2023. That number one plate gets really heavy. And he's felt the weight this year, all year long.
He certainly has, with the pressure that's been put onto him by particularly Jason Lamb. Now, with the pressure off him slightly, he's letting these two go at it. The Purificati, I think, is not done yet. He's certainly going to begin to transfer. One opens up to get through there on the killer Westman. Trevor Westman, Damien Purificati, Graham Bambadar. Slucky, as you said, not too far off. How's that run from Wayne Shelley and Peter DeVos? 5 and 6. The second oldest and third oldest guys in the back.
They're absolutely on it. They're on it. So we're going to look at 5 and 6 in a few moments' time because that is a big class going on right there. They put everything into it. Peter DeVos took, a year off?
Yeah.
And he realized life is just not the same without the motorcycle, without SunBet ZX10 Master. So Peter DeVos come back to the racing.
And other than that year off, he's literally been involved in this championship from the word go. Him and his brother were kind of the stalwarts of starting what was originally just ZX10R Masters Cup.
Something like 17 years, I believe, yeah. So, as you look at them climbing up the hill, absolute great category. When they started it way back when, Louis van Bergen and Tryon Krobler started the category, I thought, just another class. Do we have space for another racing category in South Africa? Why do we want to dilute what we've already got? Well, I eat my hat. I eat anything because look at it. Here we are. It's almost 20 years down the line, and we're still racing these same motorbikes.
Yeah, it kind of works. It's also sort of shows you that one make formula is not a bad one to follow. Is potentially what could be the future of the sport. And if it is going to go the way you spoke about at the top of the show here, in terms of this part of the show, Dave, with the changes that could be happening, Pincella into this mix would be awesome. Ronald Slam had started the year. He hasn't quite finished the year, but I think he ran out of a bit of budget there. So Ronald Slam at the Red Baron back into the mix here next year with Pincella. Maybe chuck in AJ, throw in a couple of other national championship riders.
Well, we could see some lap records getting broken. By the way, lap record broken yesterday, which was Stewie McLeod's original lap record around this track on a ZX10. They managed to break that record. Damien Purificati. Oh, he's looking dangerous right now. Trevor Westman, great line. You see that down the hill? He squared it off nicely. Good squirt. So he pulled a bit of a gap there on the brakes. So Damien Purificati is trying ever so hard. Have to remember the bikes are different in age. Last lap, there's Henny the flag. Throwing us into the last lap. So we're going to stick with these leaders for now. Graham Bambadar in third. Lucky in fourth. The red bike in fourth place.
On the bike category 2 and potentially going to look to be in the top 3 for Class A. And at this stage is second in Class A. Third in Class A. First and second Class A there. Westman and Purificati. Class B is third place Graham Bambadar. Lucky third in Class A in fourth.
And then right behind them is the big dots for Class C.
First and second.
With DeVos just in front of it at the moment. Peter DeVos. They're having a huge battle out there on track. On the brakes, Damien Purificati. But it's a little too late, little of everything really at the moment. But he'll be proud of himself. He'll be proud to just hang in there and stay with Trevor Westman, who's got the bike perfectly set up for the track at the moment. Westman down to second gear.
5 yesterday, comes through for 2 second places today. That'll be a real nice finish for Purificati. 2 wins though for the killer Westman. And how we wrap this up. The winning Class B, potentially one hand on the championship trophy as well for Graham Bambadar. Here comes DeVos versus Shelley, and Peter's got through.
Peter DeVos, I can see the grin on his face from here. Peter DeVos is smiling ear to ear. Right behind him, Mapata gun up with him. He actually caught up in the last couple of laps. I was just looking there, a couple of seconds. Mapata was really on it towards the end of the race.
LRT Racing having a front one there. This Mobil and Spanner at the back of the pack, fighting there with Piers and the Mobil having a little fight. We mentioned earlier in race number 1, Mobil is still recovering from that big crash at Sunset Corner at Kyalami at the Festival of Motoring, so he's still feeling the effects of that one. Westman loving life. There is the man who potentially has put one hand on the trophy with the demise there, and hopefully the return as rapidly as possible for Jason Lamb. As we wrap things up there, Trevor Westman, Damien Purificati, and Graham Van Bredal, your top 3.
Peter DeFast, Wayne Shelley, Apanaganapathy, Johan Leroux, a little bit further down the lead, like Teddy Brook once again, boy, he's right in there. And Henk Kruger down there in 10th place. 20 seconds off the leaders, not too bad around this track.
Look at the way the classes ended up there. The results in Moringa, Laurent Nico, Peter Hazeman, and Byron Rothwell, Steve Belcocci in there as well, ahead of Sharp Cruz, and Howard, Landy Sutton, a little bit of a better overall lap there for her. She's going to be taking place with Kerwin, and here's Canucks. He, of course, is going to be joining us on a regular basis from now on, so he'll get better and better. Bubalo in 21st, Reggie Steele down again with some problems there. It must have been an issue on the bike again. Visa Temple we saw crash out of turn 4, and unfortunately there, Jason Lamb crashing on the first lap coming out of turn 2. Wish those two riders a speedy recovery.
What I'll do, Greg, I'm going to go and see if I can find some of the riders, but I'll shoot downstairs to the medic center and just get a check-up on Jason Lamb as well.
Up next will be Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, as you can see there, but just to run through the classes as well in the ZX10R Masters Cup. Westman, Purificati, and Hein McMahon, top 3 in Class A. Class B was Graham Van Bredal ahead of Apanaganapathy and Henk Kruger. And Class C was Peter DeFoss ahead of Wayne Shelley and Johan Leroux. That's how they wrap up our second heat and final race of the day for the two-wheeled action from the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Up next, as you can see, waiting to get onto the track, our Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Paulie, I'm not quite sure if I'm going out clear on the microphone. A couple of guys sending me some messages. Thanks, Walker the Stalker, Ian Walker from Cycles United Melo Velo, sending us a message there to say that my microphone seems to be a little bit low compared to Dave's. I don't know if you can do an adjustment of some nature. I don't know if it's going out clear for you. I'm literally right up against the mic. 1 2 1 2. Let me check that one. Okay, cool. So I'm literally right up against the microphone as close to as I can. Thanks, Ian. He says it's much better as we go into race 2 of 3 for the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Julian Familiaris has taken the first victory already this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. and looking now possibly to make it 2 out of 2. Hein for Mark is in the house, as well as Charles Visser joined us on the live stream. I'm trying to get Charles Visser up here. I've just sent his dad a message to say come on up, because after race 1 of the CompCare Polo Cup, we have got a newly crowned champion in the CompCare Polo Cup, and that is Charles Visser. So Dave's gone down to get a couple of the riders from the SunBet ZX SA Cup to come and join me as we're into race 2 here of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. I've asked as well for Charles Visser to come and join us here in the studio and have a quick chat to the newly crowned champion. But we got Mobil 1 V8 Supercars to sort out first. And it's a bit of a change up here to the usual proceedings, as you can see. Are we going to see potentially Julian Familiaris take a double victory, or is Mackie Adlam going to try and keep himself in the hunt for this championship? Remember, we've got 2 more races today, and then still another 2 to go on the 18th of November here at Zwartkops at the final regional Extreme Festival. Today is the final National Extreme Festival with a couple of regional classes as support categories, namely the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars and the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. But Rolling Thunder are on track as we speak. Familiaris alongside Thomas Reeb. Second row, it's Adlam and Wolford. Third row, we've got Lombard and Di Matteo. And the final row there will be the 2 Corvettes of Steve Hapst and Andrew Katay. Good to see Katay Racing got that Corvette sorted out and back on track here for second heat. I was in 20 marks, I beg your pardon. Similar colors there. So in 20 marks will be on track. And good to see that they had to sort some issues out there. So Katay Racing's Andrew Katay not going to be on track for the second heat. But as we come to the start, I've got Trevor Westman coming to join me, and it looks like Purificati is going to jump in as well. The 2 of them going to get in here. Get in here, killer. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars about to kick off here, so just hang tight. I'll bring you in as soon as I can. But this is going to be an awesome start once again from the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. And is it going to be a similar start to what we saw in the first one? And see whether or not we're going to have some fun and games. If you want some of that, you can help yourself, brother. Coming in here, straight off the bikes, hot and sweaty in the leathers, and just waiting for the V8s to start before we bring Trevor Westman in. Lights out! It's double wave yellows into turn 1 and 2 for the V8 Supercars, and it'll be Linus Stern as they go through there. The green flag only comes out for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars coming out of turn 2 into turn 3, where of course all the action happened in that first heat, or second heat I should say, of the SunBet ZX SA Masters Cup. They come out of that one with Mackie Adlam leading things out. Charles, just hang tight there, brother. We're going to get to you any second now. But Trevor, jumping in here, watching Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. They're doing similar speeds to what you guys do. But you were looking for lap records, but double victories is certainly a good way to finish up.
Every time I'm in the front there, I just know he's going to make a move, and it's like really scary. But yeah, I kept it together, and everything went well, and I got the double victory, which is great.
Yeah, super stuff there. And of course, on that new machinery, it's looking like it's all the way to go. You brought along a friend from London. It was great to see Piers involved and getting a chance to be in the mix amongst riders that he's not used to racing with, and on 1000cc for the first time as well.
Yeah, it's flipping awesome to see that. It's also a bit nerve-wracking for me every time I see somebody riding off for a yellow flag. I always think of Piers because I want him to have a good experience and get into racing the right way. So yeah, I'm very happy that Piers had a good experience here racing with us, and yeah, second race, and he's doing a national, which is great.
It's not done yet. She's still got 2 to go in about a month's time, so we'll leave you to it and concentrate on getting that all sorted out for the last one. Come back here and possibly outgun this man's new lap record. We're going to get Damien Purificati to jump in. Thanks, Trevor.
Thank you.
Trevor, the killer Westman there, as we're watching Familiaris lead things out over Mackie Adlam. Bit of pressure coming from Di Matteo onto the back end of Wolford as they come into turn 4. Coming to join me here in studio will be our second of the riders. What a fantastic run there. Damien Purificati, I've got to say to you, yesterday, bud, when I saw you in the canteen after that big crash at turn 5, it didn't look like you might get that bike sorted out, but back up and flying.
Yeah, it was a big hard side yesterday. I won't lie, it bugged me. I was very sore. So yeah, qualifying 2, I managed to just check if the bike's right. Qualifying 3, I somehow managed to string a lap together, which gave me second place. And luckily, because this Trevor Westman had some decent pace, and yeah, it was very awesome. I'm so glad I could do both races without any pain and painkillers. So I'm pretty happy.
Awesome job, dude. Just to jump in for 1 second there, Terry Wilford pulling to the sideline. Now we saw a massive moment. You were just ahead of it. Jason Lamb with a huge high side coming out of turn 2. It stopped the race, and you guys had to reshuffle, get back into grid positions, get yourselves back into the mindset for racing. Does that throw a little spanner in the works for you guys?
It throws a big spanner in the works. To see someone lying out of turn 2 face down is very, very scary. And you got to line back up on the grid. So I really hope Jason Lamb is okay. And then we were 2 laps in, and then we get a yellow flag at turn 4. And I had a big high side out of 3 trying to get on the gas to catch the killer, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought, let me settle down and just, let's finish the day. It does get to you, definitely.
Yeah, for sure, I'm sure. But good effort there. And of course, the lap record, that's an awesome achievement. 13 years, Stuart Mack. According to Dave, I think it went yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't break the lap. Did I break the lap?
I think you might have. Yeah.
Can't be.
We'll have a look and see. We'll get confirmation on that. One of the two.
It was Killer, yeah.
So Killer got it.
Yeah, I didn't break.
Yeah. No, I actually did it on purpose because I wanted to see his reaction.
Okay.
It was pity we couldn't get that on camera because it was quite cool. He was like going, hang on a second.
Look, I would have taken it, but then
I would have taken it, man.
Everybody would know. No, it wasn't him.
I would have owned it. Awesome stuff. Damien
Thank you very
Purificati
much.
from SunBet ZX and our Masters Cup. Great effort and good luck into the final round on the 18th of November.
Yes.
Thank you very much. There you go. So back to V8 action on there. We're going to get another studio guest joining me in a few seconds' time as we get these two. Oh, an off-track moment there for Reeb. Reeb onto the dirty stuff and heading onto turn 4. That's a good catch there from Thomas Reeb as he comes into the battle there with Frank and Dimitar losing out. And I'm going to get a young man who's certainly on a massive high right now as he comes to join me in studio. Let's get right up close and personal there for me, Charlie, if you don't mind. Joining me in studio as we're watching V8 Supercars. Now, I know your aspirations at some point would have been to get into big race cars, but today the most important thing was finishing up, and third place was enough to wrap up the CompCare Polo Cup Championship. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Uncle Greg. My first main circuit championship, got it on the belt, and it's especially such a prestige class. Polo Cup it's not a small class to win, and it's certainly a nice championship to win for your resume and everything like that. But I'm super happy. Can't believe I actually achieved it today, and just a massive thanks to the team, my parents, everyone who put all the hard work this year, and I'm just super chuffed on what I achieved today.
Now, you're watching the racing on the screen that I get to watch all the time when you guys entertain us like this. This is the kind of action that we were watching earlier on today with you guys. It's a championship battle up for grabs here. Mackie Adlam versus Julian Familiaris.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think you got to do here? You've got a 6-time champion on a man who's going to win his first V8 championship in the league. What's the thought pattern going through those drivers right now from your point of view?
If I'm honest, I think the guy in the lead will certainly have the most pressure. Defending, look, I don't know who's leading.
Familiaris is in front and Mackie's in second.
Okay, so I think Julian will feel a bit more pressured. Oh, okay. He will feel a bit more pressure because he's gunning for his first championship. Where I feel the guy in second, who's the more seasoned campaigner, I think he will certainly know what to do. I mean, he's probably a bit more experienced, but it's different in every class, I think it just all comes to who takes that little bit of risk, and that little bit of risk always pays off.
It's your first circuit racing championship. How many karting championships in the bag?
5 SA karting championships.
So that's 6 SA titles.
Yeah.
That's an awesome achievement. There's 6 titles there in Mackie Adlam in second place. Dude, I'm going to leave you to it because you're doing a better job in commentary than I am. Dave and I will leave you and we'll see you later. Okay, Charles? No, only joking. Charles Visser, congratulations on the CompCare Polo Cup Championship. Thanks for joining us in studio. Good luck for the second one. Hopefully go out there with a swan song, get the victory and do the job right.
Thanks, Uncle Rick.
Well done. Awesome job. So there you have it. Charles Visser, our newly crowned CompCare Polo Cup champion, in the house with Trevor Westman and Damien Purificati. And here we go. It's more of the same in V8 Supercars with the second place battle, or the battle for the lead, heating up. And Mackie Adlam all over the back of Julian Familiaris. Now, there's still another race to come later on. And that's where Mackie Adlam could potentially be thinking about, hang on, let's see if I can preserve these tyres and give Familiaris a run for his money in the last one. The championship is still in the hands of Julian Familiaris in terms of the lead, but the strategy and the chess game starts to come into play now because tyres on a hot day like this are vital. And Dave, chatting to the guys from ZX10, chatting to Charles, they've just been experiencing how hot it is in the cars and on the motorcycles. I mean, on the motorcycles, probably not as hot, but those leathers, you still tend to cook in.
Well, not forgetting these V8 Supercars, the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, they suffer a great deal more of tyre wear, purely because they produce so much more horsepower than anything else out there. So tyre wear is a massive thing with these cars, and apart from tyre wear, it's just conservation. So the whole time they're driving around, they're just having to conserve the tyres. Tactical game right now, but that's what's happening right here.
For sure. The tactical game is going to come into play not only for this heat, but for the next heat as well, because if those tyres are not preserved, they're going to have no rubber left. And that's maybe where Di Matteo and Lombard are thinking about the longer picture, because there will be a reverse grid in that final heat. And with that reverse grid, potentially Di Matteo and Lombard could be on the front row.
Well, it looks like they at the moment they're last Tuesday, because the other guys are on Monday. There's such a big gap going on between these guys. So you're right, maybe they're conserving tyres, thinking about the reverse grid for the last race. I'm not sure that's what's happening. I think the top two guys, Julian Fillmore-Morris and Mackie Adlam, are just that much faster today. Mackie Adlam is driving the wheels off that car. Don't forget, the heat coming off the car in front of him will be a major factor right now. So is he going to drop back a bit? Doesn't look like it. His tactics have gone out the window a long time ago. Mackie Adlam has won this title 7 times, and he's looking to win at least the race, if not the title. Look at the gap difference we've got now between first and second and third and fourth.
It is a big gap there, and as it across the line, you can actually get that gap. It's almost 8.5 seconds up the road to Mackie Adams' tailpiece for Di Matteo in the second of the Jaguars. So that Deltec Batteries and Di Matteo Racing Jaguar coming out of turn 2 as the leaders head into turn 4. So therein alone is a huge gap for them to try and close things down. Other big factor, of course, with the heat of today is in a closed cockpit, particularly in a V8 Supercar, where there is no breathing room whatsoever. I've driven one of these, and I've been in the passenger seat with Franco Di Matteo down at East London Grand Prix Circuit. Inside these cockpits, up to 50 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's definitely, if you want to lose some weight, put on a race suit and get in a race car. You might lose a couple of kilos. But as we come down towards the end of this race now, I just don't think Mackie's got enough to get past. I think he's cooking his tyres behind there. Both of these drivers will now be thinking, oh, we're worried now about the third race of the reverse grid. At the moment, tactics aren't really playing any part.
No, for sure. Now it's all about just closing down and finishing up this final race, the final lap of race 2. We've got one more to go. It'll be the second last race of the day. In fact, it's the last race of the day, the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, just after Gazoo Racing's second heat. But it is Julian Fillmore-Morris doing everything right here. Chatted to him earlier on. He said he wants to try and get all 3 victories in the bag so they can go into the final round with a little bit of a more comfortable margin to play with. 140 points up for grabs at the start of the day. He's already taken the majority of the points with the pole position as well as the first race victory, and looks like second race victory could be his here into the closing stages.
It's amazing that Mackie Adlam's so dominant in previous seasons that Julian Fillmore-Morris this year has been so, not dominant, but he just put it all together consistently all of the time. And we've got
20 marks with a bit of a problem.
20 marks, looks like a tire's gone front left.
Could be.
So he's crawling around as we get the checkers coming out for the end of this race. You can see stricken cars all around the circuit. It's a great pity because they are a spectacle, but they're having to nurse these ones home. Franco Di Matteo, great drive in third place, unable to do much in terms of helping his teammate, but he's brought the car home, and that's what's really important.
Thomas Reeb, he'll be out of the championship now with that 5th place. That's not what he wanted. He was off track actually just before we joined the ZX10R Masters Cup guys for their post-race interviews. And as they come through, they're wrapping things up here for the second heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. And Dave's going to step out. I've got another studio guest going to be joining me out, which is going to be really awesome. Straight after a V8 Supercar race. One of our lady contenders who's basically driven almost anything out there on the track. You know, if you're here, you're going to jump in. You can't just come into the studio without jumping in. Cara Hill. It's Julian Fillmore-Morris with the win over Mackie Adlam, Franco Di Matteo, Warren Lombard, and Thomas Reeb, Stevie Herbst, and Tony Marks, and Terry Wolf, and unfortunately only finishing up 2 laps of the 10. So, it is awesome to get one of our lady drivers joining me. This is a big class. You've had a couple of opportunities to drive in your dad's Aston Martin and a couple of the bigger cars as well, haven't you?
Not really, not yet. I'm building my way up to
But you're getting there.
Yeah.
Has he given you, if you finish up at a certain point of the championship at the end of 2023, is that like the goal to get into that car?
The goal is already to get into that car. I just want to build myself up like physically until I can get into that car.
Okay.
But it's looking for maybe next year I will be jumping into it and then hopefully overseas with it.
Phenomenal stuff. Listen, you had a good day so far. It's been a tough battle in that GDC Super Cup, though. They are so evenly matched. I looked at qualifying yesterday, and qualifying this morning, but I looked at the practice sessions yesterday. It's so difficult to try and step further and further forward when the cars are so evenly matched, because particularly at Zwartkops, and it being a little bit more difficult to pass and find the clean laps, it must be difficult for you to try and make those moves that you want to.
Yeah, right. It's very competitive. So right now I'm just trying to suss out the situation with the other drivers and learn what they do and so on and so forth. But I'm not doing too bad. I just need to get my starts correct.
Mhm.
And then once that's done and also my car to be fixed, then I'm looking for 5th or maybe 4th.
Let's go back to the other category you're racing in today, because you've got a busy day in the saddle today. Let's go to Gazoo Racing. Bit of chaos in the start, which fortunately I believe Ryan's okay, and he got out of the car unscathed by the looks of things, but that left you in a bit of a fight with your championship rival Saad and Tariq coming out of nowhere. Really good day for him.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of Tariq because he came from last and he managed to get pole. Like, he had a killer lap there.
Yeah.
And we all were struggling, I think, out there because we got to choose new tires or old tires, and most of us went with our old tires. But I'll give him some props there. He did really well, and he's still doing well. But, yeah, it's pretty... I kind of got lucky with that start. But he's good. He's going to be jumping into my car now for the next race, and because I donated it to him.
Okay.
Because I'm secured in second.
You got second, so that's sorted. Yeah. So Sawad's got first, you got second. That's a brilliant effort on your first attempt at Yaris Cup. The fight then's for third place. So it's Ryan, Tariq, and Bjorn.
And Nikki.
Yeah. Oh, no, Nikki's involved. I remember he's gone to SupaCup. I couldn't remember who's there. So he's also got a busy day. Just as busy as you have. Take us through the season, though. It's been a real interesting turnaround for the Gazoo Racing Cup, particularly in the Yaris side of things, because it's giving young drivers like yourself and the likes of guys who've never raced before in Tariq coming from the sim world a chance to get into something quite special.
Yeah, it's quite a learning curve because most of them came from karting or the sim background. So I have more experience than them with cars and main circuits. So I found it a lot more easier to get into grips with the car. And they took quite a while, but once they did, they were flying. Like in the last 3 races, they were flying, and it's quite hard to keep up with them now.
With the competition increasing, like you just said, and them getting better and better, what's the plans now for next year? Have you heard who's going to be coming through, and is there going to be replacement drivers? How do they move into 2024?
I've heard a few names that are leaving, and I'm not quite sure if some are staying or if they are guaranteed to leave, or I don't even know the driver lineup for it yet. Okay. But I know I'm not going to be there next year because I would like to put my full focus into SupaCup now.
Yeah.
Because my times are there and it kind of does throw a little bit this weekend. There's still a lot more for my improvements and I need to fix my mistakes that I'll be making. But I need full focus with that series. I can't.
SupaCup and then potentially into what we're seeing going on track right now, Supercars.
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear.
Maybe.
I'm not maybe, Paul. Just sign the bill, mate, okay? Just put the Aston on the track, please. I have a young lady here ready to go. Karen, thanks so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. And good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
For the rest of the season, because there's still some work to be done on track. Once you've done that, we'll catch you later on at Gazoo and hopefully high fives and some trophies.
I don't think so. Because I'm missing the next races. But yeah, I hope so. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Don't forget about that one.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Important. There you have it. Gary Hill joining us there. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Have a good one. All the very best. And let's get into GNA's Transport Extreme Supercars, race number 2 of 3. Sorry, Paul, you'll have to repeat that one. It was quite blurred in my ear. Just a little bit away from the mic. Yeah. All right, so just getting information there from our producer, Paul Bedford, from up to 60 seconds in the Two Wheels team. Stuart White, unfortunately, out of this second heat. He should have been on pole due to the fact they found a small hole in the bladder of the fuel tank. So that Aston Martin will not be seen in action here. Maybe they get it sorted in time for race number 3. We'll wait and see. We've got one more to come later on this afternoon. But it leaves Franco Scribanti to potentially go hunting again to outgun Stuart White, because Stewie White just broke his outlap lap record for GT3 and Supercars at the circuit. So that could be a chance now for Franco to get a bit of clean air, not worry about Stuart White, who would have been ahead of him on the grid, and concentrate on trying to regain that outright lap record. Alongside him will be Jonathan Dutoy. Jonathan Dutoy will be pushing hard to try and come through there and maybe give Franco a bit of a run for his money. As the 86 pulls into pit lane, that gives us starting orders. Franco on pole, gifted that with Stuart White, not able to make it out. Franco Scribanti alongside Jonathan Dutoy. And let's have a look and see. They head down towards turn 1. What's going to happen on the start? Charles Orangi's on the inside. They're going to try and get out on the inside of Lila Ladaka. He does that. Going off place, straight into the hands of Gianni Giannacaro. And Giannacaro trying to come back at him there in the Bisc Racing car. Jabir just behind that. Saw Charles Jabir have a phenomenal first heat. He was able to mix it up, and he's looking to do the same again here in race number 2 with Gianni Giannacaro and with Charles Orangis. It was actually a battle of the two Charles for the first 2 laps of race number 1 on that restart. The big incident between Marius and Peter Jabir in turn 4. Marius Jackson, unfortunately, he had to come back. He eventually got the win, still in his class, after that little tag between himself and the Yellow Lotus. But the Honda power pressure onto the back end of Johnny Giannacaro. There, Peterson, you were out there, still hot. Red flag in the background I saw waving. Is that, did I catch that? Or am I seeing things?
Saw a flag there, but I don't think it's... Yeah, no, definitely no red flag. Although they're slowing down.
They're slowing down. I think there's a red flag. There may be an incident on the
down.
circuit. Oh. Somewhere on track, something's gone wrong.
Franco Scribanti will be frothing at the mouth because he had a clear lead getting away from Jonathan Dutoy in the Lamborghini. There it is up there. Okay, it looks.
Is that Momia?
Toys R Us. Yeah.
Momia and Jackson. Jackson's out as well. Look at that. The Audi's the wrong way around on the circuit. So it looks like the Porsche and the Audi have come together.
They've obviously hit the tyre wall because we see tyres spread out. So it's the Porsche and the Audi have come to a grief there. Yeah, definitely a red flag, as you can see from the marshals just telling us. And the crowd in the background absolutely loving the racing here today at Zwartkops Raceway. The big crowd turnout, loving the heat, getting ready for rugby coming up. Isn't somebody playing rugby tomorrow?
Yeah, there's some green team playing tonight as well. The more important green team plays tonight. The other one plays tomorrow. Not quite worried about what happens with those oaks tomorrow night.
I suppose with a name like Maloney, I suppose you are a little bit Irish.
You don't have a choice, exactly. But there's going to be war in my house because the other Maloney's an All Black supporter. So there'll be a line drawn down the centre.
Yeah. So everybody's getting ready for the rugby, but good crowd turnout. Maybe we're going to see some crowd shots while we're just waiting for these cars to get cleared off the track. Doesn't look like they're in any sort of hurry with the medics or anything, so I don't think there's an issue there, just to clear the track.
Mo, I think, is just being attended to there by Hunley and
those
Doc.
guys, if you hear us out there on the track, on the banking, give us a wave. Yeah, you can point the wrong way if you like, but give us a wave if you're watching here on YouTube or on Facebook or hearing it live over the loudspeakers out on the track. So the crowd just checking out what is actually going on there. This could take a while, Greg, actually.
Yeah, this is a big
These
cleanup.
cars, this is a big cleanup, and it does look like that Porsche is seriously hurt at the moment.
That's about the third big crash that Mo's had this year. Remember down in East London, he didn't even make it onto the circuit. He went about 500 meters, lit the car up on the wet, and went into the barrier on the left-hand side. So
he rode out of the pits.
Moby is
We were
taking
standing
some
watching him, and what he did is he managed to get onto a bit of wet stuff. It was a little bit overcast. He put his foot down, and the car simply turned left, and he went to the tyre wall.
Yeah.
He traveled, as you said, 500 meters. That was his sum total of his racing the whole weekend was 500 meters. Friday morning practice into the wall. This looks like it could be even more expensive than what he had in East London. So that car looks fairly secondhand to me. Can't see how it all happened. Obviously, we were looking at the front of the group at the time. But I see the marshals quickly picking up all the loose tires, put them back into the tire barriers. Breakdown trucks will be out there shortly.
There comes Big Max.
Yeah,
right
there
on
they
cue.
are. There they are. And they'll, the biggest problem, these cars, quite difficult to load onto the low bed because they've got such little ground clearance to pull them onto the trailer and the low bed. Very difficult. So it could take a little while.
So on the same vein as what they did with Peter Jabert's Lotus, they're going to probably reverse him onto the low bed as opposed to pulling him on from the front, and it'll be used with the winch to pull that car back onto Big Max, the trailer that's here at Zwartkops.
Here we go. They're just going to pull the trailer
I'm going to
inside.
have a word with Andre, who drives Big Max, because he said to me at breakfast this morning, he said, I didn't have to pull one car out of the kitty litter or one bike out of the kitty litter yesterday, which means today we're probably going to have chaos. Spot on, bud.
We could be racing in the dark a bit later on because we've still got quite a ways to go in today's racing. Pace car will come back onto the front of the field so that when they get the go-ahead, they'll do another pace car lap, maybe even 2 to get the tyres. We're talking about tyre temperature. Actually, I don't think these guys want the tyres any warmer. The other thing is standing on the grid. Not good for these supercars. They've got turbos cooking away there. I see mechanics running with fans and water and all sorts of stuff, trying to cool those cars down because particularly that Porsche that makes about 4,000 horsepower, that thing. So I'm not sure what the official figures, but it's certainly over 1,000 horsepower.
You were chatting about the fact that we've got a big crowd here today and they're loving life in the sunshine in Gauteng. We've got guys from all around the world that have sent in some big high fives for the new setup, Dave. Graham Niven being one of them, saying the live stream is looking good. Really appreciate the time that you guys are putting in, and great to hear Dave back on the mic with you. So there you go. Hey, maybe you should do this more often.
Well, that's my only fan in the world.
Exactly, hey? Graham Niven.
Just get his number for me, please.
So Graham, just send us your contact details. Dave's going to send you something special.
I'll send you a WhatsApp.
Say well done, thanks for that.
Not a WhatsApp, a WhatsApp.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, this is going to take a while, Greg. I just wonder, should I go and get us some guests while this is happening?
Yeah, shoot down there and see if we can find
Might
some
get
of the
Mackie
other drivers.
Adlam, seeing he had quite a good race.
Mackie Adlam are a good one to get, that's for sure. But yeah, no, a little bit of a cleanup that is required here from the incident between Marius Jackson and Mo Mia. Toys R Us Porsche looking a little second-hand. And I don't know if Marius Jackson's been able to get back onto the circuit as he did in the first incident with Peter Jabert. But if he has got on and got back into pit lane, he might be able to rejoin as he did in the first start. So remember, this is only the second heat of 3 for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars today, and they're trying to get clearance. Well, that's not a bad idea. Paul, in my ear, they're saying that we did catch up with a couple of the drivers, one of them being Marius Jackson. So while we're waiting for some in-studio guests, let's go down to our pre-race studio and catch up with some of our G&H Transport Extreme Supercar drivers. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Big fights at the front end, but this mid-pack looks like it's going to be a bit of a fight on here as well. Exo, you brought your big gun alongside you there, haven't you?
I always have him around. If he's not around, I don't race. Yeah, this is my mentor. Strange for a 50-year-old to be mentored by a 21-year-old. There's a guy that has gotten us this far. So, yeah.
His experience counts in a big way, in the team as a whole, and of course with the series too.
It counts. You know, if we carry on this way, we give kids that have been in the sport long enough, that have been exposed internationally, they can carry all this great experience that they have. They can transfer it to people like us and other fellow young drivers, and all of us can become better. The results are showing.
I'm going to come to you now, Stu, but the same sentiment heads your way. Boris, you brought in a couple of youngsters that have come into the series and have become big stars in their own right, not only here, but internationally as well.
Yes, yeah, no, definitely. I agree with Exa, you know. The youngsters are there, they've got the knowledge, they need to teach the older guys, like me and Exa and stuff, and it's rubbing off on us. You know, I've got Andrew Rackstraw that's training me, and I can see the big improvements. And also, you need to help the youngsters to drive overseas, because there's nobody else helping them.
Stu, that's exactly what you've been helped with on a number of occasions, and in various forms that makes the motor car this year. But this weekend it's all about Inter-Africa mining, and see what you can do at the front end for that team.
Yeah, Greg, I think this year's probably been a racing driver's dream. I think this is my 17th race for the season. So it's really been a dream come true. Thanks to Kulila, he's been backing me since the day that he met me a few years ago, and also Sean Penrick from Cape Town. So it's been a great season, really been enjoying it. but it's obviously very satisfying to see the progression of Kulile. I think that's been the surprise of the season in motorsport in South Africa, so big ups to him, and I'm happy that what he's putting into motorsport in South Africa is paying off on his side. So he's enjoying the Lamborghini, the Aston Martin is going strong, we're still busy with development, but I think it's going to be on the sharp end of the field. Hopefully, I think it's going to be close between myself and Franco. Both cars seem to be really on it this weekend, so I'm looking forward to it. It's a new challenge, obviously a bit more difficult in Cape Town to overtake and to race, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully we can go head to head every time a day on the circuit the Aston is not working, or the other way around, so it seems the cars are a bit scared of each other, but I think this weekend it's going to happen.
As always, yeah, Zwartkops record timing for recovery there of a seriously broken Porsche. And here's some engines starting up just below me, so we couldn't be too far away from the start. They've also built a full new tyre wall on the exit of the straight just before turn 3 there. So congratulations once again to our Zwartkops / Kyle Army / Red Star Raceway crew of marshals that do such an amazing job as always. And before they go rolling around, we're going to get some rolling thunder coming to join us here all the way from Rand Francisco Fontaine. It's the chairman of the board and our mayor of Rand Francisco Fontaine, Mackie Adlam, joining me in studio. Max, dude, you are having an epic day in the saddle out there with Julian Familiaris, putting on a show of note.
No, absolutely. Yeah. It was a wonderful race. Put the pressure, but Julian, he's a champ, and he kept the car on the road and didn't make a mistake. And that was the only way that I think a pass would have been on the cards for me. But happy with the position and happy for Julian and his team as well.
You got one more to go today and 2 more to go on the 18th of November. So the championship's not quite done and dusted yet for Jules. You've still got an outside chance. What's the plans now going into heat number 3 today?
Yes, you are right. There's 3 more heats, 75 points available, and bonus points for winning overall and the fastest lap in that. So it ain't over till it's over. And, this is a very humbling sport, very cruel sport. So do what you do every race, head down and push, and whomever is going to be the champion of this formula this year, well deserved.
I'm going to have to work hard for it, aren't they?
Absolutely. No, listen, we're not going to give it on a plate, and Jules said I'm making him work today, and, but that's fun, enjoying the close racing, because sliding all the way, and there's no traction control and no driving aid, so it gets
right that determines where you can go fast and not,
Absolutely. Yeah, that right foot is the...
You're watching Extreme Supercars making their way onto the circuit. I know that you possibly going to be buying out, even if you don't get the 7th title in a row. But I think the important thing is what are the plans for 2024 for Mackie Adlam Racing?
There's no concrete plans as yet, but we'll be racing and enjoy life, eh?
You do enjoy life.
Absolutely.
I've
That's
seen
why
your
we're here.
setup in Randfontein. It's amazing.
No, listen, that's why we are here, to enjoy life, enjoy the sport that we all love so much, and I think that we don't need to forget. Because getting stuck into adrenaline sport, you kind of forget to enjoy life,
And you can't get away from it.
No, never. So rather just keep that out of the window and give it time. You know,
Something with a Lamborghini on it?
Oh, yes,
Must
that
be a
would be
Ferrari badge,
wonderful.
I don't know.
Hey, listen, that would be wonderful. But no plans. No.
How
plans.
awesome would it be to get involved with these guys? I mean, this class has grown in leaps and bounds over the last couple of seasons, and
Yours.
potentially with a massive input coming next year with a couple of the endurance series cars coming to participate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's the future. It's all the technology and beautiful cars, and I think it's a formula with passionate people as well, and it would be great to be part of something like that. But not my plan, father's plan. We'll see.
Watch the space. We may get Mickey Adlam. Max, thanks so much for joining us, everybody. Good luck for the third and final one, and we'll catch you later on at the prize.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. So we're under starters orders now. On to the final warm-up lap for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. And Mackie Adlam there coming in to tell us all about what happened. As you heard from him, wide open. It's an opportunity for him to give Julian Familiaris a run to the line for today, as well as for the final race of the season on the 18th of November, back here at Zwartkops for regional championship finals in the Extreme Festival.
I see the cars wheeling left and right, just making sure they have got heat into those tires. I don't think that's even necessary. I think it's just a bad habit, really. But
change of surface as well at 3 there, Dave.
Yeah, there is. Well spotted.
Indication of the drivers that there may still be a little bit of debris from that touch between the Porsche and the Audi, so they'll be aware of that for maybe 2 or 3 laps. Once these big tires go through, though, they pick up most of that and throw it on the sideline, or just run it into the ground completely. So once they've been through the entrance of turn 3, probably once or twice that change of surface.
That'll be okay. That'll be fine.
Yeah.
Great shot there of Ricky Janakara in the Hurricane. I just love the turnout of those cars. They look spectacular on the track. The G&H guys, I mean, they put everything into this. It's just fantastic to have them around. Every year we start teasing them, are you involved for next year? And they say, oh, we'll have to have a look. I'm pretty sure they're going to be involved.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think, as I said, you just heard me talking to Mackie Adlam about the input coming with a couple of other cars coming to join us. That could be huge for this category. And, of course, just more and more of these spectacular and extreme supercars just bodes well for the future. But it is the Porsche that they all have to try and catch today of Franco Scrimanti. He had clean air. He was just about to get away, and then things went a little bit wrong. We had to stop the race. We restarted. We're back in.
Audi come around the outside.
Jackson
Good line, Marius Jackson. I'm just seeing that. Yeah, he's back there. So the Audi back in it. The BIC car there, that's the Nissan. So much horsepower to that Nissan. It's an absolute handful. Johnny was telling me, you've got to be so careful how you drive that car.
Even in Cape Town, he was battling to try and get the power down and had to fight it out in that mid-back. He's back into a fight with Charles Joubert just on his tail. I was just talking about the fact that with the two Charles fighting so hard in race number 1, Charles Joubert didn't quite get the start he got in race number 2 now. So he's going to have to try and work through there and get through on, first of all, the Nissan, then the Lamborghini before he even gets close to Rangi's number 1.
Charles Rangi's just, I think he might be holding them back a wee bit, just looking here. So Charles Rangi's got his hands full as well. And just what a glorious looking car as well. I just, not to go on and on and on and on about it, but to have this caliber of racing cars in Southern Africa, to me, it's just unbelievable. It really is unbelievable.
Being one of them in that AMG, so he's going to run it down. So it's not a fully unlimited category car like the cars just ahead of him there, where they can do anything they want to in terms of Scrimanti, De Toy, and just behind him, Letlaka. But it just shows you the caliber of driver there is Rangi. One of those limitless cars.
Yeah, obviously the G3 cars put much more into a world category than the rest. I don't know where Franco could drive that car in the world apart from South Africa. I'm not sure if there's any rules in the world for that car, but it just makes it so much more spectacular. It kind of brings back the days of the Springbok series when we had Lolas and all those incredible cars with, John Loves and Dave Charltons and all those guys in that era. But those cars were simply unbelievable. South Africa had them, and here we are, 50 years later with very similar setup.
Car going into turn 2 now in that Lamborghini Hurricane, nicknamed the Stormbreaker. He also piloted that at the hill climb as well, had a fantastic run in that car hill climb. So he's piloting that in as many occasions as possible. And his brother Johnny's beginning to with the GTR. This GTR is a piece in race. There's not a lot of them racing in cricket racing. They're mainly time attack cars and hill climb cars that they build out of that GTR.
And the AMG just looks so good out there. I do know all of them. They make the Zwartkops work quite hard for their money here. Johnny suddenly has to arrive at the track early. He's got to get on it. Ricky can still arrive whenever he likes. But when you race for Rangies, you've got to be there on time.
So not everybody's going to run a tight ship, and they're not going to make you live up without having to fit in with the time. There's Ricky. He's currently leading out Class A. He's now bumped up in the Class A plus. So he's going to try and find that little bit of extra pace to close in on Charles Jabert. It's great to have both Charles and Peter coming to join us again as part of the Extreme Supercars. And of course, I'll be looking to bring in all three of those Lotus next year. This time, Charles Jabert back end of that race. Now, Johnny Gonacaro also had and running in the TP3 spec, he's sitting just behind for a 1 and 2 in the TP3 national championship.
Now, don't forget, it is a national for these guys. It's not a national cup, it's a real championship. So it is all counting towards points. Jonathan Dutoy, I know was talking about points in this series as well. I find it quite difficult to follow the different classes within this category. So who's leading what? But nonetheless, the great spectacle out on track. But we have to remember, they are class champions.
Yeah, class champions, overall champions. At this stage, Franco Scarenti leading Class A+, Jonathan Dutoy in second place and second in A+, and Lila Letlaka is third in A+. Ranji's lucky to on Jonacaro, and Charles Jabert will be third there. Ricky Jonacaro is the back end of A+. Marius Jackson currently leading Class A ahead of Joseph Ellerine and Nicky Dix. And Uli Sana will be the lead of Class C ahead of Jimbo Jonacaro.
I was going to say, Jimbo, I know in the championship is pretty much up there in Class C. We haven't seen much of Jimbo today. I wonder if he's running four-wheel drive or two-wheel drive, because just to let our viewers know, Jimbo sometimes they take off one of the diffs. They can run a two-wheel rear-wheel drive car instead of four-wheel drive. I don't know what the benefit is. I think he battles a bit with the four-wheel drive. So,
he was saying he's the man who's running behind the series and has been for a long time to keep the series up and running. And I think they've got good value on the turn. In terms
Greg,
of
sorry to interrupt, but while we're rabbiting on here, do I see that second place, Jonathan Dutoy, is he closing down on the Porsche? Looks to me he has slightly. I think there's a of the second coming now.
59.9 is the best lap so far. We had a 59.1 and a 59.1, so equally fast as each other, those top two. A 1 minute flat out of the GT3 spec between the Charles Orangi. But he's still got a bridge 1.5 second gap, so keep an eye on that lap.
Well, the AMG now losing out slightly, nonetheless leading his class, Charles Orangi. So.
This is also a car that they ran in the Kyalami 9 hours, the national championship entry, along with Investchem at Zwartkops.
That's right. So they put up a great show there, and Charles Orangi is really enjoying that car. He seems to have a few cars at his fingertips that he can drive, but this is the one, his preferred car at the moment.
There's Jimbo.
There's Jimbo. You see Jimbo? The BM just behind him. Yeah. So they're about to be left. But you've got a car making half the horsepower. So that Porsche is at least double horsepower of Jimbo's car. And I think Jimbo is running a two-wheel drive here at the moment.
So you think Franco Scarenti was shot through that marshal saying, why are you giving me the blue flag?
I don't want the blue flag. Oh, the BM just picked up the way a little bit. Jono is closer. He is, no doubt he is closer at the moment.
And they've still got 3 laps to go after this one. So Jonathan Dutoy looking to use these back markers to his advantage.
Jimbo will just stay on his line. He won't try and get out the way or do anything. Oh, and we've got a car out there. Jackson again. Well, they've got to be careful now, because when a car with that heat, that is coming out of turn 2. He's just spun it out. But when the car stands like that, the heat inside, they've got to get those fire extinguishers pretty much ready. And on cue, our Zwartkops marshals run up just in case that car might set itself on fire. Right, back with the leaders, and here we are. Jonathan Dutoy versus Franco Scarenti. How many times have we said that this year?
Class A plus in the overall UNH Transport Extreme Supercar Championship. And it's not done here today. Remember, there's still one more race to come today, but there's still 2 more races to come in November. So 4 heats of race action before we can come again. And there's still a bit of work to do here for Franco, particularly now that
we're looking on the brakes.
Put away past.
I think the Porsche might have a problem. I'm not sure if the Porsche has got a tyre problem, brake problem, whatever, but it seems okay in a straight line. I don't think the power is the issue at the moment. Seems to me like he's struggling a wee bit just to stop the car, slow it down and turn it. Oh, Dutoy.
See how early he braked there.
And he went straight at the turn.
Yeah.
He just went straight. He didn't even try and take a racing line. Yellow flag there, but that's fine. No, he's definitely got a problem. Jonathan Dutoy's gone through. Now, hang on. That's safety under the yellow flag.
It's under safety car.
It's a safety car, okay. Obviously, Franco, so Marius Jackson's stranded on the side of the road. Okay, so I don't think there's going to be an issue there. Jonathan wisely slowed down, now he's following Franco. How many laps to go, Greg?
We're sitting on 2 to go, so we may finish on the safety car here. Let's see what that Toyota can do. As it heads up to the top of the aisle.
It's a bit like the Formula One pace car. He's got his foot. He's got his foot through the floorboards, and the Formula Ones are
sitting in first. Sitting in first, going, "Come on, man, get on with it."
No, get on it. Okay, so he's okay. The car hasn't caught fire. That's all good. So we might finish under safety car. Let's just see.
Franco will assume virtual safety car and pull that 86 catch him, but the way he's circulating at the moment, I don't know if that 86 is going to catch him. He may have to slow it down slightly.
And you can see the light of the day now coming in.
Yeah.
Cameras are struggling a wee bit. It's just so light as you look into the horizon there. So later on now, we're going to have a big sunset coming the way here at Zwartkops.
At Zwartkops, there's actually 2 sunset corners. Turn 2 and turn 5 become sunset corners because they affect your visibility.
So do we call it sunset 1 and sunset 2?
Okay. Exactly. Crazy.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if they're going to squirt around, try and get back to the safety car. It looks to me like they're just cruising at the moment. So it probably will end under safety car conditions. This GNH Transport Extreme Supercar Race. You can see
It is,
double waved yellows at the moment.
Onto the final lap, and I think Franco's seen the safety car coming, so he's backed Jonathan Dutoy up slightly, so that safety car should overtake them into 3. And yeah, we're going to finish on the safety car here for Heat 2, Dave, by the looks of it.
Yeah, it is coming that way. Well, that's the firing range in the background there. I heard them earlier this morning. It always amazes me that you've got the noise of the cars here and the bikes and the firing range over there. I seem to remember at Kairami, you started one car and somebody would complain about the noise. And here we are in Zwartkops, Pretoria West. We've got a firing range and we've got racing cars and everybody just loves it.
We don't know how much trouble we got into last weekend. Correct. It wasn't the case of the cars making behind the hill.
Well, Killarney has got a bit of a problem with that. I mean, unfortunately, nowadays they're right in the middle of a suburb, so that is an issue at Killarney. So here we are under safety car orders. It does look like they're going to just cross the finish line behind the Toyota safety car, and that'll be a result for this race. Franco, I still think Jonathan Dutoy had something up his sleeve. I think Jono was looking to get past Franco, and it would have been quite interesting with 2 laps to go had this not happened.
Quite nice to maybe get down there and get him, see what his thoughts are on the thought that we have, is that with 3 laps to go, Dutoy was pressurizing Franco Scribanti. He's going to come alongside him to just say, listen, by the way, this could have been mine. I'll give you those.
And Jonathan Dutoy has come up, he's 1,000 seconds behind.
Exactly. Make that 900.
Oh, 900. Okay, well, call me a lap for 100.
Brilliant stuff from GNH Transport Extreme Supercars Heat number 2. There's one more of these to come later on this afternoon, and we've still got lots of race action coming away from single-seaters from the second heat of Polo Cup, the third heat of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, and the second heat of Gazoo Racing's Yaris Cup and 86 League. But we've got a little bit of a break there. As you can see, we've got to get that MJR Audi. It's the R8 GT3 spec car, his new GT4 spec car. His new GT3 car not ready just yet there for Marius Jackson, but it will be ready for 2024 and certainly going to be a huge factor. Remember, these guys kick off their account at Passion for Speed, Dave. The first outing at Zwartkops
End of Jan.
And the calendar starter of the year.
There it is, Scribanti, Jonathan Dutoy, Charles Ranges, Donny Janakaro, Charles Joubert, Ricky Janakaro, Lily, great drive from him in 7th place actually, Joseph Ellery, Nicky Dix and Jimbo Jonakara there in 10th position, second in Class C.
Yeah. The runners of classes Class A plus Franco, second place Jonathan DeToy, and third place will be Charles Jabert. GD3s is won out by Charles Oranges, Jonakara in second, and Ricky Jonakara will finish up in third. Then Class A went to Joseph Ellerine this time, so good effort from him. And then Class C, as you said, going through to Jimbo Jonakara. So that's how we wrap things up here for the second of 3 GNH Transport Extreme Supercars. Maurice Jackson are going to be towed back to pit lane and hopefully get his Audi ready to go for the third heat later on this afternoon. And we stand by for more action coming away here from the final round of the Extreme Festival. And up next, we go into Investchem. No, we're going to Polo Cup. Beg your pardon. CompCare Polo Cup next heat. CompCare Polo Cup back on track. Ollie, you got someone for me? Awesome stuff. So Jonathan DeToy going to be joining me shortly. As I say that, the door opens and in walks Mr. DeToy himself. Jump on into that chair for me, please, Jono, as we're getting Polo Cups doing their warm-up lap, getting some heat into the Dunlop rubber.
Yeah.
Jono, we were watching, and literally, as you started your attack, out came the safety car. Didn't quite work out.
Yeah, like, I mean, Franco's Porsche's got, I don't know, 1,000 and plus horsepower. So I guess for the first 2 laps, he can really push the boost button. It's a hot day, and then I think everything gets hot. So he starts to lose a bit of power, and I could see I was starting to catch him. And then what actually happened was he got a little bit blocked by one back marker, and then I was right on him. And then, unfortunately, I don't know what happened to Marius, but yeah, he was backwards in turn 2, and there was a big oil patch. So, but yeah, a few more laps, I think would have had him.
Still got a few more laps to go later on. So is the plan to go at it and do it again?
Yeah, that's exactly that. And race 3 is a little bit longer, so it'll be a little bit harder for his Porsche.
Nicely done. So, John, from a spectacle point of view, we've tried something completely new here with our live stream with the studio effect and, of course, getting a chance to chat to yourself and other drivers.
Yeah.
It's something that we want to be looking forward to for 2024. And, of course, the spit and polish that always goes into race formats like Extreme Festival.
Yeah.
You've grown a brand amongst your family.
Yeah.
And that brand is certainly becoming a force to be reckoned with in motorsport in South Africa, isn't it?
Yeah, look, and I mean, a big thank you to all the categories and the competitors. It costs a lot of money to go motor racing. And as you can see, there's a lot of damaged cars today, so it costs a lot of money to put those cars back together. But yeah, thank you to the sponsors and all there are a lot of people behind the scenes in terms of, who run the various categories who really put a lot of effort in, which is fantastic.
Well, we got to say a massive thanks to you. Listen, good luck for the last one.
Thank
I
you.
hope I'm going to get you back in studio with a potential win there in the Lambo.
Let's hope so.
But we were chatting as well, just one final comment from you. Gianni had to experience for the first time this year the Stradale Motorsport setup, which means you have to get to the track early. You've got to be on time for breakfast. You've got to do all the right things in the right time. And I mean, you've done that for a couple of occasions now. It's nice to have that sort of team set up so that everything is running smoothly like clockwork.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Stradale has been fantastic. I mean, it's almost been 2 years now that we've been with them with the Lamborghini, and really there's been no issues, which is what you want. You want to get out there and you want to drive the car as hard as you can and not having to manage an issue in the car or anything like that. So, yeah, really fantastic team to be with.
Good luck for the third one.
Thank you.
Catch you later. Thanks,
Thank
Jonathan.
you.
So, Jonathan Latour, they're giving us a little insight as to how things go when you're just about to start a huge attack on your fellow competitor, and a safety car can ruin it for you. Hopefully, the third and final one will give him a chance to redeem that and go at it for the last time today and the third last time of the championship season. Heading down into turn 1, Anthony Pretorius looking for a double victory here in race number 2 of CompCare Polo Cup. The championship is done. Charles Visser, we chatted to him earlier on during the V8 Supercar race. He has got that in the bag. He can literally go ahead and enjoy the final race of the season with no pressure on him whatsoever. However, if I know Charles Visser, he's going to try and push there from what is not his usual starting position down in about 5th place overall. And he'll be wanting to try and get up as close to the top end of the field as possible and maybe even spoil the day and the chances of a double victory there for that OMP, Bucketless Racing and Fast Developments Polo out front. Darby van der Merwe would love to end the season on a high with a victory there for Nathan's Motorsport. He's unfortunately been bettered in the championship, but maybe he can have the last blood of the season with the final victory. Farhan Basha has fought hard and looked for a chance to be at the top step of the podium on numerous occasions in the QV Motorsport machine. Can he do it now in the final race? And Nathan Victor in there with Charles Visser, I beg your pardon, looking for a chance to be on the top step of the podium as well. The rest of the pack are going to be fighting it hard, and tooth and nails is what it is in Polo Cup racing. Right at the back there, Roshan Goodman has had one of the best outings he's had in his Polo Cup career so far, improving to the tune of 5 seconds over the season in that Team Red Racing car. So slowly but surely, we're getting new guys involved in the series. Charles Visser will be stepping out of the series now that he's won the championship and possibly moving on to the SupaCup class and to some GT3 racing internationally. But his brother Carl will be stepping into that saddle and taking over the reins at Team Red Racing to join Jason Newsford, Tyler Robinson, and Jean-Andre Marais for 2024. So double wave yellows down into the final corner. Final bit of time to get some heat into that Dunlop rubber. Kicking those cars left and right to get that heat in. Glorious on pole. I'll be front of that. I'll park him. We're on Basha. Racing versus QB Motorsport. Team Red Racing is the new champion. Alongside Tyler Robinson. Ian Fenter. Bryce Pillay. Sort of run there from him. Coming out of pit lane in the first one as we go into our drone shot just above the start. And looking for a chance now to see who's going to have what it takes as they come to take up their positions on the grid. We're under starters orders. The marshal is going to move out of the way. We've got a green flag at the back, I'm sure, by this stage. And standing by now for the final time in 2023, the 27th running of CompCare Polo Cup. And they're on standby as the lights go out. Drop the hammer and down towards turn 1. Great start coming from the third place man there, Faran Basha, looking for a way through. Can he sneak ahead of the Royce? He looks like he can. He's following Darby van der Merwe in towards turn number 2. Van der Merwe's got the whole shot by looks of things. A little bit of touch on the grass there. And it looks like that might have been Pretorius fending off the intentions coming from both Nathan Victor and Faran Basha, either side of him, coming through turn 2. Victor's on the inside looking for a way through, trying to get there from the third row up into second place by the time they get onto the back straight for the first time. Darby van der Merwe leads out. Pretorius is in a battle of wing mirror to wing mirror for second with Nathan Victor, and Victor squeezes through. Pretorius now with some pressure from Faran Basha and Schalfusser. All three of them could squeeze there, and Pretorius could be in trouble. Could drop down to 5th and maybe even into 6th place because here comes Corodia. Corodia is in for the mix as well. The Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing. Ethan Kutsia in there too. What a start. It's actually Ethan Kutsia, beg your pardon, who's up there this time. Two similar looking cars, but from a distance, he's picking up on differentiating factors there of those two cars. But Ethan Kutsia is the man in that mix now for the second heat. Little touch on the grass as they come through turn 7. Putting a little bit of dirt onto the rubber there. Schalfusser hanging on and keeping up first pole down to 6th. Gone all wrong there for Anthony Pretorius on the start, and he's side by side there as they come across the line with Ethan Kutsia. He fends it out on the inside of Pillay. Pillay trying to find a way through there on Mokorodia. There's a big crash in turn 1. Big crash in 1. Somebody on the inside of turn 1, someone on the outside waiting for that dust to clear to see who it is. But there's a huge moment there for two cars. As they came out of turn number 1, one car went left, one car went right, and they ended up on the kiddie litter and into the wall by the looks of it. A bit of evasive maneuvering and some evasive driving having to come from some of the cars in the background. They continue racing for now. There's no sign of safety car boards or yellow flags at this stage. They may be able to clear those cars in time, but you can see the dust hanging over turn 1 after that big incident. Not quite sure who it is. It looks like it may be Mokorodia. That's the Fast 5 car. And is that Corodia? Or that's Corodia, yeah, the 20. And that's is that red flag or is that safety car? Didn't see if the red flag or safety cars come out. Possibly red flag because of where those cars are parked and they're in a dangerous position. No, safety car. Yellow flags waving. Safety car will be deployed. So let's catch our breath there. Darby van der Merwe, Nathan Victor, Faran Basha, Schalfusser, Anthony Pretorius. And by the looks of things, Ethan Kutsia survived that. Dean Fenter did as well. Loosemore and Pillay. Mokorodia's on the sideline, and it's his teammate. The two teammates coming together there, Mokorodia and Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia's on the inside of turn 1 at the exit of pit lane, and Mokorodia's in the kiddie litter on the outside of turn 1, right opposite. So the JRT Racing men and Fast 5 Motorsport. JRT, of course, doing the preparation on that car. Lee Thompson Racing doing the preparation on Mokorodia's car, and the two of them have come together. I'm not quite sure if there was another car involved, but there you can see a bit of work to do once again for our marshals and medics. Doc's right up there and making sure that they're okay. I'm going to just double check that Mo's all right. I'm hoping he is because he's had a phenomenal outing so far this weekend. Getting into the top 6 fight. It looks like he slammed into that outside wall pretty hard because it's flung the car completely around. I've been off there myself on a few occasions. I know exactly how hard that wall is. Put a Peugeot 207 onto the wall with its back wheels on top and the front wheels on the kiddie litter. Mo's out the car. That's good to see. He's a tall man. And that young driver, of course, is going to feel the effects of that one. Maybe not now, but certainly later on today. That's a big crash and a hard hit down into turn number 1. You can see him holding his left arm there. Maybe that's where he went slamming into the wall. And hopefully he'll be all right. Walking to the medical car shows me that he's not too badly injured. And hopefully they'll get him off to the medical center and get him checked up, and if necessary, off-site for more of a checkup. So Faisal and family, your boy's out the car. He's okay. But we're under safety car for the meantime, while we try and resolve the problem there with his stablemate. Ethan Kutsia on the inside of the track. I don't know if Ethan's going to be able to get that car started again and get going. If he has, we're still under safety car. It's the official Polo GTI safety car from Volkswagen Motorsport that leads them out. Van der Merwe, Victor, Basha, Victorious, Loosemore. I've missed out on Charles Visser there, beg your pardon, he's in fourth, the champion, newly crowned after that first heat. Dean Fenter, Bryce Pillay, Buxy Kamani, Jean-Andre Marais, Tyler Robinson, Roshan Goodman. So it's just Kutsia and Karodia that were involved in that one, no other cars. I did see a car slowing down, but I think it might have been Roshan's car that had to take evasive action and came out of turn one later than most on this camera angle we're on right now. We just saw that white car of Roshan Goodman from Team Red Racing coming through slowly out of turn one and having to brake hard and avoid the crashing cars that were in turn one at that stage. There's Ethan, he's out of his car, so he's okay. Remember, Ethan Kutsia had a massive moment last year at the East London Grand Prix circuit when he was still part of Team Red Racing, and he had a crash coming on the inside of Potter's Pass. He ended up going right into the forest and bushes of Potter's Pass, and the car completely disappeared from sight. When Mo Karodia, the first man on the scene, got to him, he was literally stuck in amongst a whole bunch of bushes, and it took a while to recover that car. All these laps under safety car count. They're hoping to recover those cars rapidly, give them a chance to get back into the mix again. AF Fans, Team Red Racing car at the back there is Tyler Robinson, our young lady driver. He's had a spectacular season this year, there's no doubt about it, becoming a potential top 10er. Has run just outside of the top 6 on occasion, and eventually red flag is called. So I think because of the time it's going to take to recover those vehicles, they were hoping to get them out of the way just with safety car, but it seems it's going to be a little bit longer. They're going to need to get the safety car to stop, bring them to the line, reshuffle the grid, and we'll restart this one for the final race of the season for CompCare Polo Cup. Long-standing relationship now, going into the third season of CompCare Polo Cup, and hopefully they're going to be sticking around for next year after the massive return on investment they've got. I'm sure that's the case. We go on board here with our drone just above the pit lane, showing you that there's still a huge amount of crowd here enjoying the race action at Zwartkops. But that has come to a little bit of a stop now, halt in proceedings, with the red flag being called. There's the Goscore team. I hope you guys can see us. Hope you guys have enjoyed your day with us, and hopefully you can hear me on the microphone as well here on the PA system. Supporting Arnie Neveling, of course, in the Global Touring Car SupaCup category. Darby van der Merwe, Victor, Basha, Visser, Pretorius, Loosemore is your top 6 at this stage. But they need to recover Ethan Kutsia's car and send it back into the JRT Racing Experience pits just on the left-hand side of where he's actually parked right now, down at turn 2. And Mo Karodia's car will probably take a little bit longer to recover out of that kitty litter after the big hit he took into turn 1. Well, we can see you guys. If you're on the grandstands there on the gallery, give us a wave. The drone just in front of you there. Hope you're enjoying all the race action so far. Big race action here, of course, this weekend. It's the final round of the Extreme Festival. And we're coming into the closing stages here of our last couple of categories. You've still got one more heat of Formula 1600s to come your way. We've got lots of race action planned as well for the rest of the day's proceedings. Out of Formula 1600s, we go into Global Touring Car second heat. That's going to be a huge one as well after the fracas and chaos we had in the first one. TNH Transport Extreme Supercars third heat. Gazoo Racing Cup second heat. And finally, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars third and final heat of the day. And the one thing I'm concerned about is that we should be starting Investchem 1600s by now. And we're now about half an hour behind. So looking at your program, take into account that you are going to have to be very wary on timing of your program if you've got the official program ahead of you. I hear some whistles being blown down on the grid, so looks like we might be good to go here for a restart. Wind picked up ever so slightly outside, but after a big incident there between Ethan Kutsia and Mo Karodia, it looks like there's going to be a bit of a fight on once again at the front end. Nathan Victor now starts on the front row alongside Darby van der Merwe. Could he be a thorn in the roses here into the final heat of CompCare Polo Cup 2023? It's a full restart under rolling start conditions, which means they start under the safety car, but when they come across the line, they've all got to be in one long line to cross over and may not overtake until they've crossed the start line, not the finish line. Remember, there's two different start and finish lines here at Zwartkops, so it's the start line they've all got to cross before they can even attempt to have a go to overtake any cars ahead of them. So it's a slightly different format that Polo Cup run for their restarts in scenarios like this.
I kind of wonder why, Greg. Why not just have a normal restart? That's what you practice for. That's how it goes in racing. I do understand that putting them line astern, it gives the advantage back to whoever was in front at the time of the incident, etc., etc. I suppose that takes away some of that risk as well.
Yeah, that's the reason I think they look at that as the option, Dave, as opposed to going to a full restart on the grid with the standing side of things. You can see them in the background weaving from side to side. They've been sitting on the grid for a while, so it'll take a little bit of a maneuvering to get some heat back into the Dunlop rubber. They've had a qualifying session, a Super Pole session, some of them, and they've also had the first race with those tyres. So the Dunlop tyres now going to be pushed hard for this final heat, and it looks like it's a 7-lapper for the last part of Polo Cup 2023.
And normally those tyres get used for the practice at the next round of the Nationals. They keep those same tyres that they've raced with here, for instance, at the next round for the first practice. Plover.
There's a big fan of ours.
It's a Plover GT model.
GD3, I think it is, eh? CompCare Polo Cup coming up towards the top end of the circuit now. Darby van der Merwe will lead them across the line. As I said, Nathan Victor in second place could be a big, big factor here. He's looking for his first victory, particularly at Zwartkops. How good it will be for him to win at Zwartkops. Came very close in Cape Town. It's going to be a fight of note. Behind him, Faran Basha also has not had a victory yet, and he's had a fantastic finish to the season. Didn't have quite the start he wanted, and didn't go according to plan yesterday afternoon as he opened his bonnet in pit lane and thought he may have been excluded, which is why he pulled out of the fight for Super Pole. So Faran Basha now having to maybe redeem himself here on the restart.
Okay, we go down to the first corner, and we are green flag and racing.
I understand that will stay the same.
Change of surface flags are out, oil flags, obviously from the incident. And it's all line astern.
No, it doesn't look like there's any issue there with that change of surface being shown. So I think it was just a case of they just need to let the drivers know. The drivers know there was an issue at turn 1 by now. And they'll be wary for the first couple of laps maybe through there. But as soon as a dry line or a clean line comes through there, it'll be everybody flat out as always through turn 1. And literally with these cars, it's a slight lift. And about a second later, they're back on the throttle coming out of turn 1.
They just put a bit of weight onto the front tyre so it can turn. So you just don't stuff from the understeer. Ooh, on the brakes, look at that. It just, they close up, concertina effect on the brakes. But Darby van der Merwe is looking ever so smooth. Nathan Victor, he'll have to barge his way past, mate. But if he's going to get past, Nathan Victor is going to have to really barge his way through here.
Think about how many push-to-passes he's got to use as well, because he'll have a little bit more than Darby was, being second in the championship. Faran Basha will also have the equal amount of push-to-pass mechanisms to use. Charles not as much in 4th place, but I think Charles just wants to finish this up with a clean car and get the job done, having wrapped up the championship in race number 1.
We come down into turn number 2, still line astern, nothing much happening in CompCare Polo Cup at the moment. Looks like everybody's just conserving what they've got, used their push-to-passes as you've said. Maybe one or two of them still got a couple tucked away to make an overtake, because that really is how they seem to be able to overtake. Now, watch you come up the inside. Ooh, Darby van der Merwe has got the line covered. But Victor gets a good drive around the outside.
Big pressure coming from Victor. Big pressure coming from Faran Basha as well. Look at Faran Basha coming through there. TV Motorsport man looking for a way. He goes with Darby van der Merwe. He's just up into turn 5. That might help him out. If Darby holds that line, Faran might be able to squeeze through and get ahead. And he's done that, I think. He's now side by side, almost, with Nathan Victor. Victor steps up. Oh, that tag! There you go. One Polo Cup action. Right on.
He's hanging on to that thing. That was a great bit of driving right there. Now come down the final turn. He's going to try and I don't think this is a play. Oh, and he's being bumped from the outside as well. Charles Visser giving him a little tap there. Just remind him who's in play here. Well, this is really going a bit pear-shaped for Nathan Victor.
Charles Visser had Ferran Basha out of shape there and just helped him out a little bit. He came off to give Ferran a chance to recover. Nice for him. And now they head towards turn 2. Basha has got a little bit of breathing room now, but Visser's now been caught by the back end, and Pretorius has joined the party. Loosemore's about to get there, and I think Fent is about to join them as well. We may have a 5-way fight for second place.
Yeah, as I say, Nathan Victor, it's going a bit pear-shaped because he's not keeping that same gap. Darby's getting away from him, but behind Nathan Victor, look at all that going on. I'm wondering if he's holding it up then at the moment.
Very happy. One particularly came from Pretorius. See a little bit of battle scar on the front end of Charles Paul. That was the tag that he had with Ferran Basha coming out of turn 8 on the previous lap. Now Ferran Basha closes back up onto the tailpiece there of Nathan Victor. I think Victor going defensive is slowing him down as well.
I think that is a bit of an issue. How many podiums has Ferran Basha had this year? I think it is.
Only one.
I think it's a one in Cape Town.
He hasn't won a race, sure.
He's at a podium this year. Maybe another podium in the offing for him.
If you can see what happens there, maybe he's got a couple of passes. Nathan Victor.
And Antti Pretorius, race 1 winner, right behind them.
Yeah. And closing. First stage on a 113.3, 113 dead from Basha, 113.1 from Victor, 112.6 from Darby. Darby with clean air, he's disappearing. He wants that final victory.
He's pulled about a second and a bit right now over Nathan Victor. Victor has definitely got problems behind him because it does look like Basha is going to close on him. He's trying to take the drifting wide line through the sweep, trying to gain momentum, keep it going. And behind them, everybody's sort of just having to block each other, aren't they? That's a big problem right now.
That's what's happening right now. They're just playing the blocking role, not giving any room to play. Basha has a little lookout and shows a wheel or a set of wheels there to Nathan Victor up into turn 5. Probably just continuing on his merry way. Looks like there's a bit of pressure once again from Charles on the back end of Pretorius. And to close it down a little bit more onto the back end of the Bucketless and OMP car. And then, as I said, Jason Newsmore is not too far away from joining his teammate in that fight with Anthony Pretorius.
So Darby van der Merwe leads over the line. Behind him, Nathan Victor. Ferran Basha heading for another podium. Anthony Pretorius, race 1 winner, currently lying in 4th position.
Behind them, Newsmore fed to Pelé. Pelé trying to recover after it didn't quite go according to plan in race 1. He had to go to pit lane just before the start of the race, and he started from pit lane. So Pelé's 8th place will certainly be a big turnaround there from the Nathan's Motorsport man. Baxi Kamani in the Squadra course car down in 9th. He's ahead of Jean-Andre Marais, who's ahead of his teammate. That was Jean-Andre's goal, was to be slightly ahead of Tyler and Roshan in Team Red Racing, and they are 11, 12, and 13, or 9, 10, 11, 12.
We'll get it right, don't worry, one of these days.
One day.
That's 10, 11, 12 then for that group. Out front, Darby van der Merwe continues to pull away. And Nathan Victor coming under just a bit of pressure right now. Ferran Basha looks like he might have what it takes in the closing stage of the race.
Ferran Basha has had a little tag of his own, so he's going to be wary about trying to find a way through there on the man from Cape Town. But a second place will be his highest finish for the year, that's for sure, if he can get it all sorted in the next couple of laps. And we're on to the penultimate one.
And look at the group behind. If you just look behind there, Greg, massive group. That's the guys for what, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just behind this lot. So we've got 2 distinct groups going on at the moment. Not a lot of overtaking happening because it is just that time of the day. The tyres are worn, everybody's doing what they can and just staying on the track.
The factor, of course, Dave, is you look at qualifying yesterday, the 15 cars were split by 1.7 seconds. That's how evenly matched these cars are. So when you've got such an evenly matched field, it makes it even more difficult to overtake.
Unless somebody makes a mistake in front of you, that's what you've got to do. You've got to try and push them, make a mistake. Look at that bonnet. It's got a bit of an aerofoil effect on that bonnet. And a bit of extra cooling, should we say.
Yeah, just helping out that car to cool itself down. Heading up onto the top of the shelf again for the penultimate time. Darby van der Merwe looks like it's got clean, clear air and no worries at all for him. Battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Potentially change up here in this last lap.
Charles Visser throws it down the hill. Can he do anything on the last lap? It doesn't look like it to me. Loose more behind him. Bit of a gap going on right there. Last lap coming now for Davy van der Merwe. Then that big 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars racing for second place.
Unbelievable. But in the 27th running of a Polo Cup Championship, we're still having the fight go down to the wire. It literally went down to the second last race of the season to wrap up the championship, but second place is still up for grabs. And with Davy ahead of Anthony, that's going to be second and third in the championship as well between those two.
I think Anthony secured the third place with that first heat win. So that's his third place wrapped up. He did say that's what he was kind of hoping for. But Davy van der Merwe, this was a great outing for him. Once he got that little gap, he was able to maintain it. And in the last couple of laps, actually stretched that lead.
What he was hoping to do in the first one. It didn't quite work out according to plan, though. With Pretorius putting the spanner in the works and, of course, giving us a chance to sort of... Oh, does I say that? Victor, out of shape. Nathan Victor.
There's a podium gone.
Away.
Podium has gone for Nathan Victor. Can you believe that?
Summit racing at the top of the summit of the hill, and it went all wrong. So that's given a chance to Farhan Basha for his second place of the season, and it's his highest finish of the year. And second place in the championship will go to the winner.
It's as close as that, and Nathan Victor will be absolutely kicking himself.
Now that's definitely not how he wanted to finish. That's for sure.
Just shows you on the edge there. Oh, Greg, they're on the edge always.
Until the flag comes out. That's the cool part about watching any CompCare Polo Cup on any circuit around the country. There is never ever any inch given until that flag drops. So hats off to another spectacular 27th season of CompCare Polo Cup. And the Polo Cup is won out by Davy van der Merwe ahead of Farhan Basha, his highest finish ever in the QV Motorsport team. Anthony Pretorius in third place beats out your newly crowned champion, Charles Visser. Nathan Victor with a big mistake there, down into 5. Didn't quite work out for him. But what a way to run. I'm not quite sure if Lanfear and Rackstraw are in this one. Anyway,
no, I think our live timing...
changing before you get a chance to wrap up.
I think our live timing's talking to us.
Yes. Time to go.
Time to go. Live timing's had a long day.
There you have it. The Polo Cup 2023. That's done and dusted. The championship is sorted out. 1, 2, and 3. Charles Visser, Davy van der Merwe, Anthony Pretorius. Up next, we go into Investchem Formula 1600s and the Formula Ford Kent category. That championship is also done, but we saw Jason Kutsia take a victory. Is Siyabonga Monkonkwana going to be able to get the second one? We saw how he was pushing in race number 1.
I think he's fired up for this one.
Yeah.
Watch out. If he doesn't jumpstart like he has done here in other races, let's hold thumbs that he doesn't do that this time around, I think we could be in for an epic battle here.
So, up next is our single-seaters. They're about to make their way onto the circuit. We're going to get Dave to try and get us some interviews with our Polo Cup competitors. We'll be back shortly here. We're going to check out some of the drivers from the Formula Ford Kent category now, as they made their way to our pre-race interviews. And we catch up with the return of Matthijs Strydom into Formula Ford Kent. Always great to have the Formula Ford Kents as a backup class there to Formula 1600s. LT, it's been a bit of a tough season for you. You had some up and downs, haven't you?
Hey Warren, yes, we've been very busy. I heard Stu White earlier say about 17 races. I don't think we're very far behind. Obviously with the Kent car, we did 4 race meetings. It feels like years ago since we were in it at last. But with the Formula Volkswagen and then in the Trans-Africa with the Chevron V8, we've been making up for the time to be driving here. So been doing a lot of racing this year. Got value for money out of my license. Thanks MSA. And yeah, it's busy, and we're glad. We're glad to be back here. It's very hot. It's going to be a hot 2 days, and we're back in the saddle with the kids. They've been pretty quick this morning. We've been having a couple of problems, but we'll sort it, and we'll be there. The race is only tomorrow. It's not now. It's tomorrow.
You brought a friend along?
I brought a mate along from a few years ago. Thanks to Ian Schofield, but I'm sure Matthijs will do that as well. But thanks to Ian Schofield, when Rick couldn't make it, Ian took out his little book and he said, hey, Matthijs Strydom, him and his dad, they're both here, and a very welcome addition to our series. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, you know how quick he can be.
Exactly.
And so we're really glad to have him here. But he can speak for himself.
Matthijs, what's it been like jumping into the Ford?
Great, being back. It's been a while though. I haven't been racing for a couple of years, so just adapting to the new car. I want to thank Ian obviously for the opportunity and for everybody welcoming me back. It's great being back and seeing all the familiar faces. It's really great.
Awesome. Graham, how's it going so far the weekend?
Yeah, without its challenges, always with the challenges. So a couple of mechanical things, but second practice went alright. We a few tenths of scope. We'll know how it goes tomorrow morning when we're all on the same tyres. But yeah, I think we're going to all be close. Everybody's done enough laps around here to know the track backwards, so it's going to be a good race tomorrow.
Don't you just love the fact that you can bring a guy like Matthijs in, he literally slots back into almost exactly where he was before, and just throws in just another thorn amongst the roses, or is it a rose amongst the thorns?
It's amazing, you know. There's so many cars lying around out there, and the opportunity to come and drive that Ian gives us behind the Formula 1600s is amazing, you know. So I'm sure Matthijs is enjoying it, and we enjoy having more cars on the grid. And yeah, just a shout out to anybody who's got a car out there. Come and race, man. It's good fun.
Moving into our final heat of Investchem Formula 1600s now. As I said earlier on, the championship was already decided down in Cape Town with Troy Donenshek taking the victory. Boss would love a victory here. So would Sia Bonga Monkonkwana. Mason Katsia's taken the first one. He's the first man who literally troubled Troy Donenshek's almost perfect season. Katsia's been bridesmaid on numerous occasions. And in the first race, he will turn his luck around and take his first victory. Dedicated that to his dad, so awesome effort there from him. But we've got a couple of seasoned campaigners a bit further back in the pack that would like to turn their luck around, particularly the two Geldenhuys boys and Nicholas Van Wheelie in the magnificent paint and hardware and Hamilton's paintbrushes machine. Abacus Racing Division's cars are not quite on pace what they normally are at a circuit like this. And then look out for a big challenge coming onto the back end of Ian Schofield from Graham Hepburn and Duncan Foss in the Formula Ford Kents. Under starters orders now for Formula 1600s and the Formula Ford Kent. Just waiting for that flag to move off at the front end. We got a green flag at the back. See what happens now as they come under starters orders. This is going to be Monkonkwana to possibly steal the day here and steal the final race of 2023 season with a victory. 1 minute board changes to 30 seconds. 30 seconds changes to 5 seconds in the space of about 5 seconds. And then we go to lights on. And then we go racing. Off the line, Monkonkwana got a good start, but it is Foss who looks like he might have got a slightly better one. Monkonkwana's on the inside line though. He's looking for the whole shot to head towards one. Out of one is the red car in front. It is Monkonkwana, whole shots and takes the lead. Foss in the second. Jason Kutsia the third, and around his outside comes the Suzanne machine of our champion, Troy Donenshek. What a turnaround there from them. That's the way we kick things off here. Don't get into the mix of it from the word go. Zia Bonga Monkonkwana there for the Investchem and race driver SA team leads things out over Investchem and DB Building Supplies car. And listen to those tyres squealing through turn 4, looking for traction. Holding on to the front line there, the Rapworks and Fuchs Lubricants car is in third place. He's trying for second. He's got his arch rival on his tail, though, with Troy Donachek coming into the mix again. Side by side, wheel to wheel, out of turn 6 into 7. And Alex Voss just hanging on to that inside line. We've got yellow flags waving frantically here to warn drivers that there might be a bit of an issue somewhere on the circuit. As they come through to complete the first lap, looks like we're going under safety car. Yellow flags are waving frantically down in towards turn number 8. I'm not quite sure why. These guys are there's a car on the inside of pit wall there. I just missed it trying to watch the action there and just try and spot what had happened. There's a white car, potentially could be Duncan Voss, who's on the inside of the pit wall, down in the Formula Ford Kent category. Just watching. No, there goes Voss's car. It's not Voss's car. Is it one of the Golden Age cars? No, they've all crossed the line. They're both there too. Andrew Schofield might be the Pass Affair car of Andrew Schofield, who's on the inside of the pit wall up into on the start straight. So as they come up under braking for turn number 5, once again it's Jason Kutsia versus Troy Donachek. It's mano a mano there between the two of them. Great done, boys, fighting hard. They've done that all season long. Troy's literally had the advantage on almost every occasion. He's got the inside line into turn 8, and he gets up ahead of his arch rival. So Jason Kutsia, despite taking the first victory of in race 1, you can see the car there on the inside there. The reason we got yellow flags in turn 8. Taking the fast car of Andrew Schofield, who didn't quite get off the line.
It looks like Schofield's stuck in there on the side of the track. Does look like him.
Yeah.
And Nicholas van Wheelie looks like he's got his car running a bit better this time around. And Sia Bonham Kumkwana, look at that. We did say that, didn't we?
No jump start, perfect start, disappearing. Voss in second.
Voss having a good run right now. Could see in there as well. Dolan's Check, which is our current Formula 1600 champion for this year, ends up getting a GTC SupaCup drive for next year.
Yeah, he tests for GTC with the Investchem team, and they see what his potential is. But he has got restricted experience. He's been kind of concentrating on his studies and getting as much race action as possible. But mainly, I think, focusing on the Western Province Championship for next year. Maybe a couple of outings here and there up north and around the country on the Extreme Festival.
You have to. What's more important? The trick for racing cars.
Education is important.
Absolutely. I'm putting your leg. He's got to do the trick. That is absolutely important. So here we are as we come down into turn number 2. Alex Voss still got himself in second place. Dolan's Check, current champion, lying there in third. Sujin Properties. He's had such a great year though, and then Kutsia just behind him. Look at the gap though. It's unbelievable.
Place there. Nice outing for him. And then you've got Geldernaes and Geldernaes behind. So the nightmare finish to the season there for both Antoine and Gerard continue. Abacus Racing Division's cars are just not on song here this weekend. Fighting there with Rackstraw and with Malamela.
Now further back than they normally are, let's face it, they normally top contenders, top 3 anyway. I just don't understand why they're a little bit back at the moment. Probably some car issues.
One thing I'm also picking up on there on the timing monitor, which we'll have to double check there, Dave, it doesn't look like Ian Schofield is leading in the Formula Fords. Hepburn is the first Formula Ford Kent car, and then it's Voss ahead of Alan Mayer. So I wonder if Schofield didn't roll out for the last one, or maybe he had a bit of an issue.
Maybe Schofield decided to be a spectator and watch his cars go around the track. Yeah, I'm looking for him. I don't see him out there at all. Nicholas van Wheelie is starting to have a good run here, you know that. Have a good look at that car, the brilliant paint and hardware car. Starting to have a bit of a run now.
Yeah, Chris Van Wheelie could potentially be in the mix there with Jason Kutsia and Troy Donachek within the space of the next lap or so. The hardware machine doing a superb job. Goes onto that car and the Mint Coachworks and Chris Cricket's car of Jason Kutsia, race 1 winner. Getting confirmation in my ear, no show for Schofield in the second heat. He's watching from the sideline, enjoying the fruits of his labour here. Wrapped up the Formula 4 Kent so didn't have to worry about that championship as such. And he's given Hepburn, Voss, and Mayer a chance to fight. That's the line they come again. Rolling in front. Got 2.3 second lead now over Alex Voss. Voss has gone down to 1.7 seconds ahead of that fight, and that's the reason, because they're fighting so hard. Voss is able to maintain that gap between Dolanchek, Kutsia, and now Van Wheelie, who's joined the party.
That is the dice for third position we see on track as they come third, fourth, and as they come out of there, they're going to hit fifth gear coming up to this ever so fast turn number 4. Slight lift off and then back on the power. They just load the front tires very slightly and get back on the power.
It is a big turnaround there for Nicholas Van Wheelie. Had problems in qualifying and all through yesterday with a miss. First race, he seemed to have got it sorted out. It's definitely working brilliantly right now.
I'd love to know what they found, because I sat and watched them. They pulled that car to pieces. And I said to them, "You sure the battery's charged?" Because we've all been through that sort of stuff in the past. So they've obviously done something right. They've got the car working. He could pick up a podium. The way he's closed on these two, always at Zwartkops, easy to close on somebody, a different story to get past. But look at the gap that Mumkongwana has got over the rest of the field.
Now over Alex Voss. Still a 4-second difference now between Alex Voss and Dolanchik. So there's a little bit of chopping and changing happening there, and I think Dolanchik could be in a bit of trouble. That's why he's going defensive. He's keeping out the intentions there of Jason to beat him on track. Tia beat him in the first race fair and square, but I'm sure both Troy and Tia are loving this fight when they're so close to match.
Oh, absolutely. That's what racing is all about. You get out there and have a big old dice. You don't want to be out front. You do want to be out front and winning the way Mumkongwana is at the moment. That's just a feather in his cap. But racing is about having a dice. Just one against one is so fantastic.
There'll be a huge turnaround after the last outing here at Zwartkops with that massive jump start. So, Siyabonga Mumkongwana, and we're hoping for you, brother. We really are. Alex Voss would love to get that victory. He just doesn't seem to have an answer to the pace that Sia's setting out front.
After the first race, we thought Sia was going to be the man to beat. He looked like he was playing so quickly. Looked like he just ran out of laps to take the first race win. But now he's showing it.
One ahead of Rackstraw and Malamela. Gerard is still tucked in behind the two of them for 10th place. Then it's Voss in 11th, leading there right now on cue. Leading out 4 tenths over Graham Hepburn. They've pulled a small margin over Alan Mayer, Tace Strader, and Ron Van Wheelie. Nicholas's dad at the back of the pack there.
They're a bit off there. They're probably 12 seconds behind now from these leading Kent cars right here.
Good possibility that Mumkongwana may catch the back end. Ron Van Wheelie and Matthijs Strydom by the time we get to checkered flag time. We've now got 2.5 laps to go for the leaders and 3 laps for these guys.
Formula Ford Kent category, obviously based on the very old original Formula Fords. No wings involved. And they still have their world finals for that type of racing.
And normally we've got 3 or 4 drivers from South Africa that make their way there, courtesy of Ian Schofield. He's got a huge affinity for single-seaters, and he spends a huge amount of money to try and get our development drivers into that series. We've seen the likes of Andrew Rackstraw, Julian van der Vat participate there after winning single-seater championships under the Investchem banner and give it a chance of note. So Mumkongwana could be in for it, Alex Voss, and I'm sure Dolanchik would not say no.
Ron really getting a little bit out of shape there, but what Ian Schofield does for the formula and for motor racing in general is just amazing. He really is amazing. He's got a great collection of cars, and on top of that, he's got a great collection of drivers.
A lot of drivers underneath that Investchem banner, and there's still 2 more to come out underneath the Investchem banner later on in Global Touring Cars second heat. But coming into the closing stages now, Sia is about to start his final lap. He's got 2.1 Ks to go for an epic finish to the season. Oh, and that's not what Jason Kutsia wanted.
Kutsia's out of it.
Can you believe that? It's hot out there. I didn't expect it to be that hot.
Wow. I think the engine, it just cooked itself, really. Doesn't look like he made a mistake. I think the engine just said, how's it? I'm done for the day.
So race 1 winner goes from hero to zero there. And that's going to give Troy Dolanchik an easy run to the line for third. And Wheelie may have a go here, though, because they can account
looking in the background, no,
he's too far back. Back markers now for Mumkongwana to do off. Fight between Matthijs Strydom and Alan Mayer. Yellow flag up into turn.
And there are yellow flags out. So you're not really allowed to overtake, but if it's a back marker, I assume you are allowed to overtake.
It's through the yellow flag section now, so the green flag. Yeah, we get a chance to overtake. It could have cost him, though. That could have been a serious issue. But coming down to the line now, around the outside of the LT, Lieutenant Colonel Alamea giving some room there for our second race winner and final victor of 2023 in the Investchem Polo 1600. And it past.
What a great finish then from our winner. Ross holding on to second place. Dolenschek and Van Wheelie, the top four as they slow down on their slowdown lap. And Munko Kwana, I mean, I'm just looking at the lap time, so consistent as well.
Very good, all the way down, keeping those 3s and 4s almost all the way through the race. He rolled out slightly on the last one, down to a 4. That was because he caught the traffic. But Siyabonga Monkokwana, your final victor of 2023's Investchem Formula 1600. And he'll be a man to watch out for next season. He's certainly got to grips with it. Here we go for the Kent class.
Oh, they're still at it. They're still at it.
Looking for a way.
Is he going to give it a run down the inside? Not this time. He may be trying a better drive out of the corner. Duncan has him caught up. Duncan Frost picks it up.
He's been around this circuit a few times.
Oh, once or twice. No doubt about that one.
There you go. High fives on a wave between the two drivers. Always good to see that after an epic battle. And Graham Hepburn fighting there with Duncan Frost to win. He's going to shoot down to try and get us a couple of drivers to have a chat to in between. And yeah, we're moving into the next part of the proceedings. You can see the stricken car there of Jason Kutsia. I'm not sure what went down there, unfortunately, but those cars don't usually end up blowing engines like that. They're quite reliable in terms of their ability to stay on track with no engine issues. But there you can see the official results that were put up. Sorry, Paul, I didn't get a chance to even look at them because I'm trying to do all the other things here in this new studio. Up next, we go into G&H Transport Supercars. But before that, straight into the second heat of arguably the most hotly contested championship this weekend. Global Touring Cars and SupaCup heat number 2. There you go. Honka Kwana, Foss, Dolenschek, Van Wheelie, Shrun Naidu ahead of Anton Geldenaes, Rackstraw there in the top 7. Now we're heading into, of course, the Battle Royal, Global Touring Cars and GDC SupaCup. Paulie, while we're waiting for Dave to bring me an interview, maybe what we should do is go and have a chat and see those pre-race interviews with the GDC SupaCup drivers, if we've got a chance to. I know we did spring pass. Let's get into the SupaCup. So head down into our pre-race interviews. We caught up with our 2 championship contenders there in Jonathan Mahotsi and Brad Liebenberg. And new man and rookie to the series in the final round, Nicky Vastanis. GDC SupaCup, it's down to the wire stuff between the 2 drivers on my left-hand side. We're going to start with Brad, first and foremost. Bradley, it's a tough one. You've been in this position before, you know what it takes. What are you going to do to keep out Jono and potentially wrap this up tomorrow?
Yeah, look, I'm aiming to win. Obviously, that's the best way to do it. But it's going to be difficult. I think, throughout practice today, it's been quite close. But yeah, I think the easiest way to do it is to obviously finish first and worry about everything behind you. But yeah, we'll see how the day goes.
Jono, you did that at the last round. You finished first. So have you got what it takes to do it again? Twice tomorrow.
Well, we've definitely got what it takes to finish first, but I think the pace is very close. It's similar. To be honest with you, after practice today, I think it's anyone's game. Literally anyone in the SupaCup field. So yeah, I think we're going to have to work some magic and see what we can do.
Nicky Vastanis, that means it could be your game as well. He just said it's anybody's. So as the rookie, have you got what it takes to beat these 2?
I don't know if I have as of yet. It is my first time. It's a bit different than everything I've ever driven before, but it's definitely going to be an interesting fight between these 2 gentlemen on my right here.
And if you're in the mix, you're going to give it everything that you need to?
I think I'll try to stay out of their fight.
That's not a bad thing. Gentlemen, good luck for tomorrow and may the best man win.
Cheers.
Paulie, I'm just looking at that pre-race paddock. By the looks of things, there are only 1 or 2 global touring cars that are going to be participating in the second and final heat of the championship, because I think a lot of them are still fighting out as to what happened in race number 1 after that big incident into turn number 4. I don't know if you can pull that up again, Paul. Maybe we just have a quick look at it just to remind everybody that's watching on our live stream as to what happened in race 1 to cause the restart and the red flag. Big incident here you can see between championship rivals Robert Volk, who had to go onto the grass. He went sliding on the grass, slammed into the Gazoo Racing Corolla of Sabut Variawa, and Michael van Rooyen literally had nowhere to go. Caught in between the two cars and eventually ended up on the kiddie litter as well. So it'll be interesting to see which cars roll out here from Global Touring Cars. We spoke to Brad Liebenberg in between the heats, and he was saying that he's looking forward to the final battle there with Mahotsi. They're good friends off the track, and they are arch rivals when that red mist drops and the visor goes down. And there's still a little bit of work to do for Mahotsi if he wants to win this. Brad literally just has to finish this up, and he will be crowned champion of the Global Touring Car Super Cup category for 2023. What is going to be interesting is who's going to join us from Global Touring Cars. Right now I can see Andrew Rackstraw's car and Julian van der Wat's car. I don't see any other cars out there at this stage from Global Touring Cars. Is Nati's car there? It looks like it is. It's just on the inside of Rackstraw's machine. So we got one of the Gazoo Racing Toyotas out there, Natium Samanga. I don't see the two hatches of Michael van Rooyen or Saud Variawa, and I don't see the Beamer of Robert Volk. But we'll get confirmation of that, of course, when the event. And maybe just... Is that not Kara's car, though? That might be Kara's car. So I'm just checking, because that blue car could be further down to the right of that shot. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We can't see it right now, but we will get confirmation, of course, as they roll out onto the racetrack and get ready for the final heat of 2023. Just a bit of a heads up as well for everybody watching from the live stream as well as around the circuit. Got confirmation that Jason Lamb is okay. He's been sent off to the local medical facility for a concussion test, just to double check that everything is good in the noggin. And also confirmation coming through from Stuart White's Facebook page, stating that he is now the outright lap record holder in the Supercars. A 58.132 lap there from Stuart White. And that's the kind of lap times that the man who's about to join me in studio was looking for. He is absolutely stoked with a smile on his face that's coming in here. Paulie, bring us into studio, because in my studio right now, I've got race 2 winner, Siyabonga Monkonkwana. First of all, congratulations on getting the start right, dude.
No jump starts this time.
Exactly. No, that was mind-blowing. I mean, you got off the line perfectly. It was a bit of a tussle into turn 1 and 2, but eventually by the time you got to 2, you just squeezed ahead and managed to keep Foss out.
Yeah, so going in, the start wasn't too great, the pull-off. It was a bit, not the start that we wanted. We felt a bit of bogging at the beginning, and then had to be a little bit on the aggressive side through turn 1, and then just stayed on the defensive line throughout 2. And then from there on, I think the pack caught Alex, and then that's what held him up, a little bit of the fighting in between, and that's what allowed me to break away.
That breakaway certainly is something you've been looking for the entire season. We've had some ups and downs, some upside downs, and all sorts of things in this category. Eventually, that race win has come through, and it certainly bodes well for what the entire Race Driver SA Investchem team have been trying to do with yourself and the development drivers coming through. It's now no longer a case of being there. You are there.
100%. 100%. Yeah, we've been working really, really hard in that terms to build up the driving, to build up not just in terms of car setup, but to build up as well as a driver.
Mm-hmm.
And I can just say, like, throughout all the work that we've been putting in this year, even though the car hasn't been 100%, we've been focusing a lot on the mental side, a lot of the physical side, so that just to overcome that, even if the car is not 100%, you still have that ability mentally wise to push.
To focus.
Exactly.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, the other thing is I was chatting yesterday to Mr. Piazza Musa, who's, of course, the mentor of all the drivers in that category. And a lot of the drivers come to him for some support and to look at how things could change up. He was telling me that your teammate, Karabo, at some point on the circuit in yesterday's practice sessions was actually the quickest driver out of everybody, including the new champion.
In corner 4.
Unbelievable.
Corner 4. So I was mind blown because we were overlaying the data and everything, and then he was so down because he wasn't getting the lap times. And then I'm seeing through corner 4, he's like brakes, and then immediately the speed that he carries through corner 4 boggles my mind. Until today, even today, he's still the quickest through corner 4.
It's mind blowing, but
Yeah.
it just shows you what you can do.
Exactly.
You've got the right mentor ahead of you. Listen, dude, congratulations on the win. It's a top-class finish to the season.
Thank you
and I'm
so
sure
much.
that just gives you some great confidence going into next year. What are the plans for next year?
Not settled yet. We're still gonna sit down, talk through it through December, and then we'll decide for January and for the next season what's going on.
We're looking forward to it.
Awesome.
Congratulations on the
Can't
last
wait.
one, and we'll see you soon, brother Bear. Thank you so much,
Thank
dude.
you.
There you go. Siyabonga Mokonkwana joining me here for a quick chat before we get into, as I said, what is arguably going to be the most hotly contested global touring cars we've seen in a long time. And, well, there's a couple of cars that have rolled out. I couldn't see many of them in the pre-race paddock before we got into it. And once again, Sia, thank you so much, buddy, and congratulations on that win. They're coming to the line to sort themselves out for the last time, hopefully, with maybe only one start in this one. And that's the idea. Whether or not that's actually what happens, we'll wait and see. But Global Touring Cars has certainly been a hotly contested property here today at the final round of the Extreme Festival at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Dave Peterson, you only caught the back end of what happened in that first heat, but certainly it's up for a lot of debate, a lot of protest action. I saw back and forth on the WhatsApp group. There's just this guy being called in, that guy being called in. Well,
You know, Greg, sometimes championships, unfortunately, are won in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Occasionally. Well, I don't know if you saw the drone footage. There was an unbelievable drone pilot out there for the first race. So, yeah. I was kind of busy watching that. You know. The drone, we had to put that up, and I was just a bit busy. So I saw the accident sort of in the background. We don't know whose fault. We're not sure who's going to blame who at the moment. The big thing is, of course, the championship of the global touring cars. You know, Robbie Walk, who I wouldn't say had one hand on the trophy, but certainly was in with a proper shot.
Yeah.
Things have turned around rather badly, but both of them were affected.
Yeah.
Warrior as well. Yeah. So
100%.
they're both affected by it. So protests or appeals at this point, going forward and backwards, not quite sure which way that will go. So I don't know if a champion would be declared today.
Highly unlikely, but we'll wait and see if we get any information from race control that tells us differently. We will definitely let you all know on the grandstands and worldwide on our live stream feed.
I know you've had a lot of inquiries about Jason Lamb, by the way.
Yes, I just mentioned that.
Have you? Good. Because I was down there and he was in the back of the ambulance, gave me a big old thumbs up to tell him that he was fine, and he went for a little check, concussion check.
test, yeah.
So anyway, great news. I'm glad you told everybody out there. So Jason Lamb is okay after that big accident earlier on today, and he's shaken but a little bit stirred as well.
Yeah, I think he might be stirred too, shaken and stirred as we get into this one. Shaking and stirring at the front end. It's all of the Gazoo Racing Corollas are back on track. Both of the WCT team cars are back on track. Rackstraw is back in the mix. Only car missing there's Josh LaRue in the Audi. And where is Mahotsi? He's on the second row, down in fourth place, as opposed to where pole position Brad Liebenberg is. So a little bit of a bigger task for Jonathan Mahotsi to try and win this championship.
Yeah, he's coming from behind, let's face it. So I did go down to the Toyota Gazoo pits, and Michael van Rooyen's mechanic had a big old 10-pound hammer as he was trying to straighten bits and pieces of bent metal. So they've been hard at it between the races, and good to see that they've got most of the cars back out on track.
Trying to start this one. Artem Simanga on pole, Van Rooyen alongside him. Are they going to open up the door to allow Variawa through and then try the blocking roll? Is there going to be a team call here?
It would make sense.
100%.
You know,
That's why you have a team.
If I was running the team, I'd be saying, guys, let our man win. I mean, that's
Get
what it's all
Variawa
about.
through and then just go.
You know, come the MSA awards at the end of the year, you want your man up there, don't you?
100%.
So that's what it's about. That's what it's about. And then in the Super Cup category, well, around here, I just think Bradley Liebenberg is just so much in hand at the moment. Looks to me like nobody's going to get him around this track at the moment, the way he's put it together.
Also got a bit of news coming in, potentially from that Global Touring Car Super Cup class. We'll get to that if we get into them, and we see the drivers involved. Andre Besaidenout can be joining by his son and Mahotsi, possibly at the 9 hour. But let's get into this one now. Here we go. This is for all the marbles, as they say, going into the final race of the season. It's Gazoo Racing out front, and are they going to open up that door to allow Saad Variawa to go through and potentially get into the front of the race as quickly as possible to keep out the attack from the Chemical Logistics and WCT team at the back end of the field?
Well, they're three abreast at the moment, so the Toyotas are holding them out. Here comes the GDC Super Cup category down into turn one. No bumping and barging just yet. They had a great first race, except Brad Liebenberg, of course, pulled that gap. But behind him, boy, did we have a dice.
Gosco car is on enabling. Volkswagen Genuine Parts car is Mokotsi. Van der Butt, race one winner, drops to the back of the pack behind Rackstraw as they go through turn four. It is Robert Volk hunting down. Oh, bits and pieces of car going flying there. I'm not quite sure which car lost a wing of some nature, but something certainly flew off the car into turn four. It might have actually been a window, actually.
Looked like it was a bit of perspex. Yeah, perspex.
Flying off to the side. It's going to definitely affect the aerodynamics.
Just to explain, we are jumping between the categories for the first couple of laps, just to try and give everybody a chance to see what's happening. It's very difficult when you've got two racing categories on the track at the same time. Down into turn one. There we go.
And it's Saud Variawa exactly where he needs to be, at the front end with both his teammates on his tail. Playing the tail, going to roll. They're going to block. Michael van Nooyen is going to block Robert Volk. So is Natim Samanga. Robert Volk has got an immense cost here.
He just has to be patient, let's face it, because it'll come a couple of laps in, tires start warming up, that sort of thing. Gaps start appearing. That's what he's got to do. As we wait for the Supercars to come out at 23, full pace there. Liebenberg should be in front. Bit of a gap. That's the gap you can see from the GDC cars. Oh, then side by side, right behind the Futsi.
The Futsi inside of the Roscoe car, up to second. Doing what he needs to do. Good enough to catch Brad Liebenberg and beat him. Volk has got some pressure coming from behind from Rackstraw and his teammate. So those 6 cars at the front end are certainly not giving up without the epic fight that we expected. And all of a sudden coming into play here at the back end of the second group, Kate Bishop. Bishop on the inside of Donnie Dicker, Masters champion, up into the top 4 in Global Touring Car Super Cup.
On the brakes, Toyotas, 1, 2, 3, and a BMW trying to go around the outside. No, won't make it.
I think Michael van Rooyen's going to make that thing as big as a Land Cruiser.
Yeah.
He's taking it to BMW.
And look at this bunch, going crazy there. The angry car from Cape Town, having a great run as well.
He has had a good
Kate Bishop.
Yesterday, he was looking to sort of maybe steal the victory away from the 2 championship.
Overtake, Greg, overtake. Round the outside. Robbie Walker, is he going to go around the outside? He's getting desperate. Michael van Rooyen has got him backed up. He's got to try something. If he wants to get hold of that championship, he has to do something right now.
He's doing everything right for the team, holding him up. There's the man I just spoke about earlier on. They're fighting Coronas with Davide Franco and Roberto Franco. Andre Besaidnout just ahead of them at this stage. Maybe a little bit of extra time in the car. He's playing with Besaidnout's mind, although he's been off for almost a year. He came back to the Hilltime race, Hilltime special cars on the Friday and Saturday.
Was that after his hip operation?
After the hip operation, yeah. So he's having to recover from that.
Oh, Walker's trying everywhere. He's just trying everything. And Michael van Rooyen, he's a real old fox. He's just going to keep him at bay. He's not going to panic. He knows what's going on. Liebenberg's pulled the gap. He's already pulled the gap over the rest of the pack in the Super Cup.
The Super Cup could be wrapped up now. I'm not quite sure after all the protests, including in a Global Touring Car Champion at the end of this one. But right now, Jonathan Mahotsi is concentrating his efforts on trying to close that gap down. And Brad Liebenberg at this point in time is 1.8 seconds up the road from Mahotsi.
Right, here is the South African Championship. This is it. Ariawa out front. Teammates all behind him, holding up the contender, Robbie Walk.
Fourth place for Volk. Maybe other points go after the protest could be a bit of a problem for him. There's a nice fight as well. Davide Franco, new man to the series, fighting with one of the Masters. What is that? 5th overall? Yeah, 5th overall in GDC Supercars.
Yeah, the Masters, we need Tempo's back. That's what I think. Yeah. Roy, if you're watching, buddy, we need you back there.
I think Vestanas starting on the inside of Tablet. So Vestanas, new man, rookie as well, into the mix. First time for him in the Super Cup category.
That's
coming
right.
out of the Gazoo Racing stable.
Yeah, progression for him. A pretty tricky car to drive. Takes a while to get used to one of these. Almost like driving a 250 Supercar.
Into the field there for the GDC Supercup. We go back to the front of Global Touring Cars. 2 races, 1, 2, and 3. Formation flying. We give them a chance of taking the title. But as I said, we won't be able to declare that champion until we know what happens with all the protests for race number 1.
Rutt is just behind his teammate right now. Our race 1 winner. It shows you what the grid can do to it. When you start off from pole, it just makes life that much easier.
When he was chatting with us in the studio that he wanted to try and tick them off one by one. I'm not sure if he's going to be allowed.
No, definitely not. I don't think he was expecting that. And this is the dice. This is the 3rd position in the GDC Super Cup category.
Run there for them. Kate Bishop is behind. And then it's the Derby. Sarah Hill having a good run. Nice one there, just ahead of that battle. Trade note is fighting for 2nd and 3rd with Franco in the Masters category.
Down to turn 2, load up the front end. 2nd gear, get on the gas, come out. Right, here we are. This is the freight train on the Toyota. It does look like Variawa has pulled away very slightly. Oh, Rob Volk will just be pulling his hair out with this one. There's not much he can do about it. He's stuck there in 4th position.
That's exactly the problem that Robert Volk is having right now. Realizing that the Gazoo Racing stable have come and the blockers in the defensive role there in 2nd and 3rd place on track. He tries around the outside, looking for a way through there on Van Rooyen. Maybe get it done and dusted. He gets into turn 3. We go back to the battle. 3rd place there between Tate Bishop and the Costco car of
Leveling, holding him off gently there. All right, what's he going to do this time around? Is Rob Volk going to just try? He needs to carry momentum out of the fast turn 4 here. Climb up the hill and jump on the brakes on the inside. But the differences are so small on this track. If he tries to go for it, we could end up with 2 cars tangled once again, and he does not want to do that.
He tangled, goes on track. Give Mariala a chance of wrapping it up, I think, in closing.
All right, down to final turn. He's going to have a go down the final turn. No, he's not.
Close enough there, but he's certainly looking. Unfortunately, he's closing the gap down at 1.5 seconds. It's down to 2 seconds now. So Mokotsi, I don't think he's going to have an answer here. Here we go once again. Defensive driving coming out of Michael van Rooyen, holding that inside line. He'll just force Robert Volk onto the outside just by car placement. And Robert Volk is going to have to do something pretty spectacular to get through on Michael van Rooyen.
Fairly gentlemanly, I think, more onto the grass. A lot of other drivers would have done. But then once again, he's got the inside line. So maybe Rob needs to hold back, try and get drive out of that corner, turn 4, to catch him onto turn 5. Let you go by and try and do something. Problem with this also, it's overheating his tyres, overheating the engine. When you up somebody's exhaust pipe like that, a tremendous amount of heat comes off the back of these cars with these turbo motors. 2-liter turbo, they've got so much heat coming out of those cars.
And he's the leader. Hit up before it's in 3rd place. Costco truck lift machine of Arnie Nevlin out of Stradale Motorsport. And then it's Team Angry Racing, Kate Bishop. Still no answer from Volk. He's tried, I think, every single line you can attempt into turn 2 at this stage.
I think he should be patient this part of the track and try and line it up for the top of the hill, because there you can make a clean pass. That back marker gets out the way. Could that work for Rob Volk? But I'm not sure about that. Rob Volk, the problem with his car, everywhere he moves, Michael van Rooyen's just got him covered. Does he go up the inside? Michael just drifts across the inside of the track. Not much you can do about it there.
Michael van Rooyen doing it, as I said earlier on, it's just car placement. What I mean to block is right placement. What give Robert the get through.
So this looks like then the championship would go the way of Toyota with Variawa, Variawa.
Could possibly, depending on what happens in that protest. Yeah. We'll try and get confirmation of it as soon as we can. But we may even see it in the celebration down in post-race if it's all done and dusted. First and second in the championship in Global Touring Car Super Cup are 1 and 2 on track. Arnie Neveling's possibly going to wrap up third place as well. Last score to Carlo Motorsport team. Kate Bishop is going to come back fighting next year. Potentially be a threat at the front end of GDC Super Cup.
And Gofanika just behind them. We've lost a few drivers this year. People have been in and out of the series, but it's good to see the point around here at Zwartkops everybody in attendance. Not completed fields right now. When we're going to get amongst the back markers. This could get interesting now.
We're looking to try and get through them as rapidly as possible. Well, we're trying to use them. Knows exactly when to place the car. Back marker is more of a hindrance to Robert Volk. If he gets a back marker between himself and Volk, that's going to cost Volk plenty.
They just can't afford to be pushing and shoving. We've already got a protest hearing on our way, so they won't want to be doing that.
Boys that have been helped out by the Team Red Race. Ron Kruger has jumped in to help those two get to grips with their Super Cup car. Be back in next year as we see the potential champion in the Hype Energy, Sparko, and Nathan's Motorsport entry, Brad Liebenberg. And his stablemate behind him. On the side note, I'm going to 3-2. On the inside state note, there you go. Volk all could use it. As they get to the top of the hill there, we may see Robert Volk have a go on Michael van Rooyen. He's got slightly better drive out of turn 4. There we go, back to that little battle into turn 5. But no, that's behind van Rooyen again. Down to 2 corners and a lap to go.
I'm going to that final corner, and see, that's the problem. How is he going to overtake with that sort of situation? He has to get a better drive out of one in the corner. Grip is limited. The heat we've got here today, grip is down the whole time, so they're not getting the best drive out of these corners at the same time.
Turn 2 got the top 3 all out of Gazoo Racing stable. It's Corolla Hatch, Corolla Sedan, Corolla Hatch, BMW 120 Ti, absolutely flat out with Robert Volk at the wheel, trying everything he knows. Multiple SA champion, multiple touring car champion, knows exactly how to win championships. Today, it's like he's having to fight not only for three.
There's no chance he's going to make it. We're going into the last part of this race right now. There's about 1.3 kilometers to go in the race. Howard Variawa will pick up the as he goes amongst the back markers, drives up the inside. 2 corners to go, places the car perfectly, as does Michael van Rooyen behind him. We've hardly mentioned Etienne Simanga in second place. He's driven a tremendous race.
Turned his luck around after going off track with that little touch between himself and Julian van der Vat in race number 1. Checking flag is out. Variawa's taking the victory, but as he's taking the championship, that will have to wait to see. What a valiant here the thing there to keep up Robert Volk. Eventually win their game. Don't know if that's going to be the case though, so that'll be unofficial results that we'll be able to give you there in terms of the championship. But race victory we can sort out here. Global Touring Car Super Cup is definitely sorted out with half a lap to go here for Brad Liebenberg in the Hype Energy, Sparko, and Nathan's Motorsport car. He's ahead of his stablemate. He's rolled out ever so slightly.
Do I see smoke off his tyre? What I saw might have just been the dust. No problem there at all.
Brad Liebenberg second. They're going to be disappointed for second place. He's had a great fight all season long with Brad Liebenberg. The two of them have been the class of the field. Arnie's been in there every now and again. That's Liebenberg with victory. Takes his 10th South African motorsport title with that victory. That's a massive run.
That is amazing. It really is amazing. 10 national titles.
Great job there for Brad Liebenberg, wrapping up his 10th title, and that'll be his first Global Touring Car Super Cup title. Remember, he just lost out last season, and after an epic fight. As you mentioned earlier on, Campos was in the mix. And remember, Keegan Campos led literally from the start of the championship right through until the penultimate round in Cape Town, where his marriage caught
up with him. Zwartkops wins the GDC race here in first place, second place, Etienne Simanga, Michael van Rooyen, Robbie Walk, Julian van der Vat, just hanging in there, Andrew Rexbro behind them. Brad Liebenberg winning the GDC Super Cup category, head of Jonathan Machotsky, Tate Bishop, Arnie Neveling there, 10th overall and 5th overall in the GDC Super Cup.
run there from Arnie. A nice performance to get third place in the championship. Donnie Finnick wins
Sorry,
up the Masters
fourth
in
overall.
11th. Yeah.
My mathematics
No
was
worries.
not good.
Cara Hill and Andre Mercedes second in the Masters. Nick Vistanis first time out there for Nicky. And David Franco beats out his dad Roberto, who will get third in the Masters. Josh Leroux unfortunately did not start his final heat of the 2023 championship. So that's Global Touring Cars and GDC Super Cup wrapped up for 2023. Dave's going to shoot down and try and get us a couple of interviews. And that's before we head into the next part of our race action. And the race action, of course, here has been spectacular all day long. It's the third and final heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. It should be down in pre-race. And then we got 2 to go after that. Gazoo Racing SA Cup and our final heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. We'll be back shortly with action here from Zwartkops and the final round of the Extreme Festival. Paulie, just a heads up as well. Apparently, we're still battling with my microphone. Seems to be a bit lower than Dave's. I don't know what you can do to try and boost it. I'm on full on everything here. The main system, and my mic is on full ball. I don't know what the issue is. Okay, well, I'll do the best I can. I'll just try and project it more. But I was saying that Dave's mic's loud and clear, and mine needs to be a bit soft. But anyway, thank you for that, guys. Appreciate the input. We are trying to final round of our Festivals 2023 National Championship. Got a couple of categories that will be heading to the final round of the Regional Championship. One of them is the category on circuit at the moment, and looking forward to their final heat today here. Just a heads up, we haven't got information on whether a global touring car champion has been crowned. There's some information being fed to us from Reinhard Gelderblom, who's involved with the PR of that category, saying that that second race was only for half points. So it'll be interesting to see if those half points are going to affect the championship in total and give Robert Valk a possibility of coming back, even though he was involved in that incident with Saud Variawa and Michael van Rooyen in race number 1. The effort that was put in because we raced the UK further the hill, that will all come at the end of the day's racing, or only maybe in a couple of days' time, or even a couple of weeks' time, after all the protest action is sorted out, and we can try and find out. But before we get into it, the man that I'm just talking about right now has joined me in the studio, so he can potentially bring a little bit more light into the subject and potentially give us a chance of finding out exactly what's happened. Saud Variawa, you've had a busy day in the saddle today, dude.
Yeah. Obviously, the first race didn't go as planned at all, being taken out. But this last race is really, I mean, my teammate did an awesome job on the gap points. I managed to win the race, and
yeah.
But
it's not done though yet, is it? Because I think the protest action that's going to happen and the bits and pieces that have happened in race number 1 still to be sorted before we can declare a champion.
Yeah, 100%. I guess it is what it is. We fought our hardest up until the last lap of the race. Yeah, I think we could have done much better. In Cape Town, obviously, we had the problem with the car. But nonetheless, we came here with, I mean, I think it was 10 points down or something. And we fought and closed that gap up. Honestly, I'm not too sure if we won it or second, but at least we had an awesome year. And super happy with that.
Because that'll be boding well for 2024. The team dynamic going to basically stay the same, the three of you as the drivers for 2024. Can you cover that?
I think it stays the same, but I can't give you much insight on that.
Well, just a quick check-up before we come back to the final question. Just on the track at the moment is the third and final heat of Q&A Passport for the day. They've still got 2 more races to go on the 8th of November at the final regional. Then we'll kick off 2024 with some race action at the Passion for Speed Festival. Chatting to Saud Variawa at the same time we're watching the race action take place. Lamborghini Green Polo Race. Outgunned ever so slightly there by Zolile Letlaka. And on a similar vein to what Toyota Gazoo Racing has done, Zolile has done a similar maneuver in terms of development in motorsport, bringing younger drivers through. What are the plans for your brother? Is he going to be moving up now that he's won Gazoo Racing Cup?
Yeah, my brother will be racing SupaCup in the Toyota next year, and as well he'll be racing the Rally Championship.
Fantastic. I know you guys are playing around on off-road stuff as well, so can we see the possibility of a Variawa in Dakar at some point in the future?
Well, that's very soon actually. We're racing Dakar this year.
Exactly, that's what I heard.
Yeah,
that's mind-blowing, dude.
Yeah, so super stoked for the near future and a busy 2 months. Already might be scheduled for the next few weeks. In fact, just testing Dakar.
Wow.
So yeah, really looking forward to it, especially being so young, and I think the youngest in the category.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we wish you all the very best. I know that it's going to get started in the courtrooms and in the protest rooms, but from our side, you guys put on a phenomenal show in all 4 of the teams that participated in Global Touring Cars. And well done on the final victory.
Thank you so much.
Awesome job, dude. Thank you. Thank you, Saud, for a little bit of insight there from Global Touring Cars point of view. And that's exactly what's down. Now, back to Supercars in the house. And it's still Franco Scrivanti out front. But as you heard from Jonathan DeToy earlier on when he joined me in the studio. He was saying that with a slightly longer race here in the third and final heat, is that Porsche going to be able to take the heat of the day, the heat of the race, and stay out front of the backup?
Well, that's the question, because we saw in the previous heat, in that heat, I mean, H-E-A-T, hot.
Yes.
Jonathan DeToy's Lamborghini definitely looked like it was handling a whole lot better than that green Porsche out front. So I think we could see a much closer finish this time around. And the back, don't forget, that does come with them as well.
And DeToy used those to perfection. We had thank you, Bob, coming out to finish the second heat. So DeToy maybe just biding his time here and waiting for those back boxes to walk before he looks back. And as he said, realizing that there's 2 extra laps in this one, is that Porsche going to survive? Well, we'll wait and see. At this stage.
And a great run in third. Greg Zolili in third place, having a great run ahead of Charles Ranges. That really does speak volumes for how much he's come on in the driving of that car this year.
And the fact that it's taken into account. So remember, car out really race anywhere else in the world. Kind of a lone wolf in terms of its ability here in Extreme Supercar and in Class A+, which is unlimited. The GT3 spec cars, even though Jonathan DeToy is running in A+, kind of in a car for World Endurance Championship style racing. So the endurance factor that comes out of the Lambo in second and in third, and the Mercedes-Benz behind that, also comes into play in the slightly longer race.
Yeah, the GT3 category is worldwide has taken off. I mean, even if you look at what's gone on in Germany, with their old touring cars, they've gone the same sort of route, because these are the cars that people want.
And loving. I mean, everywhere we go around the country, it's been mind-blowing action out of the GNH Transport Supercars, and they are a huge fan favorite too, because the youngsters that are maybe looking at aspirations of becoming racing drivers, or that have a motorsport fan base, these are cars that they can relate to.
Absolutely. And to watch these guys, for instance, East London, when they come down, if you go and stand on the outside of Potter's Pass, so you watch Jonathan DeToy hardly lift the way through Potter's Pass in that Lamborghini. It is unbelievable to watch that. So they are impressive out on track. And it's just to have these type of cars in our local racing series, I think is really amazing.
Well, no, at one point you climbed on a MotoGP spec motorcycle around this track and got down into the 60-second bracket. 58.132 from Stuart White in that first heat.
Yeah, that 58. I mean, that is greased lightning around here. It really is.
It's white lightning.
That's faster than the speed of light, man. I'm telling you, that is amazing. To be down in those lap times is pretty scary. But these cars are set up for it. They've got all the right tires, right suspension. They are the right vehicles for this type of thing. And I know that a lot of them will be going endurance and that type of thing. But when it comes down to these type of races, is what the crowd want to see. Racing out on track, proper racing with full spec cars. That's what they want to see. Look at them. Now this dance is coming up. Smaller ranges in the AMG Mercedes. With Brazilians of horsepower on track. And ahead of him, Zolili just using. Notice he comes out of that corner, just drifts a little bit down to the inside, just narrows the gap down a bit, makes that overtaking that much harder.
Learning from the master in Stuart White, his mentor. He's it's interesting to see that a 58-year-old can be mentored by a 21-year-old.
Yeah, it is amazing, really. And don't forget, you got a youngster like Stuart White, all the talent in the world. And unfortunately, motorsport, at the end of the day, it comes down to money. If you don't have loads of money behind you. So here he is with his car, thanks to Zolili. These sort of guys helping him out, getting him onto a world stage.
In the 17 events internationally and locally, particularly in these cars. He had a chance only 4 seasons ago. It was money that just stopped him from going any further than that. So you put him in any race car, he's going to be in the front end and giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, we still remember him driving Formula Fords. So
exactly.
That way back. Okay, so this dice is definitely on for the third place. We'll be concentrating at the moment Lamborghini versus Mercedes. Looks like Charles just trying the outside lines. We've seen this in every racing category today. Then he cuts back as we come up to 3. Will he be able to squeeze through? No, the Lamborghini's got lots of squirt coming out of the corner.
Charles running the DD spec, a little bit of spec in that Lambo. So maybe a little bit of extra top end speed that was keeping Charles out. But Charles' experience will come into play, particularly when they get amongst the back markers on Jimbo Jonacoro's Gallardo Trofeo.
Jimbo will just go on his line here. And Charles on the brakes. You've got to say on the brakes, he's making a lot of ground. Yeah. The problem is, as you said, with a different spec car, it just loses that little bit coming out of the pit.
We'll try and set things up on the main to what we're talking about with Mackie Adlam and Julian Familiaris earlier on in Heat 2 of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. It's to force the issue, force a mistake out of Zolile. And with Zolile's lack of experience compared to Charles, that might come into play.
For sure. And then competitiveness. I mean, Charles Arranges is a determined young man, let's face it.
There you go.
He's a hard driver and he goes up on the inside. So last lap he went around the outside. I think he suckered him a bit this time around and dived up on the inside.
Yeah, set that up from the last lap. He said, I'm going to go right, and he went left.
The DRS came into play there with the AMG Mercedes, and the DRS worked out for him. Now, can the Lamborghini come back? I don't think so. I think once Power Rangers get there, it's going to pull a bit of a gap. Back with our leaders. Jonathan Detroit, longer race as you said, Beck, and the Lambo, which is gentle on its tires, is gentle on everything, gentle on the brakes. Can he close that gap down?
Back markers are going to start to come into play right now. They've got 4 laps to go, make it 3 as they cross the line. 3 laps to go. I don't know though. Whatever they've done at the race.
You notice the black lines. The black lines that Porsche is leaving, coming out of turn 1. As he gets on the loud pedal, big black lines being laid by the rear wheels of that Porsche. As he comes out of turn 4. Let's watch him do it out of here as well. If we pan with the leader, watch, you'll see the black lines coming out of that car.
The Italian effort being put in there by Jonathan Detroit. Zolile has. Oh, no, Charles has.
Charles Arranges.
Charles Arranges has made a mistake somewhere and he's dropped back. Arranges is behind Charles Jabez. So Zolile Leclerc is back up to 3rd place. Charles Jabez is into 4th place with Charles Arranges really well. Keep an eye on that one. Let Scotty know. In the background, the battle now is between the Mercedes-Benz and that grey Honda-powered Lotus Exige.
Looks like a mistake. Definitely Charles Arranges. Others had a problem with the car, he's had a mistake. So he's dropped a lot of ground just on that lap alone. And now he's just ahead of Ricky Giannacaro. So I think a big mistake for him, possibly car problems.
Here comes Zolile. Watch in the background, that's Charles Jabez. There's Charles Arranges, change up there. Maybe a mistake on Charles Arranges.
Yeah, it looks like the car's running fine at the moment. And then you've got Gianni just behind him.
When this car is in full flight and has no problems, it's a work of art.
I'm just thinking back to the last round here at Zwartkops. The back end of that car caught fire.
Yes.
And it was supposed to be back to the end of the Porsche was going around with flames blazing out of the back. Turned out it just overheated around the exhaust.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually an engine problem. We thought the motor had gone. But look at this, Dutour, he's doing it again. He's coming up, and they're on the last lap. I don't think it's enough. I think it's just going to be too far. Having said that, there are back markers in the way.
Yeah, Nicky Dix and Joseph Ellerine, heads up. Here comes the steam train. Jonathan Doy says, yes, I'm up for it. Let's go. Let's get those back markers into play here, and let's spoil the day for a potential 3 out of 3 for Franco Scamanti.
What's the Porsche go past? Whoa. Look at the power he's got. So that really has not helped Jonathan Detroit at all. So Jonathan, he's not been able to win it. And then, maybe he's still got it in his mind. Even at the final turn, that seems to where he catches up on the brakes.
Too far back. Ellerine might come into play. I think Franco will try and put close to Ellerine. Break point. It was G&H Transport sponsored corner, that turn 8 now, as they come down here for the final time. It's not the last race of the season, there's still lots to come. Jonathan Detroit around the outside, trying to squeeze through.
Whoa!
How's that?
So close.
Brilliant.
So close.
1/10.
1/10 of a second. So, because what happened was, Franco was being so defensive, ran around the inside of the corner, let Jonathan roll around the outside. Oh, here we come. Rangi's back then against the Lotus.
Up to
So
fourth.
clearly he made a mistake somewhere because the car seemed to be running absolutely fine.
Up to fourth place, beating Charles Bear to the line. Bear will probably, no, he'll finish up in fourth place. Class A Plus. Rangi's takes the GT3 Class A of Beyond Caro and Ricky Caro, and then Joseph Ellerin will win that Class A over Nick Dix. Class B goes to Jimbo Donataro. Back will be a Sana Class C. So there you have it, Frank Scramati from Jonathan Detroit. So Lila Tlaka for the first time today, Class A Plus 1, 2, and 3. Charles Rangi's in the GT3 class in fourth. Charles Jabir, Class A Plus 5, ahead of Gianni Donataro, Ricky Donataro, Ellerin, Nicky Dix, and Jimbo. Winner of Class B down in 10th. Further back through that pack, as you can see,
There was quite a few. Nicky Dix was still running around.
Yeah, Nicky Dix and Arnie Neville were out there, but I think Arnie came back in. He was literally just out there to make up some numbers as we get ready to go now for Gazoo Racing Cup, the Yaris League. There is one change up in the Yaris Cup for this one. Cara Hill, talking to us earlier on in studio, said that she's given up her car and passed it on to Ryan Nike after he damaged his car in that first heat. That's really nice of her. She's wrapped up second place, so she doesn't have to worry about that. But she'd rather give the car to Ryan Nike to fight with Tariq Adam and Bjorn Berthold for third in the championship. And then and Toyota management battle.
All your friends.
They're going to go at it again, just for a change. But they'll be back on track shortly. Paul, have we got one more interview to do with those guys? Have we managed to catch up? Yeah, we haven't caught up with the Cup guys. So down in our pre-race studio yesterday, we caught up with some of the top contenders in the Yaris Cup in Ryan Naka, Tariq Adam, and Saad Variawa. Toyota Gazoo Racing, the Yaris Cup. Saad Variawa wrapping things up in Cape Town, sorting all it out, and basically just coming here to try and finalise the season. But I think there's two drivers either side of you that will be looking to say, well, what do I need to do to pick up the pace that you found all season long?
Tariq and Ryan are super close this weekend. We have good pace, but we're struggling a bit with grip. So we'll see what happens tomorrow morning. It's gonna be a completely new track because of it'll be cooler. So we'll see what happens. But I'm just here to have fun this weekend. So what else can I do on a Saturday instead of sitting at home? I might as well race.
Get a race car. What a way to go, exactly.
Yeah.
Ryan, from your side, it's been a good learning curve throughout the season. And I think being involved in the series has certainly taught you a lot in terms of how to handle yourself as a driver, the media aspect, and of course the actual drive. Take us through it.
So in terms of the actual driving, it's helped a lot, being that these are four-wheel drive cars and we run them in all-wheel drive. So managing grip and finding the limit, it's very easy to go over. So these cars really taught you how to find that limit and drive straight to it. And in terms of being as a person and as a driver outside of the car, it's taught you, I feel, resilience. For example, in moments where it's just not your day or when things go wrong. But ultimately, it also shows you that how important progression and keeping your head down and working is, and also just having fun doing what you enjoy, you know.
Following on those sentiments, Tariq, it's a lot of fun out there, isn't it? As well as the pressure.
Yeah, definitely. It's been great fun. The season's been really enjoyable for me. My first season in racing. Coming from the sim, it's a big learning curve for me as well. This weekend I've had good pace, been P2 through all the practices. Hopefully I can keep that up tomorrow. And I just wanted to say thanks to my sponsors, Genesis Extreme, who gave me this opportunity through their Sim to Real initiative.
The sim racing has changed the world. I mean, we literally had lockdown where everybody was stuck behind doors and they had no choice. So this opportunity must be something that you grasped at as soon as it was offered.
Yeah, definitely. As soon as I saw it, I signed up and I just went for it. So yeah, it's been great fun having this opportunity. It's something I would never have done if I didn't have it. So yeah, I'm very grateful to them.
Have you got some more guys coming to follow you on?
That's the plan, but we'll see what's happening.
Well, good luck for tomorrow, Bruce.
Thank you.
We head up towards turn 5 now and start to get into race formation for the second heat of Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR Cup and Yaris Cup and 86 League. These competitors at the front end are more serious racing contenders as opposed to fun and games that these media and Toyota management guys have had over the entire season. Nice to see Cara Hill securing second place in the championship and handing her car over to Ryan Nike, the man who had the big crash in race number 1, to have a go and possibly try and seal the deal for third place in the battle with Tariq Adam and Bjorn Berthold.
Yeah, that was pretty decent of Carrick because obviously his car was destroyed in that accident and obviously wants to drive. Carrie Hill's got a handful as it is on the day.
Yeah.
So secured a place in the championship, said, okay, let's do it. So here we go. They're down into turn number 2. For them giving it hell. Then we go with the 86 League. And these are the journalist guys, if you've just joined it. Oh, and we've got a bumping going on there.
Oh, it's getting real in that mid-pack. Is that what they're supposed to be doing? I don't think so. They're not allowed to be rubbing his racing. And there goes a piece of 86 right into the center of the circuit. Saad Variawa leads out. Looks like that might be the 47 car of Bjorn Berthold in second. Yes, it is. And it's Tariq Adam and Ryan Nike heading to the top of the hill.
Tariq Adam looking around the outside, though. That will be interesting. Because I put a bit on the brakes, though, for Berthold. So the 86 League, it just looked like one of them just ran out of road, really, and tagged each other. I don't think there was any malice in that one. Not at all.
There's a little tag between the two of them, breaking a little bit of the bodywork off the car. Saad going to try and wrap up the championship with the final victory of the season. He's only been betted twice in the championship. 7 coming through there, Chaba Mashigo. He had some problems in the first race, so he'll look to try and turn his luck around here. Currently sitting just outside of that top 5 and side by side through turn 1 in an all-wheel drive Yaris. That's some ballsy maneuvers, I got to tell you.
Yeah, Berthold and Adam having a full go side by side into turn number 1. Hardly lift off through there, so you've got to be brave at it. Okay, the journalist race split up just very slightly now. Chad Lockoff and Esther Hazen. Esther Hazen looked pretty threatening in that first race. They're looking up on the inside. Nike can't do anything about that one.
7 there, just hanging on with Tariq Adam on his tail and trying to avoid the attack coming from the man in 4th place. But I was going to say, Esther Hazen is on the back end of Chad Lookoff. And Chaddy was telling us, that they were starting to get hot inside those cockpits. They're running the aircons if they need to. There'll be no aircons on right now in any of these cars.
When you put the aircon on and it's like running into a brick wall because you've used a whole lot of power to drive the aircon. I know what I would do. I'd use the aircon. You don't want to go around steaming hot. You want to be cool out there in the car.
And he said he had his iPod linked to the car as well. I'd also be listening to some good tunes if I could. Fire myself up a little bit with some motivational music.
Absolutely. ABS working overtime as they come into that final corner. Chad Lockoff, he's got pressure. I think he's going to have to watch his tail there because Esterhazen is looking very threatening in that second place.
Berthold's in second in the Yaris Cup up front. Back in the pack, though, we'll keep an eye on the little progress coming through here from Mario D'Souza, Glenn Crompton, and Dennis Dropper. I think Dropper was the car who actually ran wide and pulled something off the car there in that first turn, or in turn 2 for the first lap, I should say. So Dennis Dropper lost a lot of ground because of that and is now fighting with Crompton and with D'Souza.
Dennis Dropper just dropping back ever so slightly. Looks like he's picked the pace back up again, though. I think that incident took some of the bodywork off the car.
He actually might have gone in. Getting correction.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to pick up on the on that. The problem that you got when you're watching these guys is that only the wing mirrors are the differential. And when you're looking at a shot like that, you can't see the color of the wing mirrors. So Dropper, I think, has actually pulled into pit lane. It's Crompton and D'Souza at the back end of that 86 league.
Okay, but we are looking at the dice for first place. Esterhazen. Is he going to run up on the inside? Nope. He's going to give it a few more laps.
Lookoff hangs on to that inside line for now and just keeps him out. So Auto Trader taking on one of the management of Toyota Gazoo Racing, fighting hard for honours here in the heat of the 86 league. They've pulled a bit of a gap now over SupaCup, the champion. Maybe he was crowned down in Cape Town, but a huge contingent and following here in Zwartkops. So he's definitely out there to try and prove a point and give that paparazzi and all his fans a final.
Yes, both of his fans are here today.
Yeah, they are.
We saw them down in the pit lane shouting and screaming madly. But this is the dice now going on for actually 4th place in the Yaris Cup, because it's spread out ever so slightly. So Nike and Adam will be having a bit of a dice for the 4th place. Looks like second has pulled a bit of a gap there, Berthold. So 1 and 2 pulling away, but the dice is on for 3rd and 4th.
First place, this man has been literally untouched all season long. As I said, he only lost out in some very narrow victories there to Cara Hill and to Nicky Vastanis. And we've seen where Nicky Vastanis has gone. We've heard from his brother Stawood what the plans are for Hard and the team. Going into rallying, going into some more circuit racing, and Dakar, the big one at the end of this season for the Variawa family.
And we wish them all of the very best for that Dakar rally, the biggest in the world, of course. And here we are back with the Yaris Cup. Definitely the dice is for 3rd place at the moment. And it's ever so frustrating, because when you've got cars so evenly matched, the same tire pressures, the same everything, not much you can do about it. Somebody's sitting directly in your path.
Tariq Adam also, of course, learning from the side of the world into the real racing side of motorsport. And he's taken to it like a duck to water, that is for sure. But it is a big difference between when you can reload and push enter to reset the car, or having to fight it out in amongst the petrol and the fumes of a race car.
A lot different entirely. As they're coming up into turn 4, they're going to head up to the Toyota Gazoo Racing head office upstairs there, the entertainment suite. It'll be just to your right. We won't see it on the shot.
I wonder if Glenn's going to just go straight.
Yeah, just keep going. Yeah, go straight. Stop there and wave to the guys. Say hi. So you might do that.
That'll be awesome to do, because he's the man, of course, who puts the entire effort into the street series. And there's a lot of people behind the scenes that do all the background work. Got to give a shout out there to Bucketless Racing and to Fast Development for what they do on these front cars and on the back cars in terms of the preparation of them to make them so even. And then, of course, going around to each of the circuits, the setup of the pit facilities and all of that too.
No, the logistics are huge to take all this got around the country.
Variawa, all on his way, no worries whatsoever. You're looking in those rearview mirrors going, well, you guys fight it out. Bjorn is a bit of a gap, but I think that gap's been closed down again by Ryan Nike. So keep an eye on this as they come into turn 5.
Variawa, line perfect though, Greg. Just watch what he's doing. I mean, he's apexing every corner perfectly. Okay, that one, not quite the way you want to do that. You want to be more to the right-hand side as you flick it down the hill. But he's just line perfect everywhere. He's got the right apexes. He's braking in the right places. You can just see that he's got it dialed in there.
If you are watching for the very first time, those hazard lights coming on just shows you that those Yaris's are still road-going cars. They've got the ABS systems working. Same thing can be seen there with the 86. Listen to that Gazoo Racing HQ up top there shouting for their favorite drivers. They're going crazy up top there.
I don't blame them, because this is the dice. I wonder if he's going to have a go. I'm not sure if Estazon will, though, because you can't afford to bash the car, can you? Well, he does work for them, so it's not so bad.
He could possibly get away with it as opposed to what Chad and Carbon might be able to do.
As they come down into turn number 2, late on the brakes as they can. It's turning into a three-way dice, this.
Yeah, so Chubb has closed the gap down rapidly there, showing that he had what it took to take the championship by the time we got to Cape Town. He now wants to maybe finish it off with the final victory.
I think Sachaba is looking really, really threatening there. He's caught those two cars very quickly, so watch out for him coming down into the final stage of this race.
Well, the fight is on here for the 86 League, that's for sure. Auto Trader versus Toyota SA versus the AMMNNN team that he runs with there with Sachaba Mashiga. Also, getting interesting as well is his sim background is where Sachaba started his racing career. So also coming out of the sim world.
A lot of that, as we said, came from the lockdown. When we had the big old lockdown in South Africa, around the world, not just South Africa. People took to their racing behind their desks.
Yeah, computers and big screens, a couple of race rigs here and there that were passed around, and got into it in the thick of it. And that's exactly where, of course, Ryan Nike and Tariq Adam particularly had come from a sim racing world. Added to him at the top of this race, and he was saying to us that there's potentially a couple of other drivers coming out of the sim world that want to join this category and be part of it.
Well, that's fantastic. Okay, three-way dice for the lead right now. in the 86 lead.
Look off Esterhazen and Mashigo. Just behind that, Jonesy all on his own. D'Souza kind of on his own as well. And then at the back, the black car of the boss man is coming. Maybe Glenn's got a bit of late race pace that the fast development's given. He's got a push-to-pass mechanism in that car.
Variala comes down the hill. Ooh, late on the break. You see the ABS working overtime. And we are into the final stages of this race. There it is. We're waiting for the flag. Ooh, the flag wasn't going to pull it out.
No, it was the other flags that caught us out there, blowing in the wind. But the came out.
Okay, here we go.
Is he going to have a go on Lukov as they head down into the final corner? He's got to have a go. Come on.
There we go, yeah. Just don't put the brakes. Don't brake.
He didn't. He didn't brake.
That
didn't come on at all. Esterhazen left it late. Lukov takes the final victory in the 86 league, beating out Rian Esterhazen and Sechaba Mastigo. How quick finish to that awesome season of Toyota PR Cup. New racing in the house. Full time now as part of the Extreme Festival. It's fantastic to see.
I'd like to see them expand it just a little bit next year if they could.
Yeah,
Two more cars. There it is. Side Variala picking up the win. Ahead of Bjorn Berthold and Ryan Nijker. Tariq Adam ahead of Dad Lockov, who wins the 86 league. Ahead of Rian Esterhazen. Steven Mastiga. Mark Jones, of course. Mario D'Souza at the back. Boss man there, Compton. Yeah, he might.
The HQ. I think he's going to come back down.
Stop and have a cold glass of wine there. Racing's over for the day.
We had the big boss man of Toyota South Africa, of course, with us in Cape Town. And they certainly are very impressed with the return on investment that they're getting out of the GR Cup and Gazoo Racing Yaris League. That's that for that championship sorted out for 2023. They'll be back in action. And I think they also start their campaign at the Passion for Speed Festival, if I'm not mistaken. And then we've got our final race of the day waiting to go there in the pre-race paddock. It's Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. They'll be out shortly. Well, Dave, we come to the final one of the National Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops World of Motoring. It's not the final race of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. They've got 2 more to go in about a month's time here at Zwartkops. Final round of the Regional Extreme Festival. But championship's still up for grabs here. We've heard from Mackie Adlam. We've heard from Julian Familiaris. Let's see what's going to happen now out on track.
And you can see by the light, we're late in the day here at Zwartkops. Julian Familiaris, well, he's got definitely one hand on the trophy, let's face it. Lights are off and we go down double waved yellows into turn 1. No overtaking. And it's not a bright yellow, Mel. Mel Spur told me you're not allowed to overtake under yellows.
Oh, bright yellows you can overtake.
No. If it's bright, you're not allowed to. Okay, so we double yellows going down to turn 1, Mel. I got that very well. Thank you very much. Okay, up into
green
turn
flag
4.
eventually comes out at turn 3 for these guys.
There we go. The green
And
flag in
it's,
the background.
Terry Wolford leading things out. Schick and Fuchs Lubricants car, head of Warren Lombard. Pep Boys Automotive and Bumper to Bumper car. And has somebody run wide? I don't like it. The cars are squealing.
All that in the background. Okay, so we got the reverse grid. Don't forget. That's going to make life really interesting. Mackie Adlam will be looking at this and going, right, here's my big chance. Pull some points back on Julian Familiaris. He's got ahead of him. Matteo just ahead of him. There'll be a few team orders coming in here.
That's well, I was about to say, the team orders might come into play there, and Dimitar is going to do a similar job to what Michael van Rooyen did to try and help his teammate out. So he's going to hold back Adlam up and allow Julian a chance to maybe get ahead of the second Jaguar on track.
All our team orders do. Just do whatever you can. Larry's standing in the pit lane saying, boy, just put your foot down. Don't worry about anything. Just get away.
That for tyres sliding.
Whoa,
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Look, his car control is amazing.
He is, eh?
Terry's car control is beyond. I mean, watch. The problem is sometimes you just overdo it. Oh, up on the inside, the Matteo coming up the inside. Can't do anything about that one.
Reeve just hangs on for third in the station. They're all on some very used rubber right now, which is why you're hearing those tyres squealing through turn 4, screaming out for as much grip as they can possibly fathom. And eventually, Dimitar gets through on Thomas Reeve. Does he shut the ball on Mackie Adlam? Yes, he does.
Thomas Reeve had a quiet day. Really quiet day. I remember at the teaser, he was so on fire for truth. This is a new Thomas Reeve. But we come here to Zwartkops, it doesn't look like he's on fire today.
Come down to complete the lap on the 10. Watching road between our Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Championship contenders right now still 55 So making part of the time before they start to tick off the usual contenders. And it's not always easy to do here with this reverse grid. Normally, you've got some reverse grid specialists, one of them being Warren Lombard. He's won on a few occasions from that reverse grid. You've got to try and find a way through there on Terry Wolford if he can. But Wolford will be looking to remedy. Dimitar with problems.
He's got a problem. The Matteo's out of this one. That makes life a bit easier for Mackie Adlam. Goes up on the inside. So this is it. Here we go. These are the championship contenders. Terry Wolford out front. And coming under a bit of pressure from Warren Lombard. Wolford, of course, will be using more of the tyres than he would have last time out.
On Mackie Adlam as Julian Familiaris tries to find a way through. So we've got Ford Falcon up front. Ford Mustang up front ahead of the Ford Falcon. Then it's a battle between the Corvette and the Jaguar. Try and squeeze through there on that Schick and Fuchs lubricant car.
Amazing they're getting away, actually.
Yeah, they are.
Terry Wolford he's pulling a gap, no doubt about it. Mackie Adlam, maybe he's used up a lot of rubber. Or he's just saying, okay, I need to hang on to where I am for the points.
Say that he puts the hammer down through turn 3 and pulls about 2 or 3 car lengths on Julian Familiaris. On Lombard, trying to squeeze free out his hand on Terry Wolford.
Warren's not driving his own car, of course. He's borrowed this car for the day. Sandal, yeah. He won't be wanting to bend this car in any way or form. So we're looking at third and fourth. That is the championship. Yep, our race leaders 1 and 2. And then right behind them is our championship guys. That's in third and fourth.
For Familiaris, which one of the two are going to get the third and final victory if they can do anything of race 3, 102.366 from Mackie Adlam. Julian Familiaris going down into the 102.5s. So he's about 2/10 quicker than Familiaris, and you can see that as he pulls away from him onto the back straight and closes down on Lombard.
As you come down next to the highway into turn 4, but Terry Wilford's just getting a little bit away now from Warren Lombard. At one point I thought Warren was closing on him, but it does look like Terry is getting away. Oh, and out of shape. How is that?
Nice one from him, 20 marks.
20 marks, yeah. He's had trouble all day long with the car. We saw a piece of rubber flying off the tyre early on in the earlier race today.
Understeer of note there from Mackie Adlam coming out of turn 67. So they are certainly feeling the effects of 3 races on the day. It's cooler track conditions are not allowing the same amount of traction that these big tyres can give them.
They do tend to set them up to understeer because obviously with so much horsepower around the rear wheels, they prefer a little bit of understeer going into the corners. You don't need oversteer. In other words, you don't want the back end of the car hanging out going into the turns. You don't want to be doing a Brad Binder with the back end coming around on you.
Hopefully not. Yeah, hopefully not.
Lombard's on the inside. Sorry about the MotoGP only. Okay, here we go.
Lombard looking for a way through turn 4. Late on the brakes. No, Wolford late.
Terry Wilford will never let that happen.
And a big look though. Lombard now under big pressure. Here comes Adlam.
Mackie Adlam up the inside on the brakes. Can't do it there, my friend, because you've got 2 cars taking up all of the road and more. Wilford keeping it smooth though. He's not hanging the back end out at all.
That's a really cool way to finish up the day's racing. 4 cars, clean racing so far.
I'm amazed the spectators that have stayed behind. It really is incredible, considering what rugby later on. But the rugby later on tonight, not so important.
I'll disagree on that one, but we'll keep that between us.
My money is on Terry Wilford. My money is on Wilford. He's holding them off. Or as I put my big foot in it.
4 laps to go. Lombard has another big look.
Oh, and Mackie Adlam, is he going to dive up the inside? The problem is Mackie is a bit worried because now Warren is trying to make the overtake. I think he's going to have to let these 2 sort it out first and then maybe do something about it.
If Warren goes, Mackie will try and go with him.
And Julian Familiaris in the background is lapping this up, saying, this could work for me. If these 2 take each other out. And Mackie Adlam on the inside, can he do so? Yes, he's through on the brakes.
He's got him.
Okay, so Terry Wilford look in his rear view mirrors.
Jules had a look as well.
Jules had a look. If Terry's got any rear view mirrors, I don't think he has. Look behind him. Who would he see? Mackie Adlam. 7 times champion, now in 2nd position.
Looking for a chance now to try and close things down as they come under braking for the final corner. The Adlam now hunting down Wolford. Wolford watching, being out the multiple champion. As they go into turn 1. Lombard, worrying about championship leader Julian Familiaris.
Thomas Reeb has lost so much time. We were just looking at the gap there. Oh, and back up the inside. How is that? Warren Lombard. He had a great Mackie Adlam.
Wow. Adlam and just hanging in there for dear life. But here comes Familiaris. He's got good run out of turn 2. He carries the speed through the sweep and up to 3rd.
Right, so our championship contenders are now in 2nd and 3rd positions on track. Terry Wilford in the Fuchs car out front. He is just holding him off. He really has been. Oh, and Mackie Adlam on the brakes. Can you do something about this? Terry Wilford will not allow this to happen. Maybe coming out of the corner when he uses track. Because I think Mackie's car's got a bit more traction than Terry Wilford.
2 corners and 2 laps to go here for these guys. 4 cars still in it. 4 cars still with a chance of the victory, including Julian Familiaris in 4th place.
Something
Wolford late and locked up into turn 8. And that's it. Adam's through.
Rear left tyre locked up going into the wide. And then Julian Familiaris is going to try around the outside. That's not going to happen either, but Terry, it is going to happen. Actually.
Whoa! I don't know. Hang tight, it might.
It looks like Terry Wilford tyres have said enough. They have cried enough.
Yeah, that's it.
And he's had a tremendous run up to now with 2 laps to go. Slips down to 3rd position.
Okay,
can Familiaris do anything about Mackie Adlam? And Terry Wilford hasn't given up, has he? He's still trying to run up the inside.
Trying to get back to Familiaris. Will staying in 2nd place will maintain the lead of the championship in the final round. Warren Lombard is going to try and come back here and get onto that podium if he can, the final podium of the day. But it's now Mackie Adlam, multiple champion in his own right, in various formulas, not only in V8 Supercars, but also been the multiple champion in the local calendar. And that is a very hotly contested category that he races in there.
I don't know how he does that. Jump from a Lotus,
amazing.
little 4-cylinder Lotus
Yeah.
into a big V8. He does it on the day. I don't know how he does it.
And he,
Right,
in
last
one
lap.
stage, he brought Jeff Kruger into V8 Supercars R2, and they're normally arch rivals in the Lotus Challenge. Now they're Europe to, I think it's a Polo or a Tipo R Cup. Absolute jewel, and he finished up at the top with like 55 cars on the grid. It was amazing to see that.
That'll be Jeff Kruger for sure.
So, is there going to be an answer here from Julian Familiaris? No. I think he's going to settle for second because he knows second place behind Mackie will keep him at the front of the championship.
Adlam has got the thing pinned right now. Look at that. He's just about using all the road and more. Late on the break as we get up onto the shaft. You can see the sunset in the background. What a great shot here of Mackie Adlam. This is incredible. Just the preparation of this car is impeccable.
If you ever get a chance to go to Ranford, you can get the garage at Mackie Adlam.
If you go to Ranford, rather take the road back to Joburg. You've gone too far if you end up in Ranford. I can tell you that.
Ran Francisco Contini.
And the flag is up.
Takes the win. Good job there, Mackie Adlam.
Probably the best race of the day for the
Yeah, it was good. Nice finish to that. Four cars fighting hard. Lombard for third. He gets on the podium. Wilford will be maybe a little bit upset about that. He had a chance of a win, but he knew that with those tyres deteriorating in the closing stage.
Degradation, yes.
Yeah, degradation is going to be a problem there.
Now there he is, Terry Wilford, the red car, Fuchs Lubricants car. Just on his slow down lap. Huge gap went back to Thomas Reed. Not sure what happened to him.
Yeah, I think actually Anthony Marks might have come
Yep,
through.
came through. I don't see Thomas Reed.
Anthony Marks has come through and finished up ahead of Thomas Reed in the Mobil 1 FA9 automotive car. There's confirmation of the results there. Adlam taking the victory over Familiaris. Lombard in third, picks up Wilford. Anthony Marks in the tin machine, winning things out over Thomas Reed. There they come side by side onto the back straight. Reed, I think that's some kind of an issue there in the closing stages. And then it was Stevie Herbst. Unfortunately, Frank Mateo did not finish that final race of the day, but he'll be back, I'm sure, in about a month's time here. Remember, 18th of November, we come back to Zwartkops to wrap up the regional side of the Extreme Festival. Today, it was the national side, all the national championships, done and dusted, barring Supercars ZX10R Masters Cup and the V8 Supercars that have just been at battle today. Dave, I've got to say, the new setup here has had a lot of comments, and everybody seems to be pretty happy with the way things are going to go into 2024.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, we've tried to change things up very slightly, bringing in a studio setup like this as well. Obviously, we're going to try and expand on all of that type of thing.
Yeah.
Make it look better, sound better, all that. These are going to be teething problems. But I think what we've done is just change it slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you've seen a slightly different graphics package as well.
Yeah.
On the day, that's going to be improved. So for 2024, we're just hoping to make things look a whole lot better. Yeah.
I think it already looks a whole lot better, and hopefully everybody else can attest to that. Thank you so much for all the comments that we've been thrown out on our social media platforms, on YouTube and all the Facebook live streams that we put out today. Everybody else out there in the main grandstands and on the back bankings, we do appreciate your support, and for sticking around right to the closing stages is always a good thing for Zwartkops. They love to have that fan interaction. And, of course, you got a chance to get up close and personal with all of these drivers and riders today. It's all part and parcel of the Extreme Festival.
Pretty keen the way we get them into the studio, all sweaty and in their driving suits or in their leather suits, come in here. And I have to bribe them, you know. I have to say, look, this little studio has got air conditioning. So it's set on 18 degrees at the moment. It feels about 20-something. But anyway, so I've got to bribe them to get them in here. But the big thing is, Greg, in motorsport, the way we've got it at the moment, the downtime between races has been a bit of an issue. Clearly what happens is races start one after the other very quickly. And sorry to bore you all with this. You probably all switched off and buggered off home by now. But the fact is, the next race has started. We've dragged one of the drivers or riders into the studio to just talk about their race that's just been. Unfortunately, sometimes it's going to overrun into the next race. You are able to see that next race, clearly. The pictures do come through, but you're going to be hearing visuals and audio from the driver or the rider. So sometimes we've got some overlap.
Look, it's all part and parcel of the split and polish that we need to do, and we're going to work in conjunction with race control to try and smooth that process out so we can try and get the interviews done before the next race starts. But that's all part of what we're looking to do here for 2024 and the change-up in the Extreme Festival's coverage of all of the national and regional championships. Speaking of regional championships, don't forget we head into Zwartkops on the 18th of November for the final round of the regional Extreme Festival. And we're back live next weekend at Red Star Raceway for some action as well. So stay tuned, and a massive thanks to the entire team here from Zwartkops, from our team at 2 Wheels and up to 60 seconds, all of our cameramen, the medics, the marshals, the race control, and all the competitors, fans and friends and family from all around the world. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, on behalf of Dave Peterson. Take care then. Bye-bye now. Nice one, bud.
Cheers, Greg.
But
okay,
I'll
man.
tell you.
No, it just makes life